All right, everybody. Hey, thanks for sticking around when you couldn't hear the sound. Woo-hoo. All right, Real Greg Kelly Show. We are back. We don't turn into the real cold facts until I see the snowman in the back. He been sent the link. Thank you guys for being here. When I tell you tonight, boy, we are going to have a doozy of a debate. And I do mean a doozy. Y'all just sit back and relax. Get you some popcorn, get you a cold one, maybe even roll one up if you want to. You don't have to worry about me being the judge. I don't have no heaven to put you in or no hell to throw you in either. But I tell you what, man, this is something the whole world should see. If you know anybody of color, anybody of any descent, anybody of the human race, you need to go ahead and tell them, tune in now. Because this is epic, okay? This is epic. I am not exaggerating. This is epic material, man. Okay, this is epic material. I don't care from what walk of life you're from. You need to watch this debate tonight. If you have not already seen the walkaway debate, I promise you missed out on a tremendous discussion about what's really going on in this world as it pertains to black people, as it pertains to white people, which seems to be the only two races anybody wants to talk about today. You're going to be in for a treat. You're watching the Real Greg Kelly Show. Oh, you're watching the Real Greg Kelly Show. Sit back. We got about 3 minutes before we take off, and we are going to take off right to the smooth sounds of RGKS Studios. I'll be right back with you with our scheduled programming.
Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 Yo, go, go, go. Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range. Cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain. You'll never hear me, bitch, nah, I don't complain. Just gotta flip the switch and you can go and obtain anything you need. Your mind's got the key ingredient, it's belief. They deceive with the negativity, but I just slide right by that energy. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. You got a mind, but even that could change. You could flip the gray matter like some batter in your brain. That's why they say, fake it till you make it A. And if you play that game, then you just might make a change. Rearrange all the bad to okay. Take the worst thoughts saying, turn them to a game. Take the best thoughts saying, put them on display. On repeat in your brain till you're feeling no more pain. Never slow yourself down, you can do some more. Push past all the pain and you find a door. Open it up and finally explore everything that you thought you could never do before. And even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go.
I see you, Nick. Go on, put them thumbs up, y'all. Let me see your thumbs ups. It don't cost you nothing. Hit the like button. We almost ready to hit the runway and take off from the cockpit. We reporting, y'all. We reporting. RGKS. All right, y'all. Here we go. Here we go. All right, it's time, man. It's time. Welcome, everybody. I appreciate everybody being in the building tonight. And I know we have been watching black people be taken advantage of and capitalized on. Of course, it was before Black Lives Matter, but man, during the Black Lives Matter movement, we watched it. We watched the lies about black people being disproportionately marginalized in this country. And we heard tons of black people jumping right on the bandwagon. While our young black men and our young black women are getting woke, they're getting poorer and poorer and poorer. And they're actually being marginalized by a system that claims to be for the black community. But we're going to find out tonight from some black people, that it's not all what it seems to be. It's not what they claim it to be. The story's been cooked up in the laboratory, just like a few other things that we know have been cooked up in the laboratory. Can I get an amen to that? But I do want to make sure I tell you tonight that there is still hope. I'm telling you that there's still hope. People are waking up, and what you are about to see is a testimony to the fact that people are waking up. People are wide awake. And it is so beautiful to know that there are African Americans and minority groups, and even my Caucasian, European, I'm going to say my white brothers and sisters. I know that may not be politically correct to say my white brothers and sisters, but guess what? I got white brothers and sisters, y'all. Contrary to popular opinion, I have white brothers and sisters, and black brothers and sisters as well. I can't even begin to tell you the difference in the relationships, but I'm going to address my family in the chat. I got to start with one brother. I put a proposal out for one of my brothers to show his face on YouTube. I'm like, what the hell? Why in the world are you doing YouTube channel? You have a YouTube channel and can't nobody see your face. Ice cold air conditioning. The proposal was, if you do what I ask you to do, I'm going to do some things for you. Well, I want to say, I didn't believe he was going to show his face. And I thought that if he did show his face, it'd be short-lived. He was only going to show his face maybe once or twice. But I have to say, I'm proud to say that the brother consistently showed his face. He consistently did what he said he would do, which is a sign of integrity. And I got to salute the brother. AC, hell of a job. What you're doing on YouTube, hell of a job. Your consistency, hell of a job. And you know what I got for you. I've already shown it to you. No sense to putting it out into the world. But I'm a man of my word too. Just wanted to see if you were a man of your word. AC, everybody give him a shout out, man. The dude is doing marvelous work on YouTube. I support him 100%. Not gonna let nobody come over here and disrespect him either. You better ask around. All right, AC, love. Nick is in the building. The Erie Ferrari, I have no idea, but salute to you, sister. Glad you're here with us tonight. The People's Podcast, brother. You are going to enjoy this thoroughly. You're welcome to come on the panel. And I think after you see that we break the ice here, we blast off from the cockpit, you may want to come in if you're able. I believe I saw Nana in the building. Sis, it's always a pleasure to have you around. Love to have you around. And guess what? The Real Greg Kelly Show is in the building too. He's in there somewhere. All right, we're not going to hold this show hostage. When I tell you we need to jump right into this, yeah, Nick, I talked to Nick. I talked to Taylor before I got on. I had to call my sister and chop it up with her before I went live. She always gives me inspiration, as do you. She going down there to get that Mexican with her mother. I told her to email me some. Oh, it's time to transition. The snowman is in the building. He gonna let me know when he want to pop up. Listen, we gonna jump into the introductory part of the segment. I think he's cooking up some steak. Everybody eating good but me. But I will be eating good later because y'all need to know Mama Sugar Baby can cook. Okay? I just want to tell y'all, man, there's still hope. People are waking up. I know it seemed hopeless at one point, but before I dive in, let me put the ugly one on himself. The dude trolled me, man. I can't believe this guy. Welcome to the stream, man. I can't believe
we're putting the ugly one on, so.
Whoa, what is that? What is going on? That dude like a space cadet back there with that thing on his head.
Yeah. Hey, look, you see he's missing a tooth now too, right?
Okay. What's going on, young snowman? He's right in the middle, bro.
Yeah, he's getting ready to release the other one beside it too. I said by the time Christmas gets here, he'll have both his front teeth gone.
Yeah.
We call him Little Blizzard.
Hey, look, man, before we jump in, man, once you holler at the chat and let them know what your thoughts were briefly, because we're going to jump into this. Well, about what you saw last night and, what we're about to get into.
Yo, what's up, chat? What's up, Erie Ferry, Nick, AC? What's up, brother, Israel? Yeah, man, we got Cyber up in the building. Nana's in the building. What's up? How's everybody doing tonight? Be honest with you, I was doing other engagements last night when Brother Kelly got a hold of me. He's like, dude, you got to watch this. You got to watch this debate. This debate's fire, dude. They're dropping bombs. I mean, they're literally annihilating every talking point. And I was like, interesting. And then he told me it was an all black panel. There was nobody white on it at all whatsoever. I was like, and they were talking about all the major talking points that, come out of the black community. I was like, interesting. So, me being, the white trouble starter I am, I went over there to watch it.
Stop. He's the white black dude. He ain't going to say it, but I'm going to say it for him.
Okay, but I mean, it ain't the first time I've heard that, man. But
hey, it is what it is.
Look, the bottom line is I went over there and I listened to it, and I got about maybe 10, 15, 20 minutes in, and I was sitting there debating with myself on whether or not I wanted to do a live stream of it last night or wait till tonight to do it with Brother Kelly, because they were dropping so many bombs that it's something that needs to be shared with people, and it's not just something that needs to be shared with people. It's something that needs to be discussed. among the people while it's being shared. It's something that while I hope to see that while you guys are watching this debate, that you guys are also engaging with each other in the chat and also, discussing each topic as they bring it up, just like me and Brother Kelly are, because these topics that are brought up are really topics that should have been discussed 20, 30 years ago, to be honest with you, and should have been brought to rest 20 years ago.
I agree with you.
And the simple fact that we're just now waiting to have these discussions is a wonder. It makes me wonder, just how long they want this to go on for. But see, the other thing we also need to think about too is a lot of these topics that we heard are topics that, as white folks, we generally hear from the Black community that we need to stay in our lane. These are in-house problems. This is a discussion for us. Well, we as white folks need to stop accepting that as the answer, because we need to start interjecting as well, because this isn't just an in-house problem. It is an in-house problem. It's an in-house American culture problem. And it doesn't matter what color you are, white, black, blue, or green. This is your lane, and we need to start speaking out about it and having the discussion as well, because it doesn't just affect the Black community, it affects all communities.
Well said. We don't have to go any further with that, because that's a fact. It's everybody's lane, because this is everybody's land. All right, guys, without further ado, I want to tell y'all how I found out about the debate, and it was ice cold air conditioning. And those of you who know who Ice Cold is, y'all know who I'm talking about. And for those who do not know, I'm talking about the Angry Conservative. The brother was doing a stream on it, and I was like, I have to do this because I'm a black dude. But without further ado, let's go ahead and get into this. Again, I'm slacking.
I bet my ice is still colder than his ice.
His ice.
Just saying.
All right. Yep, here we go. It is time to enjoy the ride. All right, guys, we're about to take off. You're watching Real Cold Facts, episode 5.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for coming to this amazing event. Good evening, America, and welcome to the Walkaway Culture War Showdown, Black Americans Left versus Black Americans Right live debate. My name is Gothix. I am a social and political commentator on YouTube. Tonight, we are broadcasting live from the Washington, D.C. at Ronald Reagan Building Amphitheater. We'd like to first start this evening by giving a very special thank you to this event's sponsor, Dr. Bob Shillman, and his organization, the Shillman Foundation. Dr. Bob's generous grant is what has enabled this debate to take place. The Walkaway campaign team is beyond excited to present the showdown America has been waiting for. Nothing has divided the American people more than the topic of race. This division has fallen solidly across political lines. Narratives assert that one political party is synonymous with racism, bigotry, white supremacy, and hate, while another political party is credited as being the party of tolerance, diversity, and opportunity. What is the truth hidden behind the contention? Is America a racist country? Do we remain chained within a structure of systemic racial oppression? Or are we all being lied to and manipulated as a means to a political end? Tonight, Walkaway is tearing down the walls of division and shining a spotlight on the topics that everyone else is too afraid to touch. Tonight, for the first time ever, a panel of left-wing political and cultural experts will debate a panel of right-wing political and cultural experts on topics such as critical race theory, the Black Lives Matter movement, racism, white supremacy, systemic oppression, the Black family, crime, economy, Trump, Biden, and so much more. Let's meet tonight's panelists. Starting off with the left team, we have attorney Robert Patillo. Attorney Patillo has worked with and advised Reverend Jesse Lee Jackson for over 20 years and is a highly sought-after speaker and organizer in the fields of civil and human rights. Attorney Patillo has worked as a political organizer and the political strategist for over 25 years, as well as practicing civil rights law for over a decade in his law practice at the Patillo Law Group, LLC. Patillo is also a national voice in media, hosting his weekly radio show People, Passion, Politics on News and Talk 1380 WAOK, as well as daily press appearances on Fox News, CNN, OAN, Newsmax, Real America's Voice, and various other outlets. Next, we have M. Reese Everson. Best-selling author, women's rights activist, legal analyst, and attorney M. Reese Everson is known around the world for her straight, no-chasers legal commentary delivered weekly on international outlets into 700 million households in more than 100 countries and 85 million in the U.S. Next, we have, we're actually waiting on one more person for the left, so we're going to introduce the right now, and this is Delano Squires. Delano is a research fellow in the Richard and Helen DeVos Center for Life, Religion, and Family at the Heritage Foundation. He is also a contributor to Blaze Media, who writes about faith, family, and culture, as well as Blaze TV's Fearless with Jason Whitlock podcast. His articles and his essays have been published by Newsweek, the Institute for Family Studies, Black and Married with Kids, The Root, The Griot, and The Federalist. Next up is Shamika Michelle. Shamika is an author, speaker, and certified professional life coach. She is the co-host of Cut the Bull podcast, contributor of Fearless with Jason Whitlock on Blaze TV, Walkaway All-Star, and political commentator seen on Fox News, Newsmax, and Sky News Australia. A dedicated daughter, a friend, a mother of three, she's often the topic of numerous articles, podcasts, TV, and radio shows that love or are sometimes shocked by her transparency. She's also been published in Jet and was formerly an official correspondent for the Six Brown Chicks, featured on the Oprah Winfrey Network. And then we have Malik Abdul. Malik is a former President George W. Bush and Barack Obama political appointee who in 2016 walked away from the Democrat Party to support Donald J. Trump. An expert in policy, government, and Capitol Hill, he has carved out a unique space as a GOP strategist and an on-air contributor dedicated to demystifying the conservative movement. Okay, now here is how the format of tonight's debate will work. We flipped a coin tonight before the event, and the right team won the toss, which means the right team will be going first. Will be the first to answer each question. Then each team will alternate who goes first on all of the following questions. So for each question, the teams will choose a first, second, or third speaker. The first speaker from each team will have 2 full minutes to speak. The second speaker will have 1 full minute to speak. And the third speaker will have 30 seconds to close out their team's arguments. Answers to each question will alternate back and forth from one team to another until all panelists have had an opportunity to respond. Panelists should not interrupt each other while speaking. However, panelists are allowed to use their own time to ask members of the opposing team questions about the topic if they so choose. Everyone understand the rules?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great.
All right. So the very first thing I want everybody to pay attention to from the left and the right is their occupation. We have a lawyer and we have an entrepreneur, author, very influential person in the community, in the community. And they're over here advocating for Black oppression and systemic racism when they have benefited from the system and have become very successful, very prominent people in their respective communities. And they're still claiming that Black people cannot succeed. But yet look at their success. Look how successful they are. And the last I checked, I just glanced at them. They're Black.
Hey, one other thing I'd like to point out that I want everybody to be aware of. Everybody, even including except for one person on the left. Everybody on those panels is married.
Yes. Every single one of them. And they're saying that the nuclear family is not a great necessity. It's not a necessity.
Every one of them, Greg, every one of them except for that girl in the pink blazer is married.
Right. Yeah.
Because her husband got divorced.
Yes. And again, I just wanted to point that out so the stage can be clearly set so you can clearly get an idea of how ludicrous some of these statements are. But again, we want you to decide for yourself. Make sure you share this. This is so important. I got my mother watching this.
Well, look, the reason why him pointing out the list of accomplishments of these black men and women, and the fact that 90% of them are, we'll say 80% of the panel, since it's a 6-person panel, are married, is because what you're going to see is something that we generally see by the left that wants to try and push rhetoric, that they're literally pushing rhetoric that they don't practice themselves.
Yes. Yes. Greg is black. Yes. People's podcast. Yes. Yes. I'm the black white dude.
He sure is. He's whiter than me. That's for damn sure.
Whatever. Look, we go jump right back into it. Just wanted to point that out, baby. Let's get right back into this.
Then let's get started. All right. Beginning with the subject of racism. The definition of racism seems to have changed over the years. Many once understood it to mean hatred or intolerance of another race or other races. Now, however, many progressives tell us that racism is a system of group privilege by those who have a disproportionate share of society's power, prestige, property, and privilege. And therefore, only white people can be racist. So, what is the definition of racism? Okay, so panelist 1 on the right side. You got 2 minutes.
I'll take it. So my definition of racism is basically either ethnic hatred, ethnic partiality. So if you treat people differently based on their ethnicity, or a certain type of ethnic superiority. Given that, I think any person could be racist. I reject the notion that only white people can be racist. Part of the reason I reject that is because it doesn't make sense. Because if the definition of racism has to do with power, prestige, but only white people can be racist, then that would mean that if a black police chief fires a white police cadet for some reason, let's say he wanted fewer white people on his police force, and the police cadet walked out and he mumbled an ethnic slur under his breath, that in that particular situation, the police cadet who has no power, that's why he's getting fired, is being racist, but the police chief cannot be racist because he's black, even though he has all the power. So I reject that particular notion. I think it's patronizing to think that black people or any other group other than white people can't exhibit, as I said, ethnic partiality or ethnic hatred. So if anybody believes that their particular group is superior and others are inferior, that to me is a definition of racism everyone should be able to agree to. That's what we always believed. But again, now racism means privilege plus power. And as I said, I reject that particular definition.
Okay, thank you. All right. Left team, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I think that we're conflating terms, because there's a term of prejudice and there's a term of racism. Racism defined by the Supreme Court in decisions by Sandra Day O'Connor and a progeny of cases thereafter, which deals with, in particular, the ability of the majority group to either negatively impact the lives of another group based upon their racial or ethnic features, versus prejudice, which is an internal idea, the conceptualization of what another group is, an internalized hatred. You can be prejudiced towards an individual, but without a power dynamic associated therewith, you lose the conceptualization of racism.
That's an absolute asinine statement. That is an absolutely asinine statement, because the idea of racism outside of the scope of having power is still inherently internal.
Well, if I can, Greg, I'd also like to point out, last time I checked, the Supreme Court's job wasn't to define words. Their job was to rule on whether or not the ruling of state level cases were constitutional or not.
Absolutely. I mean, I was going to start there, but you did it. And I was going to go there. So like minds think alike, absolutely not their job. However, his statement cancels itself because he's saying that you can't be racist or you can be prejudiced, but if you don't have any power, then you can't be a racist. And that's absolutely asinine, because I could be the poorest bum on the street as a white man or a black man and hate a white man if I'm black and I'm a racist.
That's fact.
Just because I don't have any position of power to negatively influence that person that I hate does not negate the fact that I have an internal birthing place inside of me that says I hate other people of different colors and races. To say that is to deny that racism is a heart issue and not a social issue.
Well, and look, dude, let's keep it a buck, dude. By his own definition, then he's probably a racist, because I'm sure he has a business or a business owner himself, and he probably does not employ black people. He probably employs everybody but them.
411 Talk Zone Radio show channel said that is false. You can be racist no matter what your social status is, which is exactly my point. Thank you for sharing that. And my main man said, get the likes up. Come on, let me see your thumbs up, guys. We're going to move on, but I wanted to point that out because, again, these are oxymoronic statements that this brother's making. And they're not
They're
based
racist statements. They're not oxymoronic. They're blatantly racist. Let's keep it 100, dude. He's practicing exactly what he's saying he isn't. In real time.
In real time. All right, guys, let's get back to it. I'm going to shut up.
Similar to the point which was just made, because we live in a society where throughout its history, you've had resources distributed based upon racial lines. In America, our lines for racism are drawn based upon the previous institution of slavery as it was, then Jim Crow thereafter. So I agree that, yes, if an individual is in power and uses that power to discriminate against another group, then they can be racist. We saw that this last week in Los Angeles, where you had the city council president who was Latina talking about a white individual with a black son. That's a racist situation, because you have somebody in a position of power able to negatively impact the lives of another person based upon their ethnic background. I think that when you conflate the terms, then you end up with specious outcomes. It's almost as Kant said, with the idea of the categorical imperative, that an individual does not need to actually hate someone to act racistly. Someone needs to only exercise the power dynamic associated therewith, and the negative impacts of that are what we describe as systemic racism that people have here in the United States of America. So I think once you get the definitions together, it puts you into a better position to try to find a way to solve these things. Because I think more important than trying to define or to trying to categorize is what the solution should be.
Right. Racism.
I'm
going to take Rashad's time.
No, we're alternating back and forth.
Okay.
She was about to kill it, though. She was going to kill it.
All right, panelists 2, you have 1 minute.
Yeah, so when we're talking about racism, it's important to understand, and people are typically conservatives and liberals have different interpretations of that. But if you agree that race is a social construct, then there are different arguments that you can have. The argument that race is a social construct, we can actually go back to maybe 1804 and 1805 or 1806, which was the Hudgens v. Wright decision. Hudgens v. Wright decision was a Virginia Supreme Court decision where the judge, there were 3 or 4 generations of Native American women who sued their slave master for freedom. What they had to prove is that they were not of African descent. In that particular decision, what the judge said, he used things that were stereotypical features of Native Africans, which were, and it's interesting, I encourage you to go back, look up Hudgens v. Wright if you want to have a broader discussion of race as a social construct, which it is.
And I'll take it from here, Malik. Thank you so much. Actually,
See, it's always got to be one loudmouth, one person that thinks that they're superior than everybody else in this community. I cannot stand people like this. Okay, and I'm just putting mine out here right off the bat. I'm so glad she gets smashed in this debate because she's a liar. I don't care what color she is. She could have been a white woman. I would have said the same thing if she were saying this. So before anybody said, "Oh, he just hate black women," that's a lie. Love black women. I just can't stand women that want to exert themselves and thrust themselves into the spotlight as though they have what the people need. Because when you listen to what comes out of her mouth, she is nothing more than a water carrier for the woke movement, for Black Lives Matter, and for the great demise of black people. I cannot stand people like this.
That's a fact, dude. And the truth of the matter is the only type of woman that anybody should have a problem with is a disrespectful, lying woman. That's it.
Yep. Don't matter what her skin color is. If she's not a truthful person, and if she's disrespectful, loud-mouthed, out of order, no class, and we're going to see no class here. No class, y'all. And
that Blazer has more class than she does.
Absolutely. She has no class whatsoever, and she's going to make herself look like a fool. The Bible even says, a fool is considered wise when he keeps his mouth closed. She should take a note. Let's get back into this.
I'd actually like to direct you to another case, the case of Dred Scott, which is really the true and clear definition of what racism is in America. Why is that? Because in Dred Scott, you had the determination that there is no right that the Negro has that the United States has to respect. Now, why is that the definition of racism? Because the creation of race in the United States of America started when Africans were brought on a boat from multiple boats from Africa to the United States and expected to be in a position of second-class citizenship or subservience for the duration of their time here. Why? Because there was some guy over in in Europe who said, I give you the right. The Catholic Church was part of it, but I give you the right to go into these countries and take these people based on their lineage and based on the fact that they're from Africa. You can take them and subject them to servitude for the rest of their lives.
Let me stop there and let me address Erie Ferry. You're absolutely right. Forgive me for my misogynist masculinity and, my something or other that I can't even name, but I did it. But let me address the lie that she just told. The Catholic Church gave no right, no authority to any person of any color to go into Africa and take black slaves to America. It was the African pharaohs. The pharaohs of Egypt, the Mongolians, not the Mongolians, the Mandingo tribes, the tribes out of Zimbabwe. It was black leadership that sold their own people to Europeans for money. We need to stop telling this lie to our black people. Ain't no Catholic Church gave anybody the authority to invade the strongest nation on the planet at this time. It is a fallacy. That is falsehood. We need to stop telling that lie.
If I may, the other thing that I find interesting is, like I've expressed before, America is a very young country, but in the grand aspect of things. We're only 246 years old. All right. It's going to be another 4 years before this country finally hits its 250th anniversary. And why is it that America is the only country on the face of the planet where slavery is constantly pointed out as the problem with all of today's issues, when we're one of the first countries to ban it, go out of our way to try and get rid of it globally, and it's still taking place in Africa today, and nobody seems to care about that.
Yeah, Nick just said it. Yep, but you don't hear that being taught anywhere. I mean, Erie Ferry, sick. They got sold out, and that's the truth. And if we keep saying that history repeats itself, if you pay close attention to the black community today, we are still selling each other out. We are still selling ourselves for money. We'll get on stage. Oh, Lord, they go to Uncle Tom. Uncle Tom, salute, brother. Hey, he was on that panel last night. Sharp, brother. We definitely got to link up. But if you look at what goes on in our societies today, we're still selling each other out for money. I just watched Juvenile and the old Hot Boys do a video about getting vaccinated when they know, well, maybe they don't know, but when they should know that vaccines has been used as weapons against the African-American community ever since Big Pharma got a foothold in the medical field through insurance companies. And they were, I mean, it's just unbelievable. We're going to call it the ethnic treason that we commit against ourselves. And we continue to blame this on other people, on other races of people. Other races of people. Listen, I'm going to say it again. The Catholic Church had no power in ancient day Africa. They were terrified of those men. They were terrified of the warriors and the soldiers and the armies of the African leaders, the African dynasties. I'm going to say that again. These were African dynasties. These were the world's superior people. You're not going to convince me in any kind of way that the Catholic Church had the power to force Africans to to surrender their authority and their rights. That's not what happened. That's not the story. And we need to stop telling it. And we got a black woman up here trying to brainwash other black people into believing that the strongest country on earth was somehow subverted by the Catholic Church. They got to stop telling these lies, man. They got to stop telling these lies.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, let's get back to this. I digress.
So when black people were brought here, it was based on the premise of race, and they were expected to be in servitude from that point until they left. We're still here. There's still racism.
All right, thank you. I'm going to do you guys a solid and let you know when.
And she just told another lie. We're still here. But you got more degrees than a thermometer? How many degrees did a slave have in back in the day? We're still here?
I don't think them degrees are actually a measure of intelligence anymore. They're just a measure of how much money you have. It's a social thing. It's for social status and clout. You know, kind of like how people go out and buy a nice big house to prove they have money.
Look, the point that I'm making is if we were still where we were back then, she wouldn't even have the opportunity to get those degrees. She wouldn't have the money to do it either.
She wouldn't be sitting on a panel on national television doing a debate with other black folks, hosted by black folks, that was presented to the world by a white oppressor for them to actually be able to debate whether or not this happens or doesn't happen.
It's asinine. Let's keep going. It's asinine, people. Hey, hit the thumbs up, man. Give us a like. Give us a sub, too. Real cold facts. Listen, we're going to do big things, but this had to be done. And I hope my mother's in the audience watching. This is why I do what I do. Because I'm tired of my people being misled. I'm tired of my people being lied to and following nutcases like these people up, like some of these people up here. Because it's not all of them.
They ain't just your people. They're all our people, man. And that right there, that's something we need to all start getting in the habit of saying is we're all each other's people.
That's why I say my people. When I talk about the white brothers and sisters, I say my people. I don't ever discriminate. I mean, I don't discriminate. You know what I'm saying? I love you. I love you. Matter of fact, I love you
too, brother. I just
not really. Not really.
Man, piss off.
Not after what you did to me today about that video. I do not mess with you after that, for real.
Dude, that was real love that I showed you earlier.
Okay, yeah, whatever. Yeah, let's go, y'all. Whatever. Love me.
Uncle Tom, this is Angry Snowman. What's up, brother?
Uncle Tom, yes. All right, here we go.
Around.
Oh, boy. And he need a black man to do black man things in his life. All right, we back.
You're halfway through your time. All right, so third panelist, you have 30 seconds.
Okay, I'm fine with the traditional definition of racism, the belief that human traits are determined by race and the abilities that you have comes from race. That's the traditional definition, and I'm completely fine with it. I'm also completely fine with acknowledging what Robert has said and saying that I must be racist and prejudiced because for me, there are certain things that only a black man can do. So I feel like when it comes to racism, when you wonder if black people, okay.
Finish your thought.
And do I get the rest of the 30
yeah, so
go for it.
All right. And we're back to the point of the Dred Scott case. So with the Africans being brought here from that point on to subject to be a second-class citizen, racism has been the denial of power, right to access education, equality, resources,
15 seconds.
opportunity. That has all been the vestiges of racism since we got here. You don't just look at racism starting with yesterday or 10 years ago. You have to look at why the people that are here people are being racist against them and the historical picture of racism.
Thank you
Pause.
so much.
Does that come back on this side?
Pause.
I think
As you guys can see, that what's going on here when it comes to answering questions of racism, it goes back to the normal tropes, the normal antics, the normal gaslighting of we have to go back in history 50 to 100 years, maybe even 200 years in order for us to even answer this question. Because in order for them to be able to prove racism and that systemic racism and white supremacy and the suppression narrative actually exists, they have no choice but to be historical about it. Because to be honest with themselves, they would have to admit that it doesn't exist anymore today, not on the level that they're trying to claim it does. That's why they have to go back in history and repeat history over and over and over again.
Absolutely. I believe everything you just said, and you're going to see it play out right here in real time. And I believe that's my sister, Jennifer Mayer. I'm so glad you're here. And sister, I need to talk to you. We need to chop up. I've dropped the ball, and I apologize. Let's get back into this. But again, just watch this thread, y'all. This is beautiful. This is beautiful. Real Colfax.
think that is
Everybody.
That's
Next
everybody.
question.
Yeah, that's everybody. She has to go again because we're missing a panelist still.
But he just showed up.
He-
So
Oh, he
He'll
just
be
showed
out.
up? Okay. All right. So let's move on to the next question. Is America a systemically racist country? And depending on your belief, how do our laws and our Constitution either support systemic racism or protect Black Americans from systemic racism by guaranteeing freedom and equality? Right, team? First panelist, you have 2 minutes.
No, I agree with Kamala Harris and Representative Jim Clyburn and Joe Biden and Tim Scott that America is not a systemically racist country. There are vestiges of racism that obviously exist in a country. When you build a country where many people consider slavery America's greatest sin, the original sin, when you build a country that is purposely discriminated against people of African descent, it's hard to argue that there won't be vestiges from those years. Now, we've come a very long way. The question about whether or not we're still a systemically racist country, I think that there are, well, not I think, the fact that all of us are sitting here on this panel is a testament to how far we've come. The fact that there is a mixed group of people in this room is a testament to how far we've come. No, America is not a systemic racist country, but there are vestiges that still exist today that both Republicans and Democrats have been working on. That's why Donald Trump did the work that he did when he was in office around the First Step Act, and many things that he did around our HBCUs, many things that he did around, even if you look at NIH, making minorities competitive for NIH grants. These are the things that the federal government does, our local government does, to deal with those vestiges. Are there problems? Absolutely. It's hard to deny that. Are there disparities that exist? It's hard to deny that when you see it in your face. But are we this angry, systemically racist country that can't move on? We're still back in the 1800s. We're absolutely not. And again, the fact that we're all here on this stage together is a testament to just how far we come. We still have a way to go, but we've come a very, very long way.
Can I get a 1 in the chat if that's a fact?
That's a fact. Look,
Can I
dude.
get a 1 in the chat? Somebody, can I please get a 1 in the chat if that is a fact, what we just heard?
You want to know the one thing I respect the most about what this brother just said? And what caught my attention the most about what this brother just said? Would you like to?
Oh, absolutely.
Him touching on local politics.
Yes.
Making people aware of how much more important local politics is, where all the real things that affect your life and all the legislation that needs to be either changed or amended takes place that really affects you is on a local level. People ignore local politics and think it doesn't matter because they're so focused on the federal level government. They need to focus more so on what's going on in their own city, their own township, their own village, what's in their own backyard. Because I'm telling you, that mayor, that commissioner, that governor of the state, the city, the county you live in, that sheriff there, what they put into policy actually affects your life more than what Nancy Pelosi and all them people up on Corruption Hill do.
People need to get that because it really inspires us to get involved. It inspires us to really, get involved at the local level and to stop being, so just wrapped up in, what's going on Capitol Hill, what's going on, in the White House. What has to happen is we have to get involved at the local level. Israel, what are your thoughts on that if you're sticking around, if you're still in there? I see your mic's muted, but what do you think about that if you're in there?
I'm sorry. I'm here. What was I thinking about? What specifically? I'm sorry.
Just about what the brother just said, how far black people have come and the fact that, all of those black, beautiful people are on the stage with that mixed congregation there is a testimony of how far we've come as far as racial relations go in this country.
Well, these conversations get challenging because we don't have a true definition of what racism is. And oftentimes people confuse prejudice and bigotry with racism. So if he were speaking about prejudice and bigotry, I would agree with him 100%. Racism is about economics. It's not about black and white per se. Often the argument gets framed, it's a black versus white thing. No, it's an economic term. It always has been about economics. It's a competitive relationship between groups of people. They're competing for wealth, power, and resources. That's what racism is. So using that definition in today's world, the most racist people in this country are black women. But we oftentimes, like I said, we mix prejudice. I don't like somebody because they're black and, oh, you're racist. No, you're prejudiced. You're a bigot. That's not racism. And I think we need to be clear on that when we have these conversations. Otherwise, they just become circular arguments and they become disingenuous arguments.
I'm gonna marinate on that. I believe I see it from a perspective. I understand your perspective, but I think I
respectfully disagree with that, though.
It goes deeper in a sense that it's not just that, because long before there was ever an economic struggle with black people, when black people dominated the globe, racism existed.
Well, but again, we got to be clear on that. So just, for example, you brought up this term Africa. That's a made-up term. It doesn't mean anything. And
it's the name of a region is what it is, and all names.
No, it's the last name is a Greek bibber. It didn't exist. Hold on a second. It didn't exist. The term Africa, as we know it today, didn't exist before the 14th century.
I mean, the name America didn't exist for a very long time.
Allow me to finish. Allow me to finish my point. So Leo Africanus is where it comes from. He was basically a white Arab, and he originally used that term to describe Lebanon, and eventually it got applied to the entire region, the landmass, the continent. But Africa is not one country; it's 50 plus countries. So like when we just say African people, who are we talking about? And we only do that with quote unquote Africa. We don't say North Americans, because that would be disingenuous. Because
depends on what circle you're in.
Generally speaking, we don't just consider Canadians, Americans, and Mexicans all North Americans. We identify those as distinct countries
I
because culturally,
on that level right there. The differentiation between countries on a continent, because Africa is a continent.
It's a continent. There are 50 plus countries,
and we still differentiate between America, Central America, and Canada, Mexico, all that stuff.
Yeah, I was just saying that doesn't speak to the topic. Right.
Well, it does speak to the topic because you said something incorrect earlier. Pope Nicholas V, actually, he did create an edict in the 1400s authorizing slavery. That is true. There were no Egyptian pharaohs, as you said. Egypt had been destroyed by the 1400s.
Before that, slavery existed before that edict, brother.
We're talking about slavery in its modern day form.
No, we're not. We're talking about slavery itself. We're not modernizing or demodernizing.
Well, you have to because
no, you don't.
Because slavery in ancient times was different from the transatlantic slave trade or the sub-Saharan slave trade. Usually, slavery in ancient times was a conquest of war. It wasn't solely an economic engine. So the first time we saw that was in 1492 in the sub-Saharan slave trade. The Arabs did that first. They were the first ones to do that.
Again, my discussion has nothing to do with whether that form of slavery was modernized or not.
I'm not saying your discussion. I said we have to be clear on what slavery we're talking about.
I heard you. Let me speak. I'll let you speak.
No, you didn't. Actually, you cut me off as I was speaking.
I did, but I backed off, Israel. I backed off, asking you to do the same. I'm not saying anything about what you're saying is incorrect, but I'm not going to make a difference between slavery in the 1400s or slavery in the 1200s because people were still deprived of their fundamental right to live free.
And not necessarily because in certain...
Israel, let me finish. It did not originate in the 1400s. Slavery was something that was invented years before, the edict was made known and it was legalized, and it became an economic thing. Yeah, in the 1400s with the slave trade, but slavery was big business long before that. You need to go further back in the history, not just start there, because people had.
I wasn't starting there, but that's when you cut me off.
Conquest is one deal. But when people of authority, especially on that continent that we now call Africa, these Egyptian pharaohs had slaves. All right. And these people were whipped and beaten and they were forced into labor. And that is slavery. That's not indentured servitude. That is slavery. And that's a humanitarian crisis. And it did not originate from the white man. Well, and this is nonsense.
I haven't said it originated. I actually said the Arabs did it first.
I'm talking about this debate and the people on the left. I'm not debating you. I'm debating them. See what I'm saying?
And that's why I said we got to be specific on what we're talking about, because a lot of times we're using one version of history that's just totally incorrect, and this is why these conversations over racism keep coming up over and over and over, and it just becomes circular arguments. And eventually in today's modern world, they just boil down to a white versus black thing. And that's just incorrect.
And I agree with that.
It's just incorrect altogether,
because nobody's talking about the Europeans that were enslaved by the Egyptians. Nobody's talking about what took place before the Africans became subject to being slaves, what they did to the Irish people. How they pillaged those people's lands and raped their women and took their possessions. Nobody ever mentions that. We just want to talk about when the European man took African slaves from Africa, and nobody wants to mention that black slaves had been sold to Europeans hundreds of years before the transatlantic slave trade.
Oh, I mean, I agree with that 100% with what you just said. I agree with that. And and Snowman will tell you, I've had these conversations, plenty of times with guys. We got to tell a complete version of history, because you're correct. Slavery has existed at different times in different forms. Slavery it has existed. And just to make it, Snowman?
I'm just saying, since we have had civilized society,
there's
been slavery in one form or another, plain and simple.
Oh yeah, I agree.
And yeah, I don't even
agree
that the stuff because I'm like, look, slavery is slavery. People being mistreated because of, the fact that they're not. And I agree to a degree that it is an economic deal because the people in power normally abuse that power. So, yeah, I agree with that to a certain degree. But when it comes to the actual fundamental fact or the fundamental practice of slavery, I mean, it goes way beyond the 1400s. And they called it many different things. And I'm just like, listen, these people are trying to, brainwash a whole society, a whole generation to believe that they're still victims of the vestiges of slavery because of an economic situation. But the whole problem with that statement is that now everybody has the opportunity to start in the slums and come out of the slums. And we see stories like that all over the world in multitudes. It's not a small portion of people. Plenty of black people are successful in this country.
See, now I think people confuse today's definition of racism with oppression, because oppression is what will actually affect you on an economic level. When someone oppresses you, that prevents you from being able to do what you need to do to be able to make things happen and move. Racism is sitting and basically being prejudiced against someone or not liking someone just because of their skin tone or their religion.
Well, that's my point. That's what prejudice and bigotry. That's not racism. That's specifically what you're describing now is prejudice and bigotry.
Let's welcome Uncle Tom to the panel, man. He's still working on something, but Uncle Tom is in the building.
What's up, Uncle Tom?
What's going on? What's going on, brothers?
Hey, Snowman, turn your mic up a little bit. You sound low.
You do. It is low. I will say that.
I think he's on the cell phone.
I'm actually on my computer now. It's because I get tired of people saying I'm either too loud or so I try to keep.
Come on, man. We got the white guy on here. You're supposed to have the good mic. You're making us look bad, man.
So before we jump back,
that better?
Into this clip, Uncle Tom, you want to add anything to what's been said before we jump back into the clip? Because we definitely jumped off for a second, but good discussion, and I want you guys to remember. Don't judge my tone. Listen, I got deep passion about this. Like I am so sick, man. I am so.
No, I wasn't judging your tone. I think it's fun.
Yeah, none of us are being facetious with each other.
Yeah, I think the tone is fine.
Being argumentative.
Actually, I ain't got nothing to add. I just been listening in the background. I mean, everything you said is pretty much. I agree anyway. So
what I was saying earlier is really these are the discussions that need to be had and should have already been had.
As you said 20 years ago, 30 years ago.
Yeah. It's a fact, man. It should have definitely been that way. We're gonna jump back into the.
And it pisses me off, because I find myself repeating stuff. I'm like, look, decade after decade, like when are you guys gonna pick up a damn book? Not you guys, but I mean just to these people who just get into these nuanced over and over. They act like Reconstruction didn't happen. So it's like we just went through slavery and we're here now, and everything in the middle, all of the progress that was made didn't happen.
Yeah.
Oh, because of slavery, we're experiencing what we're experiencing now. Well, what about that 100-year period from 1865 to 1960, roughly 100-year period, 90-year period, where progress was made?
That's something that they don't want to talk about because the simple fact is that's when we were doing the most.
Right.
We had the most businesses. We actually were the workhorse of America that was actually getting paid because the white folks didn't know how to build. That's why they came to us to build it because we were the builders. So, it went from one side to another until we decided the grass was green on the other side. And that's when you get the rest of it.
So I get pissed off, and I'm like Brother Greg. I get pissed off when I hear that. What about this time period? What about 1875, when most historically black colleges were started?
And they were started by white men too.
A lot of them were started by ex-slaves. They did it in the first 10 years.
Well, okay.
A lot of them. Claflin University.
You mean the smaller ones? I'm talking about
the big.
Well, most of them were small when they first started out.
By some of the founding fathers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but just
don't matter. It was historically black colleges. Yeah.
The fact that they were started is the point. Yeah, we had these things going on. We had cities. They act like Tulsa, Oklahoma was just an anomaly.
Well, you know, the fact that these things were going on even back then when this country actually had active slavery going on should also make you question if the history we're being told is the actual history.
What do you mean?
Well, think about it for a second. If you have these businesses, these colleges, you know, universities that are being put up, erected, that were, you know, there specifically for black men. If there is recorded evidence and proof that there were black men that were in Congress, in writing and passing legislation, you know, maybe there's a little bit more nuance to what was going on back then other than what they were telling us. Maybe they're trying to paint a picture specifically for the divide, and it's always been
Of course. And you and I talked about that before because they wanted to keep poor blacks and poor whites separate.
Yeah, it's not even about black and white. It's literally about classes. And classes.
Well, no, it was about black and white because we outnumbered them. So
I'm talking about
time out.
Yeah, at one point it was. Let me read this comment, and I got 2 comments I got to read. We're gonna jump back into this because y'all know I'm on a time limit here. And my main man, Snowman, he gonna take over. Hey, pull up. Make sure you pull the clip up. If you haven't already grabbed it, get this because you're gonna have to drive for a while here shortly. All right, 411 Talk Zone Radio Show.
You're gonna have to give me access to the channel, your channel, to do that, dude. You still haven't give me a moderator access yet.
You're gonna have to show me how to do it. It says most of us blacks today have never seen real racism such as Jim Crow and slavery. We use it as a comfort to stay victims because we are trying to get the white people to like us. My grandfather said the same thing to me. Different words. He also says, black people were the original Republicans. Absolute fact. We built Rosewood, Omaha, Greensboro, Tulsa during the Jim Crow. Those are examples of what black people did during actual racism. Wow. One more. He did another one. The brother dropping Scud missiles over here.
Yeah.
Black fraternities, HBCUs, and intact families during Jim Crow. The question is it racism or classism, which speaks right to what Uncle Tom just mentioned, and I think Israel started out talking about it being an issue of status, social status, and class, which I would say is synonymous, so to speak. Yeah. And if we don't get into that vein and understand, just like Snowman said, it's almost like within the black culture itself, there are entities that are trying to keep us oppressed, even though we live in free.
Yeah,
and that's
it's a cop out. It's a cop out because they don't want to do the work. You got a group, and I'm not saying all, but you got a group of black people who just want to make excuses on why they can't do whatever they want to do.
Yeah, that's the victim mentality right now.
It's a victimhood.
So, yeah.
All right, let's jump back into this. You guys are killing the panel. Everybody in the chat, make sure you keep on talking away. 411 Talk Zone Radio channel, brother. You killing it for me.
Okay, thank you. Left team, you have 2 minutes.
Is America a systemically racist country? Well, let's just ask this question. If a person has rights under the Constitution, which is a contract, let's start there. The Constitution is a contract. It says in the event that we don't agree to be governed anymore, we have the right to overthrow the government. And we saw on January 6th that certain people decided to enforce that contract. They went to the steps of the Capitol and said, you know what? We don't like the way our government is working, and we decide that we want to change it. The problem is that there are certain people who do not have the same rights. And no matter what you believe, like I said, the Dred Scott case is very critical because that case said there is no right that America has to respect for the Negro. And so then you get people who, fast forward, are still not equal. So how do we know they're not equal? Well, according to the 13th Amendment, that was supposed to free the slaves, right? But there's a loophole in the 13th Amendment. It says that that every man shall be free except in the instance of if he's convicted of a crime. So what do we have there? Well, you just pass slavery from being on a plantation and you move it right over to the criminal justice system.
All right, we got to stop there. Gentlemen, we have to talk about that. We have to talk about the 13th Amendment and this quote unquote loophole that this young lady is talking about existed. There's now a loophole, and the loophole is committing crimes. Now, I will be the first to tell you the criminal justice system has needed reformation for a very long time. But to say that that was the actual status quo is to say that, oh, we just moved the slaves to the prison and created another slave trade. However, that's not true. You shouldn't be free to roam in society if you are a criminal. And it doesn't matter what color you are. I mean, this whole defund the police movement, it's about freeing criminals to commit more crimes. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, when she's talking about, she didn't articulate it well. She really should have mentioned the black codes that came up right after this.
Yes.
And what they did is they created vagrancy laws, and basically, like the brother said earlier, they had to have somebody do the work. So now everybody's free, and the plantation owners didn't know how to perform their own work. So you got this labor pool of people. You got to put them to work. So they created black codes and vagrancy laws, and you had to have ID. Well, they're fresh off of slavery. They don't have ID. So now you're back on, in many cases, on the same plantation you were just freed from. That did happen.
Yeah, I call
on
it
a local level in small areas.
It wasn't per se ID, because it wasn't. No one even thought of an ID back then. It was just your paperwork. But
well, that's what ID was. It was.
True.
It wasn't a picture ID, but it was an ID.
Yeah. But on top of that, most slaves went back to the slave owner anyway, because that's where they got their work from. And some of them never left the plantation until later on in life. We all know that. I mean, I've heard hell, even my family still owns the plantation that they were a part of. They actually own it now, but at that one point in time, that's where they worked. So it's crazy.
My great grandmother, Noni McNeil, served her slave master while I was born. I was born in 1977, and the man took care of her. That was her job. She worked. And so there's a lot of nuance in between all of this treachery that this woman is spewing out of her mouth. Yeah, it was treacherous in the country. And she's forgetting that. Go ahead, brother.
I'm sorry. No, go ahead. I think we're on the same vein right there. Go ahead.
I fall back. You definitely freeze. Please speak. Please.
She's skipping so far ahead. She's going from the black codes in 1875 and going right to the prison industrial complex, which didn't come about until 1970.
That's what I was going to say.
Right.
That was exactly what I was going to say. There's so much in between that was just like, we're gonna graze over that. We're not even gonna touch that.
I mean, but this is the type of information that we're pouring out to black people. And I just want to say this for anybody that's of color. Let me tell you something. You will not be empowered by learning the atrocities that our people went through. You will be empowered by learning the atrocities that our people overcame. You see what I'm saying? There's nothing wrong with speaking to the history, but what we have to speak to even louder is the fortitude of Black America. The determination of black people that inspired, the inspiration of black people was that we can look back in those times and we can say, man, not only have we overcome, we have become more than what we were, what we even imagined we could be based on that time that we lived in, what we didn't live in, but our ancestors lived in. And the way that they deliver this is that we are still where they were then. And it's not the truth, y'all. It's just not the truth. And we need to stop this. I mean, these people, they are the cancer that is annihilating the future of our people. All people, anybody, because there are white people that believe this and are shaming themselves and belittling themselves and trying to give away their fortune to someone less fortunate. Listen, don't give me your handout. Give me your opportunities. If you got an opportunity for me, I'll take it and I'll make it.
Sorry, I missed everything that you guys have been saying for the last 10 minutes because I was making a little quick 1-minute video that I sent you to show you how to do what you need to do.
Okay. All right.
No, but I 100% agree with you on that one. It's a shame that the information that they that she put on there, it highly accurate, sure, but
but
biased as hell. Yeah,
it's misrepresented.
Biased. Yeah, it's crazy.
You know what I'm
But
saying?
I'm
I mean,
like
to
you
say a
guys.
law
I mean,
that happened before everything was rectified and amended, it's null and void. It makes no damn sense to even bring up.
and then she makes it seem as if the 13th Amendment ended slavery. That's not what it says. It didn't. She made it seem as if it was a bait and switch. They promised us one thing, but they gave us another thing.
That's
See,
what
that's always been my problem
about
with
Israel. That's what takes me there. It's because she's not telling the whole truth. You put it beautifully. The bait and switch game. That's not what happened.
That's been my problem.
Well,
with everything after the 10th Amendment
technically, they did end slavery. We just didn't end it in the mind, in the criminal
No,
criminal charge.
slavery was never
must not
it was
be able to
never
hear me.
codified before the 13th Amendment. So
That's what I'm
this is
saying.
the first time it was
That's what I'm saying.
codified.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I'm saying it wasn't ended for people that were put in a prison cell. Hey, so what? I don't care. I don't want my prisoner to be sitting there eating bonbons all day and not doing nothing.
Hello?
They should be making everything that needs to be made in this country. If you need medicine made, they should be making it. We need crops picked. They need to be picking it. It is what it is. And to say that they should just sit in the cell all day is just wasted labor. Make them people work. I would say other things on this, but I'm not this channel. I don't know how this channel works.
Hello?
So
Can you hear me?
I'm not even gonna do it.
No,
Make them people.
here's the hypocrisy.
Make them people
right?
work.
We don't care.
I'm tired of the
China
all.
does
Look,
same
here's the
thing today.
problem. I'm tired of all you brothers oppressing the only white person on this damn panel.
Listen, man. We expect you to come with quality equipment. So if you ain't gonna be having quality equipment with your
I
microphone,
don't understand what's wrong with my equipment, dude. Is that better?
Yeah, I mean,
you sound good right now. I'll bet you
it's
with
a whole lot better than what you look like. That's for sure.
Hey, you can, but no, what I was trying to say earlier when you guys were talking about the 13th Amendment was this has been my problem with everything added to the Constitution after the 10th Amendment to begin with. Everything after the 10th Amendment, it's all been there under smoke and mirrors and a guise that they're actually changing and making things better when what they do is they put something in that they think you want, and they've actually been slowly but surely taking state sovereignty away from the people with every amendment that they've added.
Yeah, and some slaves were able to read and write.
You know,
while they were on the plantations, and some blacks still think that they're slaves. Slavery is a mindset today. 411 Talks on radio show channel.
And see, the thing is, as far as the 13th goes, what they did was they said that they banned slavery, but what they did is they legalized it for the first time for anybody of any
They
color.
codified it, right?
Right.
Now it wasn't just black folks or brown folks that could be put in slaves. Everyone could become a slave. All you had to do is be an enemy of the state.
So does that end racism? We got to jump back into this clip.
No,
I got to get out of here at 9:30.
No, if you want my opinion, I think that actually sowed the seeds of more racism.
Odds is in the building. Hey sis, glad you're with us. Oh, he came up. I knew he couldn't take it. I knew it. I already knew he couldn't. I knew he couldn't stand it. He was dropping too many bombs to not get up close and personal in the war zone. I already knew it. What's going on?
Who was that?
411 Talks on show channel.
Hey, what's going on, brothers?
What's going on, man? Let me turn this down.
Leon.
Salute.
Salute. Now, talking about slavery. Now, I'm glad we are having this discussion. Now, when it comes to black people, this is a discussion that they have a hard time dealing with. I'm not talking about the brothers on the panel. You go into every hood and you start talking about slavery, they're going to get into their feelings. And the reason why they're going to get into their feelings is because they believe the nonsense that they've been told through your college system, your education system, your public school system. And what I was saying in the chat, you have people like LeBron James and John Legend who are millionaires. Go to the hood, but yet they're talking about being oppressed. I'm a black man, and I have never felt oppressed, and I've never felt inferior. I went and got my education the same as a white man did. I have a job. Certainly, I might not be making in the $100,000 range. However, I've been given an opportunity, and when it comes to African Americans, we're some of the richest black people in the world, but we still think we're slaves.
We have the most millionaires per capita.
Yeah, and when you hear this black woman talk, and I'm not knocking all black women, but a number of them are really on the left, and they are feminists, and really, and this is gonna hurt some people. Really, they really
Bring it out.
Really, they want to divide themselves from black men anyway. They do. They want.
Oh, now we cooking.
They do.
I agree with you.
Look at Fox Soul. Look at the contract for Black America that
Ice Cube brought
pooped
up.
on. They pooped on that.
That's right.
No, they said they wasn't part of the black community.
No, that's what I'm saying. But what I'm saying, they pooped on that. And not only them, Joe Biden pooped on her, Kamala Harris pooped on everyone that actually tried to get to buy into it. He wasn't saying it was just for black people. I mean, just for America, period. It's for black Americans. And it was a contract for black Americans, not every other American out there, which is cool. But the only thing I can say, Trump bought into it. He didn't take everything from it, but he pulled out the best parts of it and put it into his contract for black America. And that got overlooked because, the big orange man was racist. So
Trump
unbelievable.
Gave some money to HBCUs.
Yes, he did a ton of it.
Yeah. And it's crappy. And what Joe Biden calls now is that he ended some of the stuff and then to say that, hey, look what I did. I brought it back. It was already there. You just ended it and then brought it back. But most degenerate black folks are ignorant. And that's the problem. They're just flat out
Hold on,
ignorant.
I got to interrupt you guys for a second, all right? Because this is what I think we ought to do. Because otherwise we'll be here all day long trying to get these guys to land a plane. All right.
Oh yeah, we ain't landing yet.
No. What I want to do is we're going to have the answer and let everyone on that panel on the video answer it, and then we'll stop it after each question and let everybody on our panel have what they have to say, and then we'll go like that. Because if we don't, we're going to be sitting here all night long on the first damn question.
Yep, I got you. All right. So did you email me the video? What'd you send?
No, I sent it to your phone.
Okay, I got you. All right, y'all. We sorry. We digressed. We messed it up. But we jumping right back into the fire, man.
I'm just saying, just as well as I do, man. You get a bunch of men up here talking about stuff, and there's going to be 50 planes that never get landed.
Yeah, we're going to keep going. You right. And I was thinking that. Uncle Tom, salute. 411, thanks for being here. Israel, Snowman, fuck you.
Yeah.
Hey,
hey, you know what? I'm here doing what I was asked to do, brother.
Yeah, you are. All right, guys, here we go. We're going to jump back in, man.
And we shuttle people through our criminal justice system on a daily basis. So slavery never disappeared. It was never outlawed. What does that mean? That means that certain people are still legally second-class citizens in America. And we still have that, and we know that exists. So the mere fact of the matter is yes, we still have a systematic integration of slavery into our country simply because everyone's not even legally a citizen. Everyone's not free. That's why there's still systematic racism.
All right, thank you very much. Before we continue, I just want to welcome our third panelist for the left, Rashad Singleton. Rashad is a 7-time published author and entrepreneur from Campbellton, Florida. Sorry about that. Rashad was selected to be a part of the New York Knicks Summer League team in 2009. He also played professional overseas basketball for 12 years. Rashad wrote The Hypocrisy of Democracy, How the American Dream Became the African American Nightmare, Ode to the Black Queen, God's Greatest Creation, and Arise Brother, This Is Your Call to Black Kings. He created the National Reparations League in 2020 with the sole purpose of uniting people across the country to fight and demand reparations for the descendants of enslaved people and Jim Crow. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to kick it back to the right side. Panelist 2, you have 1 minute.
Sure. Is America a systemically racist country? No, it is not. It is a country teeming with opportunity. You don't have to deny America's ugly racial history to be able to affirm that. But the notion that criminals are second-class citizens, and I hear this trotted out often, along with a stat that, the majority of Black people who are incarcerated are there for low-level drug crimes, which is false. In fact, if you look at state prisons where the vast majority of the prison population is, murder is the second leading cause of incarceration for Black males, and homicide is the leading cause of death for young Black men between the ages of 15 and 24. So if your position is that because guys who either rob or steal or carjack in their communities who may look like me
50.
are second-class citizens, then I would have to accept that. Other thing I'll say is this: if America was actually a systemically racist country towards black and brown people, the left would not promote immigration in the way that it does. Because if I went to a restaurant that gave me bad service, the last thing I would do is tell all my friends and family to go there as well.
Oh, good point. Good point. If America is so systemically racist, why we want all the Mexican and Hispanic and Honduran and Somalian and Haitian? Why are we telling them all to come here? Very good question. All right, so I have to do something here. I've got to set this up here so my main man can drive the car even though his license are revoked. And
you acting like I'm some clown ass fool that ain't got no L's. What is wrong with you?
Give me your damn driver's license.
You damn racist cracker.
Yeah, man. I know. I'm sorry, but I got to get y'all dudes driving on revoked license. I got to get
trying to pay me back for that. I need a black man in my gang.
He fired me on that one. But so what are your thoughts on what he just said about the country being systemically racist?
I'm not trying to touch on it until everybody on that panel gets done answering the question. Otherwise, we'll be here all day long waiting on everybody to finish answering that question.
All right, let me see if I can remove myself, do what I got to do, and come back.
You can, but play the video while you're doing it. Big dummy. There we go. Thank you. There's no volume.
Unmute the tab.
Interesting in this argument about
thank you.
Racism, because again we're into a definitional point. Because when people say is America systemically racist, it's as if they're saying is every single person in America racist. That's not the conceptualization that surrounds systemic racism. Is whether or not the institutions which exist disproportionately disenfranchise and disaffect a certain population based upon their racial dynamics, similar to the definitional issue we had in question 1. In this situation, I don't think when you look at the interstate highway system as it was constructed, the fact that it was built over black communities nationwide, if you look at the fact that throughout its history, the GI Bill was distributed towards white families more so than African American families, you can go through the system that America has created and see that it is tilted away from the prosperity and equality of African Americans. Remember that separate but equal, the problem was never the separate part. It was the equal part. So as long as we cannot accept that fundamental truth, that is what it will take for us to get past systemic racism in the nation.
Thank you very much. Whoops. All right, so let's bring it back to the right side. Panelist 3, you have 30 seconds.
Is America a systemically racist country? My answer is no, because inanimate objects cannot be racist. I think we're just as racist as the people that are here. We're going to always be as racist as the people that we put in power. But if there is some certain rights that I don't have as a black person, someone forgot to tell me. Because when I woke up this morning, I was free to come and go as I please. I came here as free as I wanted to be. And everything that I've done in life, I've done it because I wanted to. And no one has stopped me from doing that.
Come on.
Preach, sister,
all right, and panelist 3, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you. Is America systemically racist? That can be answered very easily. Has America paid reparations to the descendants of slaves in Jim Crow in this nation? Absolutely not.
What in the world?
That is your answer to if America is racist or not. Can America be better? Absolutely.
Pause the video, please.
From it. And until reparations are paid to these
dude, just write it down and address it after the bell.
I'm trying to pause it for a second, please.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I know what you're trying to do, but if we let them all talk, because they're all hitting on different points, and then you have us respond to it.
That's why I said you can do just write it, jot it down.
Yeah, but I'd be writing down 20 points, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
we already went to the prison industrial complex, now to we're jumping from point to point, and some of these are long topics.
All right, I'll give you that. Fair enough. How about I do it this way then? Everybody gets 2 minutes to speak their point.
Yeah, that's better. Shot clock is better.
Shot clock. All right, that's everybody agree? Say aye.
Oh, I agree. That's good.
All right, we good to go.
I'll pull
All
one
right.
up.
Hey, I got a shot clock on mine on my page, so
Okay. Look, y'all need to show me how to do these fancy things. I don't know nothing. All I know how to do is make graphics. If you need graphics for all my streamers, if you need any graphic detail, you want anything animated, I'm the guy you need to talk to. And I'm gonna talk
we need to
how to get the shot clocks and all of that. Y'all need to. We need to.
I gotta get your email.
Yes, sir. We can definitely make it happen. So let's test that real quick. Is America systemically racist?
Who wants to go first?
I'll take a stab at it first.
Hold on,
Okay.
let me get my phone timer going real fast because I'm going to keep you guys on. I'm going to keep you guys honest. Damn it! And I can hear my daughter out there. All right, go ahead. It's you.
No, America's not systemically racist. Now, was America, did we have racism? Well, absolutely. I've never seen what real racism is. Now, again, there's a difference between racism and prejudice. Now, what we are looking at is basically prejudice. Okay, I'm not going to like everybody. I don't even like people who look like me, some of them. And of course, they don't like me, even if I look like them. And when it comes to other races of people, yes, there's stereotypes that we all have of one another. But as far as systemic racism, no. And the bottom line is we've been made as Black people to feel like victims. I mean, if you go through every institution, especially your religion, you have these pastors out here. If you look at your major cities are run by Black people. The DA, the police chiefs, your city council, your aldermans, they have had the opportunities to be in charge. Here's the problem. They don't know how to run the cities. If you look at most of your cities, they're blighted. It's where you get the hoods from. There's a lot of poverty, no intact families, no economics. You see, with Black people, many of us are emotional and we don't want to talk about the facts. Yes, I can go back and tell you there was redlining. Yes, you had the interstate system that was built in Black neighborhoods. Absolutely. Yes, in order for you to move ahead, you have to understand the past. And reparations. Let's be clear.
Well, that's your time.
Okay.
All right, who we got next?
I was going to say, let him finish that sentence out.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, reparations. If we got reparations, where would it go? It wouldn't go back into our community. It would go back to the so-called, what Blacks call the oppressors community, like Walmarts and their businesses. Because many of us, we don't want to start businesses. And what happened was we believe in integration when there could have been segregation. And what I meant by that is we could have had our own economy, but we didn't want that because we gave up after Rosewood and Omaha, Nebraska. They were all destroyed. But to your point, no, there's no systematic racism.
All right. Next up. Oh, we got a timer. Big dog. Done broke the timer out.
Yeah.
I just downloaded one.
Yeah, I was playing with it. No, man, it's just systemic racism. I don't think it's systemic racism. I think, like you said, there's a lot of prejudice stuff out there, but you'll never be able to get away with that because hell, I'm a prejudice against okra. I freaking hate it, but I'm not gonna tell no one else to eat it. I mean, not to eat it. But yeah. I mean, her answer and the Lurch Shoo's answer is just gonna be asinine when you look at it. It's just that us Black people are so used to being victims now they don't know how to let it go. We're always gonna look forward through the past, and you'll never be able to go nowhere doing that. And as soon as we learn that, we'll be better off people. But I mean, I also think we should separate ourselves from the degenerates, and I'm a big I'm a big personal separation. I call myself a separationist. Not only did I separate myself from it, I divested and married a white woman. So, I always gotta. I'm already in trouble with that.
You the worst. You the worst kind of coon.
Yeah, that's why I call myself Uncle Tom. And if you see my other name, it's called Disrespectful Coon. So it is what it is. But I think as we look forward, we need to think of ourselves as Americans and not as a color. As we're doing that as a color or African American. Most of us have never even left this country. What do they say? Less than 10% have actually left the country. So, in other words, you're American when you leave this place. You're gonna be American when you come back. So, let it go.
Absolutely. I got a question for Snowman. If I leave the podcast without ending it, I can come back, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Got you. I got to do that because I got to do with this guy so I can give him the controls. Next up.
I got to hold on. I got a stopwatch going now too.
Go ahead.
I think. Can you
There
see
you
it?
go.
All right. So, yeah, I'm just waiting on you to send me that email, brother. But we'll go ahead and. How do I restart this?
I was figuring I've never used this one, the one I'm using right now, but on my other screen I can stop it and go at any time. This one I can't.
Oh, okay, I get it. It just starts over on its own. Okay, so whoever's next, go ahead and go. Who's got it?
Well, it has to be either you or what's his name?
Greg.
Brother
Israel.
Israel, go ahead. You got it.
I wanted to go back to, they always make this conversation about brothers in prison, and I get sick of this conversation because that's such a small percentage of our population. Why are we even talking about this shit? What is it, like 3% of our population that's in prison? Why? But we have this conversation like it's 60% or something. It's a small percentage for it to dominate the conversations all the time. As far as reparations, like Dr. Claude Anderson said, it would take us 50 years starting today for us to even set up the structure to even begin receiving checks. And who are we going to give it to? What are they going to do with it? They're just going to turn around and give it to another community. That's all they're going to do. They're going to make Sprint rich. They're going to make Cadillac rich. They're going to buy a bunch of hair and weave. Why? We're not in a position to even do that. So what are we talking about with reparations? Are we owed that? Maybe. But there's so many things that we have to do before we have that conversation. You got people that can't even balance a checking account, and you talking about giving them reparations? Are you shitting me? What are they going to do with the money?
Well, he preaching now.
Did you send me that email?
Absolutely sent, brother.
But Dr. Claude Anderson, he's been talking about this for 30 years. And I listen to fools like you take Tim Black, cut the check, Johnson. Cut the check, Johnson. He sounds so stupid. What are you talking about? Cut what check? To who? How? We saw what they did with these doggone stimulus checks. They were at Walmart buying fucking TVs. Now they're all getting evicted. Isn't that funny?
Mostly women. It's like 60%. 60% women are getting evicted because they couldn't pay their they didn't pay their
ones that
back
was buying
rent.
TVs.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't that funny?
Don't forget the PPP loans. Some of them went and got BBLs.
Those are mostly men though. Mostly men did the PPP loans. I ain't gonna lie.
And some
It
of
was
some of them were fraudulent.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Most of them were fraudulent.
Most of them were fraudulent.
Yeah.
All right, who's up next?
That'll be you or Angry
I
Snowman.
guess it'd be me, but I'm sitting here trying to check my email.
I'll go ahead. Okay, so again, my argument with this is that these are people that are successful, highly successful people, claiming that the system is rigged against black people.
Yeah, we need reparations. What the fuck?
We're pushing for reparations, but I'm a 6-figure getter, in this community. I'm a 6-figure getter in the world, and as Uncle Tom said, per capita, African Americans have the most millionaires, in our selected group of people, in our demographic. No matter where you go, you find successful Black people. And it's like, and it's so unfathomable to me that we're still talking about Black people being oppressed. The only form of oppression that we have is our music, media, and entertainment industry that psychologically deteriorates any form of self-drive. And it kills the self-drive in this way. We don't have the drive to go get education. We have the drive to go get a gun and be a gangbanger and go sell cocaine. And we're not talking about it. And we celebrate these people in our respective communities. We celebrate Black murder. We celebrate the distribution of narcotics to our own people. We celebrate multiple women having children by the same man. And we even created a term to glamorize baby mamarism. I mean, it's all over the place. And I think another brother, I think Israel pointed out the fact that if you do give these people money, if you give a crackhead $1 million, what is he going to do? Become a doctor?
Buy more crack.
He's going to buy more crack.
My grandmother said that if you give a wino $100, what you think he's going to buy? Better liquor? No, he's going to buy the same damn liquor he always been buying.
He's just going to buy a whole lot more of it. It's just the fact that we're culturally degenerate. And we're culturally degenerate from our own, and we celebrate our own demise, and we kill our own. And we got the nerve to say that white police officers are killing Black men at an alarming rate when we're not willing to address that Black murder is celebrated. It is perpetuated by our music, our media, our entertainment, and it's perpetuated at the local level in our streets. If you're not willing to have that conversation, you don't care about the success of Black people. Point blank, period.
The Bible says children are our oppressors and women rule over them.
Scripture says. And so we reached that point that out because the system can't be rigged, and we got 6 successful Black people up there on national television speaking freely without the lynchers coming, without the henchmen coming, without the police, the KKK infused police coming to hang them and drag them off to jail and hit them with water hoses and sick dogs on them. But they're somehow in that freedom, they still feel enslaved to speak directly to what 411 Talk Zone spoke about.
Well, you know what? I feel like that.
I don't know what you did, but I didn't get that.
Yeah, as far as Black people are concerned, Black people are born for some reason. I don't want to say born. They believe in consumerism, materials. They feel successful when they have materials. They're not investors. So when it comes to reparations, even if we're owed reparations, again, we're not going to put it into the economy. Therefore, money is not going to turn over. When you have an economy, you need manufacturing. You need more than just barbershops and hairdressers. You need everything. You need banks. You need education. You need hospitals like they had back there at Black Wall Street. Black people feel victimized today. And because of their slave mindset and their oppression mindset, we will never get to the point to where there's going to be a Black economy. Why? Because we were focused on integration instead of continuing to build Black communities where we.
What did you say? Did you just steal my talking point?
Stole it.
Yeah.
Hey,
welcome. Stole that something.
We wanted to write.
Good to see you, brother. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you.
We wanted to write to eat in white people restaurants, but we didn't figure out how the hell we was going to pay for it.
No. The grass was greener on the other side. That was the problem. You know how you do it. You look over there and be like, you know what? Their neighborhood looks so much better than mine. Instead of me cleaning my neighborhood up and making it look just as good, I just want to skip all that and go get in theirs because theirs is so much prettier. That's what happened to Black folks.
Look,
I try to tell my dad about that all the time.
Snowman, you go ahead and take your time. I'm going to send that email back. Go ahead. I'll be right back.
Yeah, hold on. What I'm going to do is while we're doing that, I'm just going to pull up the stream that they got, and I'll screen share my screen for now until all that other is taken care of.
Are you trying to add him? Are you trying to add him to StreamYard as a user?
Hang on, take me a hot second. I might have put the email. I might have put the email in wrong. So just keep that going. You got 2 minutes. I'll be back before you finish.
Yeah, because my wife got mine. She can start and end mine. No, but it's like you said. I can't stomach the whole thing that we say we're less than because of systemic racism. No, we're less than because we chose to be less than. When you start, like, even
Hey, you had your 2 minutes.
Listen, Dr. Martin Luther King said, "I've led my people to the not to the slaughter, but
burning building.
To the burning building." It's exactly what you did, bro.
Well, the one thing that I picked up on is I agree when the one brother on the panel, he made the statement that if the left really believed what they said, they would not be promoting immigration the way they do. I mean, plain and simple. You do not. Nobody that actually believes that this country is systemically racist and oppressive and prevents people from being able to acquire a good and solid life and foundation for a life is going to go around the globe and literally sell the country as if it's the land of milk and honey, like they have. You know, it's that simple. And I find it interesting that every other race from every other nation can come here and seem to get along just fine. And the truth of the matter is every brother and sister that I've ever met in my life that is from America has gotten along just fine if they did the work, if they put the effort in. The only ones that have never went out and made it or amounted to anything were the ones that made excuse after excuse after excuse as to why they didn't get anywhere. And that doesn't just go for the black community. That applies with the freaking white community as well in the white ghetto, because I know plenty of white people that use the same damn kind of excuses as to why they didn't get ahead. Well, my mom and dad didn't do this, and, you know, my family didn't have that. You know, it may be a different take on it, but it's the same damn argument, only a white argument. You're sitting here literally taking a situation where you have and now live in a day and age where you have all the opportunity provided for you that out of anywhere else in the nation, in the entire world. And if you ain't willing to fucking capitalize on that opportunity, that's your fault, not anyone else's. Because if people from other countries can come over here and capitalize on opportunity that you squander away, then whose fault is it really? Is it your fault or is it your government's?
It's the government. Taxation is theft.
Well, I'm gonna tell it to you like this. My mother told me I could do and become anything I wanted to. All I had to do was want to do it. All right. With that being said, we're gonna jump right back into the debate. I hope y'all enjoying this. Y'all watching Real Cold Facts with an awesome panel. Awesome panel. Let's do it.
Okay, now let's move along to the politics section of the debate. Joe Biden stated weeks ago that our own intelligence agencies have determined that domestic terrorism rooted in white supremacy is the greatest terrorist threat to our own homeland today. Biden has spoken often about the rising threat of white supremacy and the dangers this poses to Black Americans, but never actually explains what this white supremacist threat is or what it looks like. What is Biden talking about when he references domestic terrorism rooted in white supremacy? Right side, panelist one, you have 2 minutes.
I think Biden is talking about anybody who votes for Trump. You know, when he says that, that's what he actually means. And I think sometimes Biden is misunderstood. It's kind of hard to understand or hairy legs and cockroaches and corn pop. You know, none of us have a problem with Biden actually calling out racism or white supremacy. But I do have a problem with the notion that anyone who votes for Trump is racist and only racists vote for Trump. And I think that's exactly what he's saying. And none of us actually believe that Biden cares about Black people. We just really think that what he's doing is putting out this call. He's saying this foolishness. He's not our friend. He's not Uncle Joe unless he's that uncle that molests you when your mama steps out and goes to the grocery store. So what he's doing is just saying foolishness. He's trying to invoke fear in Black people, and it's see-through. And we see right through it. That's what he means.
Can a team member piggyback on somebody's time if time is low?
I really want to stop it, but
Can we do that? Can we use up something?
Yeah, why not?
Go ahead.
You're the moderator.
Go ahead.
You are a Black woman. You can.
As he was saying, you are a Black woman. You can do what you want to do. I mean, come on, guys. Come on. We got to speak to that. We got to speak to it. Only, what does Joe Biden mean? He does mean it. Anybody that votes for Trump is a racist, and only racists vote for Trump. I mean, please, let me hear your thoughts on that.
Black woman is God.
Hold on, let me get the timer going. I'm gonna give you guys 3 minutes this time because 2 minutes.
No, listen, I gotta bail out in 5, so I definitely want to get an opportunity to hear somebody else say something other than myself. But you got control now? Are you in there?
Yeah, I'm in here.
Good. Whew,
Go ahead, 411 or Israel.
Whoever wants to go.
The biggest terrorist group in this country that's the most dangerous to the American way of life is feminist black women. They've murdered more people and oppressed more people than any other group of people in modern times. I'm willing to bet even throughout the history of this country. That's a statistical fact. And we don't talk about it at all. It doesn't get mentioned that they murdered 25 million black babies. I remember last year we were doing a video, me and Crimson Cure, almost every week. Both of us was doing a video on these women just killing their kids. Throwing them off bridges, drowning them, chopping them up. They weren't talking about this. But let somebody get shot, a drug addict dies, a la George Floyd, and it's a national crisis. But a girl throws her 2 sons off a damn bridge and kills them, and we don't talk about none of it. Are you shitting me?
I gotta go with it. That's a fact. That's a fact.
The girl down in Atlanta that pulled the girl at the Waffle House, they shot the guy for asking her about the damn scrambled eggs. We ain't talk about it though. Are you kidding me? This was last year in freaking Atlanta, in Black Mecca, right? we don't talk about it.
Yeah, it's fruitcake Mecca now.
Yeah.
Ain't
that's
nobody more ain't nobody. You want to talk about systematic racism?
Share, Greg, and I'm gonna
look
pull
at the
mine
damn
up.
Democratic Party. They run the same damn playbook every election cycle. They pander to black women, and then they start pandering to the LGBTs, and then they pander to Hispanics. They do the same game.
You're doing it wrong. They start off with the LGBT, and then
they start off with black women, and then switch to the LGBT. Think about
it. Well, they go hand in hand. I'll give it that. The LGBT and black women go hand in hand because they know that they can play off their emotions more than anybody else. That's why black men slowly but surely
LGBT is gonna follow right in suit with the black women.
That's true because the only thing what these other groups do is they hitch a ride on the black so-called oppression or black plight to boost their cause. And as you see, once their cause is in the forefront, what happens to the females? They get pushed all the way back. That's why you can't even speak about none dealing with
Dave Chappelle.
You can't even say it. You can't even tell what a real woman is, or you got to be a scientist or a biologist to tell what a real woman is these days. So
Dave
I didn't know that.
Fentanyl is
a joke about the LGBT people riding together in the car.
Fentanyl is
joke.
racist.
But he made a mistake. It wasn't the lesbians driving the car. It was a black woman driving that car. That's when he forgot to leave
20
out.
seconds past 3 minutes.
I'm sorry. I got shit to talk.
I know. I'm just trying. I'm trying to make sure that we can get through the whole debate. Otherwise, we'll be here till 8 o'clock in the morning.
We will. So look, let me give you the timestamp for where we left off. It's 44 minutes and 8 seconds.
44 minutes, 8 seconds. Gotcha.
Yep.
That's close enough.
All right. So this is what we're going to do, right? I got to get ready to skate off. I got to go clock in from 9:30, 7:30. Let me tell y'all something, man. I so appreciate everybody that stopped by. I appreciate
a night shifter.
Yeah, man. I do. I'm a graveyard type dude. Love it.
You ain't got no job.
He's going to be popping in and out though while he's working.
I'm gonna be in and out. But man, listen, this is beautiful. The entire panel is beautiful. I want you guys to keep shooting these shots, keep throwing these facts out to the people that need to hear it. Like, share, and subscribe.
I already did it, brother. I already shared it out too.
Yeah.
And by all means, don't be too afraid to hit those cash apps I posted out there earlier, man.
I just sent Brother Kelly a $20 cash app.
Oh, you know what? I heard my phone go off. I don't be checking it during the stream unless I know something coming. Thank you, brother. And we're going to support each other, support these brothers, support the channels. We love it. We know it's tight out there. But listen, do what that's what you want to do.
Before you go, drop your. I'm gonna grab your page and I'm gonna put it on my community tab, and then hopefully it'll grow from there.
Right on.
Yeah.
All right, somebody drop the my moderators, put the link in there for brother Uncle Tom.
If you would please.
Super Coon of the year.
Super Coon.
I always gotta compete. I'm supposed to be the leading coon around here. I'm the head.
Man. I'm telling. Hey. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, I got an email yesterday from SKC asking me when I was ready to debate about the police. I figured that after I did that stream the other night where L.A. Thorne and them came up, and I was talking about how me and SKC, we fundamentally disagree on how law and stuff the police are in this country. That he would be ready, because me and him have been talking about, dude, me and him have actually been debating a stop sign. A stop sign for going on 6 months. Whether running a stop sign is actually should be a ticketable offense, a jailable offense, or if it's just to generate revenue.
That's a waste of damn time.
Hey, Oz, you're welcome. I'm gonna get out of here. I'm kind of skeptical. It's the first time I did this. I'm wondering if I cut my Go XLR off, are you going to lose sound? I don't think so. I think
I ain't going to lose sound because now it's coming through me.
Good. Hey, for everybody on the panel, I'm going to keep popping in. I'm telling y'all, man, it's a pleasure to have you here, to have this type of discussion. And I hope that we can do things like this in the future together.
For sure.
I really do hope so, man. Salute to you, brothers. All right, Snowman, you driving.
Yes, sir. All right. Well, who was the last person that was up talking?
You.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
No. I mean about this part of the debate. Are you guys ready to watch some more of the actual
watch
debate?
more.
All right, let's go.
I watched most of it yesterday with Angry Conservative.
Oh, okay. Well, let's get into it.
I did want to point before you play it. I wanted to point one more thing out, man. We was watching that. We was watching that.
Damn it! I knew you was going to do that.
We was watching that Candace Owens video, and we were watching the Middle Eastern George Floyd, the guy that set himself on fire. And we cut that video off right when they brought up Gaddafi. And you know what Gaddafi was trying to do is he was trying to create a centralized currency in that region of the country. And Obama killed his ass, right?
Actually, Hillary Clinton had his ass killed, if you want to be more specific.
Well, it was the Obama administration, so I think that's where he's going at.
No, that was the Hillary Clinton administration. Let's keep it real.
God, shut the fuck up.
But I just find that funny. We always talk about, anything to deal with the Republicans has got to be racist, and the Democrats are non-racist, and they're the most racist people. These damn Democrats.
The thing is like I was pointing out earlier, because I'm along the lines of what's her name out there, Miss Fairy lady. What's her name? Where'd she go? I know she's in the chat somewhere. Oh, I'm in the private chat, I think. No, I ain't. Anyhow, the Eerie Fairy, she made the comment that she's not partial to either the right or left dichotomy. And I ain't either. But the one thing I will say, that there are specific talking points that both the right or left do use. Unfortunately, regardless of whether or not we accept the right or left narrative and right or left dichotomy, there are specific talking points that both sides do use to try and, pander to or cater to their voting demographic. They do use specific ways to approach them, even though if you take and do, I actually did this for the last 2 years. I got a left wing YouTube and a right wing YouTube. One is filtered nothing but right wing shit. The other's filtered nothing but left wing stuff. And the one thing I will tell you right now is both sides tell you the same thing for the most part, just in different ways.
Well, no one wants a third party because they don't want a fence sitter. So you got to choose. That's why you'll never see a libertarian ever win the White House.
But what I was getting at is
But I know what you're saying.
The one thing that you'll see with these folks is generally it's people on the left that want to push all the racism and stuff. What's going on here? I'm echoing.
No, you sound all right.
No, it's you.
It's me.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's your headphones are at it again. But the people on the left that are generally pushing the racism and things like that, and the oppression and white supremacy, they're also the same ones that will generally be living in opposition of what they go out and preach to other people.
True.
You know, so if they sit and say that, you know, having a nuclear family intact isn't important, they'll be the ones that are married and have a nuclear family at home intact. If they're saying that white supremacy is a thing, they'll be married to somebody that's white.
Was that a dig at me because I'm married to a white woman? That what it
I
is?
ain't got a problem. I do not have a problem with you being married to a white woman.
I'm just fucking with you, bro.
Hey, that's one less white woman I got to deal with.
Yeah, I love them too.
But yeah, that's pretty much all I had for that.
Hey, 411, can you drop your channel in the back?
Yeah, I dropped in the back. I also dropped it in the chat there too.
Yeah,
dropping in the back for you.
I'm gonna grab all these and I'm gonna put them on my community page. You know, let's get y'all's channels built up and
you already
continue
got my
mine
channel,
as well.
you?
Huh?
You already got my
No,
channel.
I ain't got your channel, bro.
What?
Man.
I'll get this fired up and I'll put mine in the back too for you.
For sure.
Yeah, throw mine in there for him too, please.
Dude, do I look like your secretary?
Yeah,
man, you are white.
Listen here, Massa.
You know you my favorite African
Listen,
American.
Massa. You better find someone else, Massa.
You know you my favorite African American.
Yeah, I just dropped mine in the back chat. I also dropped it in the comments section.
For sure.
All right, let's get this debate rocking.
Hey, before you get started, I'm not gonna make it through the whole thing. You see my eyes? I ain't had my nap today.
Oh, you're good.
I just want you to know that. I'm an old man right now, boy. I run on fumes. I'm literally about 4 hours of sleep.
Yeah, no worries, brother.
For sure.
All right, you know what? Go for it.
Sure. So, thank you for that, Shamika.
You guys hear that all right?
I'm actually
Yes,
not
sir.
sure what the president's talking about when he refers to domestic terrorism rooted in white supremacy. I find it odd that when this line is trotted out and they tie it to threats to black communities, that's when the left says, we need to marshal all the resources of the federal government. We need to get the FBI, the DOJ, everybody to investigate. But when it's street crime in Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Cleveland, New York, Philadelphia, where 90+% of the victims are particularly young black males, then what they say is defund the police. I don't need to read reports about the young black men that get killed in our cities because I see it every day. So when you tell me the biggest threat to my life is some domestic terrorist, I grew up in New York, I went to school in Pittsburgh, I live right outside of DC. I have never met one of these people, so I don't know what he's talking about.
All right.
Amen.
Thank you very much. Left side, panelist one, you have 2 minutes.
When Biden talks about domestic terrorism being rooted in white supremacy, what he's saying is that it just dawned on him what we've been knowing for the last couple hundreds of years. The people that have, shown up in hoods and decided to take a man's life because he purchased property and he was thriving and successful. The people who went into Tulsa, Oklahoma and burned it down because they were successful and they had created communities with their own banks, with their own schools, with their own everything that they needed and were self-sufficient and financially stable. The people who have done those things, the people who went and lynched black men and hung them from trees and then stood in a crowd and took pictures with the body hanging from those trees, Those people are the people that Joe Biden is just finding out are a part of this domestic problem issue. But strangely enough, that group has never been declared a national terroristic threat. Surprisingly, for some reason, it's just becoming a problem now that people like Gretchen Whitmer, a governor of Michigan, or Nancy Pelosi are being threatened with being lynched, something that people who look like me have been threatened with for over hundreds of years. So now that Joe is awake and aware of what the rest of us have been knowing for a very long time, that there is a problem with the hatred and the anger in this country that needs to be dealt with and protected against, it's actually the reason why in the reparations bill that was created back in 1856, that they said not only are we going to give land from the people who joined the Confederacy and abandoned their property, we're going to give this land to the freedmen, but we're also going to make sure that our government, the military, goes in and protects those people for 3 years. Why? Because they already knew what type of hatred and white terrorists, white supremacy existed in our country. They knew they would need to protect the people who were trying to establish their life and be a part of the citizenship of America.
That's time. Thank you. All right.
How did they clap for that shit? That was just a bunch of word salads all mixed together. Made no sense.
I want to say something about that. That's why I paused it.
Well, like I said, she just made a whole bunch of word salads that I just totally disagree with. Jeez, I can't find it. There it is. But no, man, it's just like she used every talking point that was actually for the right. She was talking from like a person from the right side instead of the left side, and she was talking about it just didn't make sense. It didn't make sense.
No, and see, and that she's the one that me and Greg were talking about. That she's the loudest and most obnoxious one in the room. You know,
yes,
kind of a typical extreme leftist. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And she you can tell this. She doesn't really have her facts all in a row and all lined up because her talking points are all over the place.
Yeah, her talking points were as she was talking, as she was from the right, literally. And I was totally confused on which side she was by just listening to her, except for the end part. But other than that, Joe has been a part of the problem the entire time. And if he's just now waking up to the problem, then y'all are stupid for voting for him because he's been a part of the problem. He utilized a KKK member. He went to his grave. He did everything else. He said the N-word on national TV more than once. I mean, the list goes on and on.
That's her way of trying to justify voting for him.
Well, probably. But I don't put it past.
Let's keep it real. Because look, everybody knew that Joe was racist. Everybody's known Joe's a racist old white man from Delaware for how long? For as long
no,
as
sir. They don't know. I'm gonna tell you right now. Being in the black community, they do not know.
All you got to do is pay attention to any congressional hearing. That
no matter what. No, really? Did you just say any congressional hearing? How many black folks do you know that listen to congressional hearings?
Well, you know what? That's funny because you know what? When we start getting into these political discussions like this, all these black folks want to sit and act like they've sat and listened to all these things.
Yeah, okay. Only people that do that is people like us. I've listened to them all because I'm truly into politics. I went to school for political science at one point in time, but then I knew it was a worthless degree, and I went for something I knew was going to get something out of.
I went to school for political science too.
Black people voted for Joe Biden because Jim Clyburn's country ass said, "We know Joe, and we gonna roll with Joe," and that's why they voted for him.
So I'm glad you brought that up because the simple fact is that there were 27 different Democrats, and we're not even going to talk about the 15 that were of different race and nationality. If you want to go there, that they didn't even choose to side with. They decided to choose with the racist white folk who was 97 or 100 or however old the hell the motherfucker is.
He's 115. What are you talking about?
Jesus. All right. It's gonna make me mad. That's why I don't even like talking about it. It just make me mad even thinking about it because I mean, once he won election, I was just like, you know what? Just go ahead, give them everything they want, so they will learn their lesson. And by golly, we are learning our lesson right now, and it does suck. But I'm from the military. I can embrace the suck for a short period of time. I don't think I can take too much more of this. But
I'm from the trailer park.
What's
Keenan
funny
Brady
is
sucked for a
there's a
little while
clip
too,
of
dude. So.
Trump predicting exactly.
he predicted
what
all this shit.
Dude, he predicted it all the way down to the dollar figure, damn near.
Yeah. Trump
go ahead and fire this
crazy
back up. That way we
shit,
can
but he wasn't wrong.
do the rest of this topic.
Yeah.
Right side, panelist 3, you have 30 seconds. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Panelist two.
Panelist 2. Okay.
We
You're
have a
right.
minute.
You're right. Okay, go for it.
Okay, so it's interesting that Reese's argument goes to lynching and cross burning, which egregious crimes. We all agree with that. That can't be the biggest threat today. Those people are dead. So I reject the notion, again, that the people who are causing issues that make it so that homicide is the leading cause of death for young black men are night riders and grand wizards. That plays to your emotions. I'm going to talk more about this. That's part of the Selma syndrome that the left uses. They mix our ugly racial history with elements of Stockholm syndrome to make black people think that our fortunes are tied to their political power. But again, if you roll through West Baltimore or South Philly or South Side of Chicago, you are not, unless Jussie's talking, you're not going to see white supremacists terrorizing black communities. So again, that sounds good, that plays to your emotions, but we all know that that's not real.
All right, thank you. Sorry about that. All right, left side, you have 1 minute.
Well, I find it interesting that for some reason we have to pretend history started like on Wednesday in order for the right side of the aisle's argument to make sense. We have to ignore everything from 1619 until 2020. We have to pretend everything started on Wednesday. In reality, when we're talking about this issue of white supremacist terrorists, we're talking about the Oklahoma City bombing. We're talking about Ruby Ridge. We're talking about the Charleston 9.
I just want to point out real quick in the middle of this, he mentioned Ruby Ridge. He is aware that Ruby Ridge and Randy Weaver was a white man, right?
Same thing in the Oklahoma City bombing as well. So yes, he's aware of it.
Randy Weaver was actually he was actually accosted by the FBI and set up by the FBI. Had his wife and his son. His wife and his son was killed, and this was a white dude that this happened to. He wasn't black. So I'm trying to figure out how Ruby Ridge and Randy Weaver and his family tie into his argument.
What does it got to do with the Oklahoma City bombing? Nothing.
Right.
We're talking about the Buffalo shooting, where you had 14 African Americans this year be killed by white supremacists. We're talking about a form of organized crime which is specifically instituted to uphold a system of white supremacy, to uphold a system of white terror. The lynchings that Reese Everson talked about are the reason that people in Chicago have Mississippi accents, because they were driven out of the South by those lynchings, taken and dispossessed from their land. So you cannot separate the history of America from the current America. You can, just as much as you cannot separate the roots of the tree from the fruit of the tree.
Okay, thank
you very much. And if I can have his last 5 seconds, the only thing that happened was that the people that were wearing the robes took them off and be put on police uniforms, and there are judges, our lawyers, and our doctors. Thank you.
All right. I just want to remind our panelists, you can use your time to engage and ask questions with the other side if you so choose.
And can they respond back during our time?
Yes.
Okay.
Right side, panelist 3, you have 30 seconds.
Yeah, so to Reese's point, the fact is that many, I'm sure, of you voted for Joe Biden. So the idea that there are laws, sure, there are laws that discriminate against black people. We know that from the 94 crime bill. No, the white domestic terrorism is not a threat to is not the greatest threat, if a threat at all, to black people. And I think we need to start having open and honest conversations about what's really happening. And Delano actually alluded to a number of those where it's really about what's happening on our streets. White domestic terrorism is not our greatest threat.
Panelist 3, for the left side, you got 30 seconds.
Thank you. Terrorism comes in many forms. In my community, it comes in the form of discrimination in housing, discrimination in banking, discrimination on the jobs. We've all seen videos of black people being mistreated on their job, trying to deliver packages, whatever the case that may be, getting called an N-word trying to deliver those packages. We know the reports of Wells Fargo purposely denying black people business loans. If you don't call that domestic terrorism, what do you call that? It damn sure ain't freedom.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, so I want to ask all you guys on the panel as well. Do you think that white domestic terrorism is a problem that fundamentally affects black people today. And I want to start with Brother Leon.
Brother Angry Snowman, I don't think it's a problem at all. Okay, I think that's just talking points. Now, yes, I understand the past. Okay, the problem is too many of us are going back to the past. You learn from the past in order to move on to the future. Now, what the left is basically talking about are small incidents. That's the problem, and that's generally how they perceive everything, the exception to the rule. I have never been discriminated for delivering a package or discriminated on a job. I thought I was, but on a job, it's very hard to prove discrimination. I may have not been liked on a job, but discrimination, I'm not saying it doesn't take place or it has never taken place. You can't legislate how people think. But in the long run, you want to know who the real problem is? It's us. The abortion and us killing us in the major urban areas. And of course, the lack of economics, the lack of education, and too many of us are so magical. I believe in God, but the nuts and berries man-made religion is also what's holding us back. Buckets of positivity. That doesn't bring resources to a community. And then it is our mindset, our slave mindset, and our comforts to victimization that constantly keep us down.
Is that all you got for us?
That's all I got, brother.
All right. I can. I think I can get down with that.
Approximately 3 people of ethnic descent died in the Oklahoma City bombing. The rest were all white, so that was a moot point.
Yeah.
Out of the 168, only 3 passed away. That were.
So we'll let you take it, Uncle Tom. Go ahead.
I don't think that domestic terrorism is even close to be on the list at all. Nor do I think racism, period, has anything to do. There's so many other things to worry about than that. It wasn't until I want to say 2008 is when racism has started to get its peak. When the first term Obama was in, he had to push the racism narrative just to get reelected again, because as we know, more white folks put him in office than black folks, because black people didn't vote at that amount of time. Not at the scale of white folks. But on the same topic, it's just... Oh, wow. 1 second.
All right, I'll go ahead and hand it over to Israel then while Uncle Tom's taking care of his stuff. Go ahead, Israel.
If we apply the same standard to domestic terrorism as we do to white people to black women, the numbers are astronomical. So when we look at who kills more black men and boys in this country, it's not the police. It's not the anecdotal racist white person. It's black women on a daily friggin' basis. And we don't talk about it. We act like it doesn't happen. And in some cases, it's glorified and protected, a la Marissa Alexander. She should be in jail to this day, and she's walking free. Are you shitting me? Are you shitting me? She was on a restraining order, and she shot at that man and his kids. Are you kidding me? But some kind of way they tried to make that stand your ground, and she was in his house where she wasn't supposed to be because he had a restraining order against her. But we want to pretend like that doesn't happen on a daily basis. Those are your domestic terrorists. Go to any court in this country. and see what they do in the war that they're raging against black men. That's black women doing that on a daily basis. Go to family court. Go to domestic violence court. Go to divorce court. And you want to see domestic violence. You want to see domestic terrorism. Let's talk about that.
All right. I guess that's all Israel's got to say. You can have it back, Uncle Tom.
You go ahead and skip me on this one. We haven't
we having a domestic dispute?
Children problems.
You know what you do? You just go out there and duct tape them to a tree and let the
brother, you feel safe? Do we need to call somebody?
Let the elements have them. They'll start acting right real quick.
We need to call somebody. You feel safe?
Nah, it's just the young ones, the younger ones. Y'all got to skip me. I'm about to step out real quick. I'll be back though.
Hey man, super glue and duct tape works for kids too.
All right, man.
Well, my take on it is, obviously me being a white individual. Nah, I know. Go ahead, say it, Israel. Greg ain't up here. Anyhow, obviously I don't see the issues that, they're claiming exist as far as, white terrorism or whatever being an issue in this country. I mean, personally, I see more of an issue with the left and people that claim to be from the left. I see Antifa as being more of a domestic terrorist threat. I see, certain portions of BLM being a domestic terrorist threat. I see that there are some white organizations that could possibly be a domestic terrorist threat, but for the most part, what I see nowadays is you see white people walking around on eggshells, while you have a whole demographic of people in this country that are pointing their finger and basically getting away with using the same racist tropes and bigoted arguments that they claim are being used against them, and they're doing it willfully and freely, and they're actually doing it with the approval of pop culture and mainstream media and our government. You have a whole group of people that are being allowed to do the very thing that they say is being done to them to another group of people. So I don't see where this. Look, it's like I tell people all the time. If this country was so racist and oppressive and this, that, and the third, then you wouldn't see a bunch of black folks on the oppressor's platform, YouTube, being able to sit there and call the oppressor out day in and day out without the oppressor grabbing them up, arresting them, and throwing them in the gulag. Straight up. I mean, that's just how it is. I've never throughout history, since they want to use history, have I ever seen the oppressed be able to use the oppressor's tools and the oppressor's platform against the oppressor without having to deal with the repercussions of it. That's all I got to say. I mean, now, if you guys want to chime in, you can. Otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and finish playing some more of this. Go into the next segment.
Yeah, let's do the next segment.
Question for Under Politics. Analysis of the 2020 election shows that Trump gained in popularity with nearly every minority community. Around 5% more black men voted for Trump in 2020 than in 2016. And around 4% more black women voted for Trump in 2020. After 4 years of being labeled a racist, a bigot, a white supremacist nonstop by the liberal media, what explains Donald Trump's rise in popularity with black Americans, and should Trump run again? Right side, panelist one, you have 2 minutes.
Should Donald Trump run again? I do think he's a wartime president, and I think we're in a war, good versus evil. So that's why I would support him running again. I would also be open to Ron DeSantis because I think that he also understands that we're in a war, good versus evil. I know for sure I don't want a beta male pissing on himself in office. So, you know, when it comes to the rise in popularity, I think it's because of common sense and people being able to just be logical. Right now, no one is concerned about having a friend, somebody that likes them or cares about them. We're more concerned with putting gas in our cars and food on our table, feeding our children and having a place to stay. We have hit an inflation of 40-year high. And so right now, people are less concerned about somebody being nice or being friendly to them. And I think that when it comes to, you know, the charge, the black men are leading that charge. Black men are changing the numbers. Why? Because black men are least likely to be given a crutch when times get hard. And right now we're in hard times. If you look back over history, when a black woman can't feed her child, she gets a check from the government. When a black man can't feed his child, he goes to jail. So for right now, we're not really concerned about whether somebody likes us. Black men have started to step and be more logical, and they're gonna save the country because that's what it's about right now. That's why the numbers are changing.
Right in Kevin Samuels this election. Right in Kevin Samuels.
I plan on it, dude. And we can hardly hear you. Hey, brother Trey has made it. Trey, I'll drop the link if you want to come up on the panel.
Oh, yeah. Come on, Trey.
But I agree with a lot of what she said, and actually I agree with the majority of what she just said. The only thing I don't agree with, and I understand why it's being done, I mean, is the whole black men this, black men that, when what she was talking about, all men are actually suffering from in this country. All men are victims of that, you know, as far as the men who can't take care of their kids end up in jail, you know. And stuff of that nature. It isn't just that isn't just a one of those things that is specific just to the black community.
Well, you know, that's true, Brother Angry Snowman. But besides the child support, it's everything else. The double standards, okay? The sexual harassment rules. Who's affected by them the most? Men. Now, the problem is, who's in favor of some of these laws? You have a number of, she said, beta males. You have a number of men on the left, and a number of men on the left follow the women on the left. Also, when it comes to domestic violence, who's affected with domestic violence? It's men. And everybody needs to understand that. I don't see color when it comes to men. And the big issue I see here with...
That's racist, what you just said. You don't see color. And Trey, bring your ass up here. We can handle you.
Well, when it comes to men, I don't see color. See, what the ABW is afraid of, she's afraid of the numbers. Okay, she got on board of white feminism. But now when men band together and they know what's going on, that puts fear in a number of the individuals on the left. See, the left, what they do with white folk, they really, it's white guilt. And
I agree.
We all know what's going on with that. Look, everybody's got to be accountable for what they do. We already know what happened in the past. It's unthinkable what happened in the past. I mean, look at the Holocaust. Look who's running a lot of the media, the Jewish. And they're only, 2% of the country? 2%. However,
they seem to be getting along past the Holocaust just fine.
Those are the people you can't speak of.
Oh, yeah. And the individuals who are allowed to slam men in this country for whatever it is, it's women. And feminism, college, the media, everything is marketed to women.
Right.
And if you look at it, a number of them, particularly in my age group, I'm 57, and anybody who's 40 something, these women, regardless of race, they're the ones running around who said, I don't need a man. But right now they're sleeping with a dog or a cat. Some of them are probably having some bestiality up there. It's true. Some of them are living with other women. But these are the ones who, in my humble opinion, I think Brother Israel said it in the black community, the domestic terrorists are ones who look like us because they have done a number on these boys. These boys are, in my humble opinion, very soft, very moist, very emotional, very weak. And they don't want good men. They want men that they can control. But the bottom line is they don't want to say, we want to control men, but they do. And it's already in the white community too. It's about control, false power. And when you give a number of women power and money, because a number of women are very, very gullible, they're going to abuse it. And you see what's happened to a lot of men. Men are going to jail for alleged REPED. If you're in a relationship with a single mom and a daughter doesn't like you, here's what happens. And I caution you guys, don't do this. Don't date single mothers.
Ever.
They have a daughter. If that daughter doesn't like you, she can say you did something to her. And guess what? She'll be believed, even if she's lying. And you're going to go to jail. Meanwhile, a woman can do something to a boy.
And they won't do shit about it.
Nothing.
I just had a conversation tonight with another parent. My son is 14, and he was in a chat, on his Chromebook with two girls from his class. And the two girls are dating each other, and they're cutting class to make out in the bathroom. I'm talking to this lady like, why is this my issue? My son isn't involved in this. He just happened to be in the chat when they were discussing it. Why did you take it upon yourself to call me? I'm like, ma'am, what is it you want me to do? Your daughter is dating another girl, and the two girls are cutting class to make out in the bathroom. My son is in class. Why is this my concern? But some kind of way she was trying to tie it in to the black boy. What the hell did he have to do with it? This just happened tonight. You can't make this shit up.
He knew about it, so he somehow must have been coercing it to happen.
Somehow he participated because he knew about it.
Let's go ahead and dig some more. Listen to some more of this. Damn it. There we go.
All right. Thank you, Shamika. Now back to the left side. Panelist one, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll hop in. I actually agree with much of what the previous interlocutor said. I think that we look at the numbers in 2020, Donald Trump became known as the president of socialism. He became the president of sending out $1,400 STEMI checks. He became the president of PPP loans. He became the president of unlimited tax cuts with no budget cuts there long. Funny fact, and when Donald Trump walked into office in 2019 or in 2016, the national debt was about $19 trillion. When he walked out in 2021, the national debt was $28 trillion. You had $10 trillion of debt created under Donald Trump, and much of that was given in tax cuts to the 1%, but also much of that became part of this cultural zeitgeist and what the Republicans call the dependency culture that they profit thereafter. Even when we talk about the gain today Donald Trump had in those groups, you're still talking about 95% of black women voted against him, 90-ish% of black men voted against him. I think that we have to take these things away from the concept to personalized politics and more so towards an agenda that will help the African American community. My question often, and I'll pose this in the time we have to the panel, what exactly is the Republican agenda when it comes to fixing the issues that happen in the black community? Because we talk much about the problems, but very little about the solutions that are based in actual policy. Much of it is based in social science, very little is based in political science.
Anyone want to respond to that?
So I can actually jump in here. Well, we do know what the policies are. We talk about police reform. Well, the GOP police reform bill, Democrats filibustered that bill in 2020. I believe it was in June 2020 over the issue of qualified immunity. We can actually debate qualified immunity, but that particular GOP police reform bill, Democrats and Republicans agreed almost about on 90% of the bill. The issue of qualified immunity killed it, and Democrats, not Republicans, Democrats were prevented it from coming to the floor for a vote. In fact, there was an amendment called the Breonna Taylor Act introduced by Rand Paul that Democrats will not support. Those are things that the Republican Party can do.
All right, thank you very much. Now it's back to you guys. Panelist 2, you have 1 minute. Keep going.
Oh yeah, I'll actually finish that point. But I think what we need to understand when we have the discussion of what one party does for the black community versus another party is that almost all of the things that impact us happen at a local level. The federal government, we kind of look at the federal government and say, look at Big Daddy. This is what Big Daddy does. No. So those chokehold bans that you may want, that happens at your local level. We know because there are places all around the country, localities that ban chokeholds. We know these things as far as no-knock warrants, which is why I brought up the Rand Paul amendment, because it was called the Breonna Taylor Act, and it would have effectively banned no-knock warrants, not just in drug cases, which is what the Democrats' proposals was. It would have actually eliminated effectively no-knock warrants across the board. We can have these type of conversations, but when we go in with the assumption that this side isn't doing this or this side isn't doing that, the fact is, as I said, local politics matter. That's where your taxes, your affordable housing, that's where all of that actually comes from.
Okay. All right, left side, panelist 2, you have 1 minute.
Hey guys. All right. So Donald Trump's popularity went up with black Americans, and it's pretty high with people that are not black. Why is that? Well, we got something here called the lowest white American. Donald Trump was able to figure out something that a lot of the establishment Democrats or the Republicans didn't want him to know, that there is a group in America who've been left behind. Their jobs have dried up. The big three has closed, Chrysler, Ford, GM, and they are left in middle America trying to figure it out. Their jobs aren't there, the economy's not there, and they don't get where they're supposed to be because they don't understand why they're not doing better than all these black people that they're looking at. Well, so when he became their savior, then other people realized, well, wait a minute, how do we want to catch up because people are ahead of us? Well, black men have realized that if they stop paying attention to what the Democrats are saying, they can try to catch on to what Donald Trump is offering, and maybe they'll benefit as well.
All right. Thank you very much. Right side, panelist 3, you have 30 seconds.
So I'm going to try to hit a couple things in 30 seconds. Directly responding to Robert's question, first I'll say this. It's a lot easier for politicians to mess up your life than it is to fix any of your problems. 2 years of COVID should have proven that. But in terms of policies, the right tends to support school choice. You have states like Arizona that are moving towards education savings accounts. In places like New York City, the government is antagonistic towards charters and vouchers. People talk about criminal justice reform, which is fine. Look up Operation Legend and what the Trump administration did to address crime, violent crime in some of our cities.
All right. Left side, you got 30 seconds.
Back to it. That's a great question, because when you think about the tradition of black people in America, usually it tends to lean more to the left. But what black Americans are understanding is that the left needs to do more. They have not done enough. And saying to black people, you're not black if you don't vote for me, does not appeal to us at all. It might appeal to entertainers and YouTubers, but to the core of black people, that does not mean something. So we need Democrats to do more if they want our vote.
All right, brother Angry Snowman, I'm glad you stopped it there, because that tall brother, he is wrong. Blacks, believe it or not, were Republicans until Lyndon B. Johnson. That's one of the real problems. That brother up there, don't listen to that. He's definitely wrong. Blacks were married at a higher rate going back to the 60s on back. They had intact families. Blacks did well during the Jim Crow era. And as far as Donald Trump being the socialist president, no. He gave out, that $1,400 that we got, that was a small piece of change, okay? There's nobody more socialist than the Democrats. They've always believed in government. Now, it's something you all need to know. Donald Trump was a Democrat, however. In fact, he donated to Hillary Clinton's campaign back in 2008.
He donated to all Democratic campaigns.
So he, in my humble opinion, and this is going to sting some people,
You're about to say what I say all the time.
He's better than the rest, but he's a Democrat with an R on his shoulder. That's all he is. But he's better than the rest because he's not a politician.
You are so nicer than me about it because you've heard me go in on Trump.
Oh, you and I've been on many panels when you get in, but let's be honest. Going back to racism, and politics for black people. Well, first of all, black people don't even vote for Republicans. Here's what you have to do when you get into politics. You have to have an issue. It has to be well organized and well financed. So when you don't vote for Republicans, they're not going to come to you with any type of measures. That's one of the big problems. Black people don't vote for them. And if black people allow Republicans to put up their views, they would reject it because, again, most black people are indoctrinated by everything that the Democratic Party says. Did you hear what this brother said? The left has to start doing more. Take more of our money. The left is the party of racism. The left is the party of oppression. The left is a party that's anti-male. The left is a party that's for government schools, not school choice. The left is the party for abortion. The left is a party for basically having lenient rules on who they're going to let out of jail. Look, I live near Illinois, and heck, we got a number of those Chicagoans coming into Indiana, bringing their crime with them because their government has allowed them to get out of jail. Almost got a get out of jail free card, from Illinois. And if you look at the left, they're not very business minded. Many of them believe in the public school system. The public school system, many of them believe in the alphabet community. What I just mentioned has been destructive to this country. The left is dependent on OPEC for gasoline. They're dependent on printing more money, which devalues the dollar. And you look at the price of cost and goods. You look at the price of gasoline. We were energy independent until the fracking got cut off, till the Keystone Pipeline got cut off. The left is too much into allowing entertainers, particularly black entertainers, rule the show for black people, rappers, athletes. None of them know anything about politics, but these are the individuals that won't come to the hood to fix up the hood, but yet they talk about how racism is still in play when they're making millions of dollars living in a community where they have their own security, but they're against the police. Go figure that out.
Right. The whole thing for me about the Trump thing is, look, if you want my opinion, I think the only reason why a lot of the majority of the black community that actually support Trump do is because they were tired of getting lied to. I mean, he made a very, it was a just statement when he said, "What do you have to lose?" And it really, what did anybody have to lose as far as that went, white or black, by voting for him? The truth of the matter is, I was listening to Judge Joe Brown talking on a podcast, I think it was like a week ago, and he said that back in the 80s, early 90s, brothers were having a hard time going to the banks and getting loans to start businesses. And so they were talking to people, and somebody had told them, I think it was a politician that told them, if you're having a hard time getting a loan, go see Trump. Because what Trump was doing is he was actually backing these folks and their business loans. And I guess the only thing he asked was when he gave them the loan, and he said that when you pay it back, make sure you have all the money when you come to pay it back. He didn't want payments. He wanted it all up front when they paid it back. Now, what was interesting about it is every single one of these brothers that went and got a loan from Trump, when they went to pay it back, when they went to hand Trump the check, Trump gave it back to them and didn't take it. Now tell me that's a racist person right there that's going to help a man get a business started and get up on his feet, and then turn around and let him keep the money that was loaned to him after he proved that he was a man of his word and a man of substance and had character, a moral fiber, that had integrity. A racist isn't going to do that. Let's not forget that during the 90s, in particular, 90s and the early 2000s, Trump was a big part of pop culture. Everybody wanted to be Trump. He was on everything from Oprah to the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. All rappers were rapping about him, from Kanye to Snoop to even Lil Wayne. All these people were rapping about him, not in a negative way, but in a positive way. They wanted to emulate his lifestyle and how he basically, from that point in time, people said that he was a self-made millionaire, even though his dad gave him that loan. But to a degree, he was a self-made millionaire with a loan from someone to get started. Every businessman, when they get started, gets a loan from somebody to get that business started. Everyone, and that's something that the left will tend to tell people that aren't educated on how you start a business. You can't start a business with no capital. And most generally, most people don't have enough capital on their own in order to get a business started, just to pay for the basic business cost. So yes, Trump was a self-made millionaire. I personally, like I said, I think a lot of the black community, they were just like everyone else, tired of being lied to, tired of being pandered to, tired of having people like Hillary Clinton look at them and say, yeah, I carry hot sauce in my pocket or in my purse, or I go to churches to get fried chicken Sunday after I go to church, or talking, hiring Jay-Z and Beyonce to throw a freaking concert for free for everybody in the hood. They were tired. Most real hardworking Americans were tired of that shit. People that get handouts are always going to want more handouts. That's just the nature of it.
Yep.
And the other thing that I found interesting is, if you noticed, the people that were on the left, when they were making their arguments, did you notice that their answer to everything, when it didn't fall to going back to history to build their argument, something that happened 100 years ago, their answer to how to fix everything was another government program. Another government program. We need more programs. We need more government funding. But yet, like you said earlier, 411, I find it interesting that the very people that sit and claim that this country is systemically racist, that it's oppressive, and we have white supremacy running rampant in this fucking country, and that you can't trust the system, can't trust the police, and this, that, and the third, that there's a war on black people, black men specifically, by the police and the government, are the very same people that turn to the government to answer all their problems and all their questions.
Well, that's a good point made, and another thing about the left, and I forgot to bring this one point up. The brother used an old talking point, and I've been tired of hearing it for the last 20 years. The wealthiest 1%. Tax cuts went to the wealthiest 1%. First of all, when you make a certain amount of money, and I believe it's well over $100,000, you don't have to pay taxes for Social Security anymore. And then if you make, I think it's well over $180 million, you don't pay any more taxes. Okay. Now, let me put the 1% in there. Who pays most of the taxes? The wealthiest 1%. And it's the individuals who have all the money that have the businesses. And the problem with people on the left, they don't have a mindset of actually starting a business. They're employees. So they're always going to look at an employee not getting a fair wage. Well, unfortunately, the system is not designed to have trickle-down economics. The people at the top are always going to make most of the money, and the people at the bottom are going to either be employees or they're going to be unemployed. That's the way this system is. Is it fair? No, it's not fair. But if you have everything equal, then and I turn you to the NFL. They want teams to have parity in the NFL. And if you watch the NFL, look at the NFL. It's watered down now because they want everybody to be equal. Equality never works.
Can I say something? We don't even have to go to the NFL anymore. They're trying to make the NHL blacker. They have said,
Hockey League, really?
Yes, I'm dead ass serious.
So you guys
They
got
said the
Black Wayne
National
Gretzky?
Hockey League is too white.
You got
And it-
Black Wayne Gretzky?
I don't know. I guarantee you, if black people like the cold weather, they can learn how. They know how to skate.
I was going to say, because I have never seen a black man be very thrilled about going and playing on ice.
Yeah, black people don't like cold weather. We don't have these big noses for nothing. You got these wider nose to take in more oxygen and warmer climates. That's why our bodies and our nose structure is that way. And y'all are skinny and pointy. You know.
Yeah, I've literally went over to a brother's house that I was friends with and watched him put his hand to the wall by his window and touch the wall. And if it was too cold, his ass wasn't going outside.
Yeah, I really, bro, anything less than 70 degrees is freezing to me. Like literally my hands start shivering and every damn thing.
See, like me, 50 degrees, 40, 50 degrees, that's comfortable.
Now, I'm black, and shoot, I walk out there and it'd be 30 degrees. I got a short sleeve shirt because I work in construction.
Well, that's because you work outside.
That's because you're a light skin. That's because you light skin, and I'm gonna give you 10% full black nation on you. No,
the thing though is,
hey, where you from though?
Hey, I'm in Indiana.
Oh yeah, well,
dude, he lives right down the road from me.
Jesus Christ, why would you live in Indiana? Who wants to live in? Oh my God,
I like it out here. It's a red state.
I'm sorry. There is good parts of the state, just not Gary, Indiana.
Oh
and,
no,
and them other ethnic
Gary's
groups
not part
that
of
I stay
Indiana,
away
it's part
from.
of Chicago.
Yeah.
Around Chicago, like Hammond, and because you know, you get out there, you got Crown Point. That's pretty good.
You got Hammond, East Chicago, Gary,
Maryville,
and I mean, hell,
Sherrville.
you could really, if you want, you can link Elkhart and South Bend up with all that mess too, if you want to.
Yeah.
Michigan City.
You know what, man? I'm telling y'all, man. When I go on in 5 years, I'm gonna go on my United States tour, and I'm gonna stop by all these states, bro. And I might come see y'all. I'm like, hey, what's up? What's going on? Show me the nearest cave, because that's what I want to go do. I'm gonna just start doing a cave diving tours of America.
There you go.
My thing.
But let me get Israel in here on this, on what he thinks about this last before he loses his thought. He's getting old, man.
I think we have to stop talking about this quote unquote black community. And again,
I knew you were going to say that.
Sound like Trey.
Sounds like
and
Trey.
again,
Sounds like David. Sounds like SKC.
Oh yeah.
There's just no such thing as a black
women have
community
their
anymore.
own political agenda.
Yeah.
And it's separate from the rest of black people. So we can't say that's why the brother's point, the tall guy's point, fell short. You know, if he had said black men instead of black people, it would have made more sense. But he's speaking of black people as if, again, we're some monolith, or as even if black women want to be included in that. They're separate. They already made their stance. They're going for self.
Yeah.
Some real truth right there, brother.
I mean, they said it with their own words. I mean,
yeah, we heard it.
Hey, you can't talk about Lurch like the oppressed Lurch like that, man.
So hey, I'm just saying, hey, we didn't make the rules, but I'm gonna play by them. That's the way y'all want it. No problem. We're gonna play, but we gonna hold you to it.
Yes, sir.
No problem.
Well, it's kind of like even if when they was talking about the reparations, even if they did approve reparations, I couldn't blame anybody that if they got a check, taking the check, I would too.
Oh, I'm taking the check. I'm gonna take it. I ain't listen. You ain't gotta ask me to take it. I'm gonna be like, bitch, that cash in the bank.
Well, what's going to happen is inflation is going to be out of control.
Bill, I ain't going to be mad at you because I'm going to be trying to figure out a way to prove that I at least got like 2 or 3% of African American in me too, so I can get one.
Well, inflation will be out of control, and gas will be $10 a gallon almost instantly.
It's already heading that way anyway. So
and
that
they and
really
they're
doesn't matter.
still gonna be the next year getting evicted.
Actually, you know what? What you just said, I never even thought about till just now. If you look at the CARES package, that was $6.4 trillion. If you look at that and what's going on right now with the economy and inflation and everything, that is a good way to gauge what would happen if they started writing checks for reparations and what would happen with our economy and inflation. I mean, that tells you right there what would happen.
But Lurch is an ADOS or whatever they want to call themselves. He's part of the African descendant of slavery or whatever the hell they call themselves. But that's why his talking points are only and strictly to that. He added no.
Trey says everybody's going to be black at that one.
Yeah, really, at the point, everyone's going to be black. But he had it. Lurch added nothing to this whole conversation. Nothing.
Mayor says
he was away. He shouldn't have even been there. He should have kept his ass away because he didn't add nothing to the thing.
I identify as black.
Well,
my wife has as ADOS.
Injected.
Can you identify as ADOS or foundational Black American?
I don't know. I don't. I'm in none of that shit.
I'm just saying if you can identify as anything else, if gender is fucking fluid, is race and culture fluid too?
So what they say, the answer to your question is no. You cannot be transracial, even though being transracial is more social construct than gender will ever be, because you can be born of two different ethnicities.
Well, dude.
So at that point, it is a social construct compared to what they say about gender and every damn thing else.
Well, look, dude. Almost everybody in this country. You know how many white people in this country that have been doing them DNA tests and found out that they're African, that they have African American in them?
All of them.
All of them. Every last one of them.
Well, the thing about it is, there's no such thing as a white person, just like there's no such thing as a fucking black person. I'm getting sick of people putting me in a color box or a goddamn African American, bro. I know my ancestry is from Nigeria. I get that. I understand that, but I haven't been to Nigeria in such a long time. Over 30 years. I haven't been to Nigeria. But at this point, what am I gaining from the continent besides how my people were sold into slavery because they were captured by slave raiders? So what does it serve me? Nothing. And I get sick of the people. Like when I did go to Africa, I got spit on as a little boy. Do you think I give a fuck about going over there? Let that whole continent burn in hell. I don't give a shit. Fuck them. I'm American. When I leave this country, I'm American. When you leave the United States, you are literally forced to be all one nation, which is American. They don't put you in a color box. They don't put you in a ethnicity box. They just call you American. And once we figure that, dang it, life would be a lot easier in America.
Yeah, we had that conversation, Snowman, one night. I tried to explain to these guys. I said they could tell by looking at you, you're an American.
Oh yeah, fucking right, man. I've been to eight different countries, dude. They know I'm country as fuck. As soon as oh yeah, he's American.
You ain't got to open your mouth.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, it depends, because
most of the time they're like, oh yeah, you're an American, aren't you?
Yeah. Well, you can tell by the way we dress. So you ain't really got to.
Our movements, you know.
So yeah, and in Middle East, I was called Satan for a while. So you know, them Afghani locals call me Satan. So you know, it is what it is. That's why they got their ass blown up.
Bring the nasty black dog up on the panel.
Come on, Trey.
We need the dirty old black dog.
Yeah, we need a nasty black dog.
Let's go ahead and while we're waiting on him to pop up, I'll go ahead and play this next section.
Shit.
I only got to work for an hour tomorrow, so I'm just gonna get me some sleep.
Okay, let's move on to our next question.
I need 30 seconds.
Republicans have been pushing increasingly for voter ID laws, as well as laws to prevent the usage of drop boxes and mail-in voting. These measures have been labeled as racist by many in the Democrat Party and liberal media, with many people, including President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris, calling these laws Jim Crow 2.0. Why are voter ID laws considered racist, and what are specific ways black voters are being suppressed? Right side, panelist one, you have 2 minutes.
Why are voter ID laws considered racist? I think because the Democratic Party has been very successful in weaponizing race in that way. So I call it the for-profit race hustling industry. What do we know about voter ID laws? In 2005, when the state of Georgia implemented an in-person voter ID law, that until this day, has actually not been overturned. What we also know about voter ID laws, an Obama-appointed judge, his name is Chief Judge Mark Walker out of Florida, in response to the NAACP and the Civil Rights Organization lawsuit against the state of Florida, specifically around not their in-person voter ID requirement, it was actually a requirement to show an ID to request an absentee ballot. What did that judge say in the state of Florida, the Obama-appointed judge in the state of Florida? He said that unfortunately, for the plaintiffs who were in NAACP and other organizations, they could not find a single person who was able to testify and say that they were not able to get a voter ID. So we do know that black people are able to get voter IDs, and he threw that part of the case out. Now, why do I bring this up? Because this is an Obama-appointed judge said that this voter ID law thing that you guys, this case that you have, I'm going to throw that out. And he also said because there are specific things in the voter ID, in the election law that they passed, where even if you didn't have a voter ID, you could cast a provisional ballot. If you needed to use the last 4 of your social security number, a state ID number, if you needed to actually use a utility bill, these are all forms of voter ID identification that you can use in order to vote. So no, according to at least an Obama-appointed judge, there is no constitutional issue with voter ID. Now, this isn't me just saying this as a partisan or a Republican. I'm referring to the actual law. So no, voter ID laws, according to judges all around this country, they're not racist.
Left side, panelist 2. Panelist 1, you have 2 minutes.
So piggybacking on Malik's point about that Georgia voter ID law in 2005. So in 2004, John Kerry almost won the state of Georgia. Very, very close race. 2005, you passed a voter ID law, which actually did go up to the circuit court and was overturned as a poll tax because it charged individuals a fee to get a state-issued Georgia voter ID. And so that was overturned and the legislature had to reform that bill. 2021. You had not had a Democrat or African-American elected statewide since Thurbert Baker in 2009. You had had 12 years of unanimous Republican rule in the state. As a result of that voter ID law, which was declared a poll tax and reformed, you had had over a decade of complete Republican rule of the state, a constitutional majority in the Senate, a constitutional majority in the House. Every single statewide elected official was a white Republican male in the state. As a result of that 2006 law, because of efforts by voting groups, including ones that I led, that changed in 2020, where Democrats won the state of Georgia. 2021, amazingly, they passed a new voter law, the SB 202, which was meant to change the voting laws to make sure they could still maintain that power. If you're not creating these laws to suppress votes, why does it only seem that they change voting laws when Democrats start winning? As Mos Def once said, you start keeping pace, they start switching up the tempo. And that's what we're seeing in many of these states around the country, that they are these, as the North Carolina judge also said, within the gerrymandering contest, that these things are created and laser focused in order to disenfranchise certain groups of people in the United States of America. When you look at the demographics, Georgia right now, the state is 35% African American, 20% Latino, 12% Asian American, 52% women, and Atlanta's one of the biggest LGBTQ capitals in the United States of America, but yet and still, Joe Biden won that state by 12,000 votes. We cannot deny the impact of voter suppression when it comes to the ademographical results that we see in many elections, and for that reason, I don't think we can ignore the fact that Republican states try to pass voter suppression laws so they can maintain power with regards to the demographics of the state.
And y'all want to do drop boxes, so we're even.
Go ahead. I know you guys want to speak on what he just said. So I saw
he said a whole bunch.
Up.
He said a whole bunch. And he's very good at what he does. His misdirection skills are awesome. I give him that part. He's been on MSNBC and CNN a whole lot. So his whole misdirection tactic is very good. But what he fails to realize, everything that he said is still, even though Republicans want to curtail the laws to fit the need, not because, like I said, the laws in Georgia are less strict than the laws in where Joe Biden is from. So, and not only that, they're less strict than New York, they're less strict in Denver, they're less strict in a lot of different other states. So why is it that he only piggybacks on the ones that were changed? And even then, they still had record turnouts this year for the primary. So it's full of shit.
I think not having a picture ID is a fucking cop out. Come on.
We all have picture ID, so that's
if you got a job, you got to show. You have to have a picture. Most cases, a picture ID.
You got to have a job to have a house. Period. No matter if you're buying a house or renting a house.
Come on. we're in 2022. Are we serious right now? We can't get picture IDs, but we can start businesses. So we're promoting, black people need to start businesses, but we're not going to make sure people have fucking IDs.
Israel, in almost all 50 states, there is a voter ID that is free. So what are we talking? You can't get there now. Now they're going to say, "Oh, we can't travel to go get it," and then I will say to that, "Well, you can do it online." And then, "Oh no, we can't get an internet, so what? You can't go to the library." It's always moving of the goalposts, and that's what they do, and that's why I don't even pay attention to it. Yeah, it's a big cop out.
But
yeah,
making
I agree with
fucking
you, bro.
excuses, you know.
Angry Snowman, how are you?
I'm letting you guys have this one, man. Go
Or
ahead.
1-1. What, you don't know how to get ID either? Boy, I tell you,
I'm just a dumb country ninja, dude. That doesn't even know where the library is or know how to use the computer. And
Look, we have to have an ID for everything else. Look, when I go to my college, I have an ID. Just like the brother said, you go to work, you have to have an ID. When I was working in downtown Indianapolis, in order to get in the building, I had to have an ID.
Gotta show you picture ID.
Picture ID. If you're going to buy cigarettes, beer, you got to have picture IDs. When you do everything, you have to have picture IDs. All they want to do is just make sure you're that person. But see, the reason why the Democrats don't want laws is because they want more people to come in who are illegal so they can give them more welfare. So the illegals will vote for them, and that will raise their popular vote, and that'll keep them in power. That's the big problem. See, one thing that blacks aren't talking about is, okay, you talk about being oppressed, then why are you for immigration?
Ooh-wee.
You think about it, because we're also paying for these immigrants. We're paying for their health care. Heck, some of them come in illegally. They're criminals. We're paying for them to stay in the jails. We're probably even paying for them to get free money out here so they can send it back to where they're going. And the ones that are coming in aren't really contributing to the market as far as technical skills. Many of them have jobs. Yes, they're going to say jobs that we won't do. Oh, we'll do them if we're paid.
You fail to realize that the Democrat platform right now is we need these illegal immigrants,
right?
Because we need them to pick. What did Nancy Pelosi say? We need them to pick our crops, and she's not the only female congressman on the Democrat side to say that. It's been 5 of them.
Yeah,
lately.
that's that myth that the Mexicans are doing the jobs that poor black poor whites won't do.
But when they say pick our crops, I'm like, that reminds me of slavery. And who is the fucking party of slavery? Oh my God, is it Democrats? Oh, it is. So they haven't changed in over thousands of decades. Crazy.
I'm 46. I remember in the 90s, as a young man having a job at the local McDonald's. There was no shortage of kids that worked at McDonald's or the grocery store.
It is now.
It wasn't, huh?
It is now.
And they're getting $15 an hour to work at Mickey D's too. $15 an hour. Didn't
well, the thing is what happened with McDonald's. They doubled down on the cheap immigrant labor in the early 2000s. But they did a horrible job of managing their stores. So it was a guy in Florida a couple of years ago. He applied for 50 of these jobs, and he was overqualified for them. He only got like 2 callbacks out of 50 of the jobs he applied for, and that's what you see. They don't know how to manage their restaurants, so they don't even know how to hire people. There's plenty of kids that work these damn jobs.
Oh yeah, for
they
sure.
Just won't hire them.
Hey, Israel, can I cut in for a second? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, I had to step in. I got bombarded as soon as I went through the front door. But anyway, if y'all don't know, I work from home. Shout out to the crew. Shout out to everybody. I saw the chat jumping off. I just had to step in for a second and say, hey, y'all kicking ass. Keep kicking ass. I'm talking about put foot all the way. Put your knee in there. I'm talking about just get rid of all of that trap. Put it in there.
I don't have enough melanin in me to put my knee on anybody's neck.
Oh my God!
No. I'm not messing with you because I ain't say neck. I said put foot up in the ass. Put your knee in there. Not on
and stuff.
Put it in there. Put it up.
Knees and stuff.
Like this. Just kick that stuff in the ass because it's overrated. I'm glad y'all doing this. I'm working my behind off already. But I just want to step in for a second. I'm going to jump back out, get out the way. Y'all keep doing it. My mama is like, wow. So, I'm going to holler at y'all. I'm back.
Your mom likes it, man.
Tell your mama to jump on the panel with us.
Bruh, it's going to be a whole problem, okay? It's going to be a whole problem.
Hey, he don't understand. My mama, I told my mom, you can come up here, but you're going to have to act right. My mom black, man. I'm like, look.
She ain't gonna act right. All right.
You can't do it now. You can't be ghetto.
Yeah,
Ghetto Supreme.
There's no.
I'm out of here though, man.
You asking him to set his mom up, man.
Keep doing your thing. Keep doing your thing. I'm out of here.
Later, brother.
What'd you say, Snowman?
I said you can't ask him to set his mom up for failure like that.
Shit, why not?
Yeah, mama don't be getting set up. They know how to work a room for a little bit, for a little while, a little while, and then once they get comfortable, that's
mama
when they
get
set
on here and air
themselves
this
up.
whole shit out.
Yeah. I know my mom came into the chat.
But
She
there's
said,
no shortage of jobs. We didn't have no shortage of jobs in the 90s.
No, I grew up in the 90s, so I
What the fuck
understand.
they talking about?
Until Clinton signed that NAFTA deal, and once
NAFTA
hit,
is what fucked everything up.
NAFTA
Thank you for
destroyed
saying
everything, dude. I mean,
Thank you for
what
saying
sucked
it.
about that is I was just a young man coming into the workforce at that time, you know, and how they tried to replace the jobs that were lost by NAFTA. If you recall, that's when they had the temp service boom of the 90s, where you could bounce from one temp service to the next. But see, what came with that was you didn't get no benefits with the temp service, and you
really
didn't have
me paid.
Well, and that was also before the for the electronic verification. So you had a lot of illegal immigrants. They were sharing social security numbers.
That ain't changed, bro. That part didn't change. Matter of fact, they got my wife for her social security number, to be honest with you, and like
Yeah,
they had
that's
like
still
three,
associated.
they had like
It'd be
three
about
businesses
20
in
of
my
them.
wife's name, and I
There'd
had
be
to,
20
and I literally had
Marias
to fight
working
that.
under one social.
Yeah, yes, sir. It's crazy.
Yeah, but see,
But now, now these kids, what happened? Unemployment skyrocketed for poor whites, poor blacks, and our kids.
Well, here's the thing. Like there used to be where the kids used to bag groceries and take them out to people's cars.
Yeah,
that was really big on the military bases. Now you got old ass Asian motherfuckers over there doing that shit now. And they fighting to get your bag. That's why I won't get them. Listen, man, give me your child. That's like about 14, because you can start bagging groceries at 14 years old.
Shit, I was doing it at 9 years old in Jersey.
Well, I had a newspaper route, so I had a newspaper route from 9 years old till I was 18.
My first job was delivering newspaper.
Yep, funnest job ever.
Deliver newspapers, and then I had, I think, like 3 or 4 people's lawns that I actually.
Your mic is low again, dude.
I will say this: I've always hated cutting grass because you hear my nose, it's all nasally anyway, so I can't do that.
No,
I got
man, give me a
allergies
mic
like a
check,
mofo.
man. You sound low.
Check 1, check 2.
Little more.
Check 1, check 2.
Better.
Man, turn that bitch all the way up.
Yeah, crank.
Check
Give me
1,
some
check
fucking.
2.
There we
you
go.
go.
Look at that white boy microphone,
Yeah.
man.
But no, man, that's what when I was younger, I did a mic, or I did a mic. I had a paper route that one of my buddies passed off to me when I was in school because he got tired of doing it. And then I also had there was 4 lawns that I manicured all year long. Like in the summer, I mowed it. In the fall, I did rake the leaves. In the winter, I shoveled the snow. And dude, you remember like when we were, I don't know if you guys did it because you guys don't like the cold, but me and one of my other buddies, like when it used to snow like crazy when we were kids, dude, we go out on a snow day and walk around, and we'd shovel 20, 30 driveways.
Yes, sir.
Throughout the day,
Yes,
dude,
sir.
and make $200-$300, dude, in one day.
Yes, sir.
Nope.
Don't tell me that, they had to bring all of this cheap immigrant labor over here because there was a shortage
Yeah,
of
there's
jobs.
plenty of kids out there that'll do the shit for money.
Bullshit.
Hey, Anger Snowman. I didn't have no snow where I live because I live in Oklahoma. We had ice, goddammit. That's all we got. We got ice and
That's even
ain't no
worse.
snow, ain't no shoving no ice. You slip and bust your damn face wide open.
Nah, dude, I grew up basically between Ohio and Indiana, and snow
Ohio
for
sucks.
my entire life.
Nah, I'm good. You can have all that snow shit.
Nah, dude, actually, I'll be honest with you. You want snow because snow actually helps insulate shit, dude.
No, I don't. No.
It does. I promise you. I absolutely promise you that if ask anybody that's been around snow, when there's snow on the ground, it's a whole lot less frigid cold than it is when it's just cold out and no snow.
Listen, fuck that shit. You can keep all that slush and snow. I don't miss it. I'm in North Carolina.
Hey, I don't like my shoes to be wet. I don't like my shoes to be wet.
75-degree weather coming tomorrow.
Yeah.
So you keep all that cold shit. I don't want no parts
Do
of it.
you
no
even go
more.
to the pool, Uncle Tom? Do you swim?
I fucking surf, bro. What the fuck is wrong? I'm not your typical black person. I
surf?
don't like
you. So you can swim.
Yeah, I swim like a motherfucking whale. Goddamn it,
It's
underneath the water.
country black people who don't swim.
I'm from Oklahoma.
No, I mean like southeast country.
I figured you was afraid of the water, man, since you didn't want to play in the snow.
Man, listen, I will show you all my surfboards in my shop right now. Matter of fact, I got one I gotta fix.
Shoot, I had to plow that snow, man.
I thought that was funny. When I moved down south, I was meeting black people couldn't swim.
There's a lot of them, bro.
Yeah,
my wife can't swim.
Listen, in Florida, these motherfuckers will go out to the water and just sit on the edge of the bank. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
I'm like, what the hell?
Why are you even
But
here?
they're quick to go to the beach in the wintertime. Like, who the fuck goes to the beach in the wintertime? Like,
It's the water cold as hell. Cold as
been to the
hell.
ocean
Some of the
once.
most backwards ass people I ever seen, man.
Yeah.
Well, look, I'm gonna tell you, I've been to the ocean one time, guys, and I'm never going back, ever again.
Why?
That's all I needed was that one time. Because, dude, I ain't trying to go somewhere where everything in there is trying to fucking eat you.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Y'all sound like a bunch of bitches.
Nah, dude, I'm good with that. You can't even walk normal in the ocean.
Sharks
You got to
don't
drag
even
your
like
feet,
white
otherwise
meat,
you're going to
man.
get bit by clams and crabs and squids and
where the fuck are
electric
you,
eels
where
and
you
all this
at?
other
Don't
shit,
even like
man.
white meat. What are you talking
What
about?
are you talking about, bro? You the safest thing in the ocean.
The hell you are.
I ain't
You
gonna
can't
lie.
see, and that's the thing is you can't even stick your head in the water and look without goggles on. You burn your eyeballs.
I've been chased by hammerhead sharks for 34 minutes. Literally 34 minutes. I didn't put my hands in the water, needless to say, or my feet. Because you didn't know what type of shark it was until, it came, until it got
See,
caught.
I'm all
They
good
caught
with
it.
that, man.
But
No.
here's the thing. This one little kid that was 8, well, he was about 17? He got bit by a tiger shark. Tore his motherfucking leg up. Boy, I was like, oh, thank God. I
What
was like
beach was he
Jesus
at?
walking on water. Gee, I was like, geez, I'm telling you that. Listen,
What
that
beach
lifeguard
was
didn't
this?
tell me. Was
That
that?
one that he shouldn't have been in.
This was in Hawaii. I was stationed in Hawaii for 9 years, so that's where I learned how to surf.
Oh yeah, I was like, wait a minute, a tiger shark, really?
Yeah, tiger shark was a whole different beast
Wow.
right there. But the thing about
Yeah,
Bali,
that's what I'm saying. I gotta be some warm water, right?
yeah. When you go to Bali and places like that to surf, it's so much coral reef and it's sharp
Well,
that you're just like,
off
fuck
track
all
now,
that.
though. You're getting off track. You're getting off track.
Go
Get
ahead,
back
man.
on topic.
You got me talking about surfing, bro.
I'm sorry I questioned whether or not you could swim. I didn't know this was going to turn into a Point Break moment for you.
Oh my gosh, shut the fuck up. Hey, that was a good movie though.
All right, I'm gonna play some more of this, man.
Panelists, you have 1 minute.
So the notion that voter ID laws are racist, I think, is well worn. I mean, you hear it every election cycle. I think if the left actually believed it, what they would do is say, we're going to create a voter ID drive. We're going to get all the old ladies. We're going to take them from church and help them sign up for IDs. That's not the case. What they do, as I said, I mentioned this, the Selma syndrome. The left loves to use America's real and ugly racial history to make black people think that America in 2022 is no different than 1922. You can even hear it in some of my colleagues, right? It's always, well, look what happened back in the 1800s. Understood, but we're in today right now. So I don't know any person, old or young, who does not have an ID. My mother-in-law grew up in the segregated South. She's over 80. I'm not gonna tell her age. She has an ID. All her sisters have IDs. all of the people on this stage have IDs. I know they do. All their friends have IDs because you couldn't get your Bellinis at brunch on Sunday if you did not have an ID. So the notion that black folk don't have IDs, as I said, is patently ridiculous.
Left side, panelist 2, you have 1 minute.
It's extremely elitist of us to presume that people don't have the ability to get an ID when we know for a fact that there were people who couldn't get out of the way of Hurricane Ira that just hit because they didn't have transportation. There are people who have been, for the last 20, 30 years, unable to get out of the way of hurricanes and were stuck in the path of it because they didn't have transportation. So if they don't have transportation to get out of the eye of a storm, how do you expect them to have transportation to get an ID? But that's number one. Why? ID is just another form of poll tax, as Robert said, as the literacy test of old that were used to prevent blacks from voting, gerrymandering. All of these are tools that the Supreme Court has said are tools used to prevent African Americans from voting. Then there's then let me tell you, I was a voter protection attorney back in Michigan in 2008 when Obama was running for office.
She's an attorney?
People from Macomb County that were white were coming to Detroit telling people that they weren't eligible to vote. Then you have robocallers like Republicans who are actually on trial right now for calling and telling black people, if you use your ID to vote, they're going to come after you for child support. They're going to come after you for old warrants. These are robocalls. Jack Berkman.
Thank you. All right, right side, panelist 3, you have 30 seconds.
Well, I was going to say the idea that we can't get voter ID is just a distraction, but apparently I need to be afraid of the ghost of slavery past because that's where the left likes to live. When it comes to voter suppression, I do think that gerrymandering is an issue. However, what's also an issue when it comes to voter suppression is non-citizens being able to vote. I think it's also lying politicians stoking fear and telling lies and getting black people to believe that they can't get out and vote. So I think there is some voter suppression, but I don't think it's where people say that it is.
She came to fight.
Left side, panelist 3, you have 30 seconds.
Yes, thank you. Suppressing the black vote is as American as apple pie. That has always been the case. Whether you're talking about voter ID, gerrymandering, any type of thing to keep black people down, white supremacy has done that consistently. And they want to suppress the black vote because they want to suppress the individual. It's all connected. There's not one without the other. There's not, thank you.
Thank you.
He does not contribute to the conversation at all.
You need ID to buy liquor out the liquor store, right? Niggas ain't got no problem with that shit. But you got 4 years. You got 4 years to get an ID and you can't do it. I call bullshit on that.
Well, the thing about it is, it's not 4, it's 2 years because you should be voting every 2 years. Matter of fact,
yeah,
you should be voting.
We only come out for presidential election,
Yeah, not me. I even go for special election as well.
We should do it every 2 years, but I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I'm giving them
at least 4
years.
At least 4. You should be able to at least get a driver's license between it and there. I mean,
so that means you ain't worked.
But you ain't even got to do that, Dick. You can use a bill to vote.
Hey,
a water bill.
You can go to the BMV or whatever it is to get an ID card.
It's crazy that they just it's white supremacy. White supremacy ain't getting you from getting a goddamn ID. Shut up.
But you go to the liquor store.
Buying some old English 800s, some Schlitz Malt Liquor Bowl or something with it.
Yeah. You got to drink Hurricanes.
When you win a lottery ticket over, what is it, $500?
Oh, yeah.
You got to have ID to cash that, right?
In some places, over 100, you got to have ID.
Oh, okay, it's over 100. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I know in Florida it's over 100.
No problem with that.
Yeah.
You go down to the bingo hall and you win a certain amount of money. You got to show ID for that.
Hey,
yes, sir.
Time out. Shout out to AC, man. That website's dope, dude. I dig the shit out of it, man. Now you're going to force me to have to be nice to you. What a dick. But for real, shout out, bro. I'm speechless.
What'd he do? What's going on?
He made a website for the Real Cold Facts podcast.
I mean, we got to stop being ridiculous. Stop making these damn excuses, okay?
It's not.
I'm sorry. Left. I'm sorry.
Remember, you got to separate yourself from these trifling niggas. That's what I do.
I just don't make excuses for this shit,
And that's why I separate myself. When I tell my dad like that, you won't even be able to come in my atmosphere with that type of language, bruh. And I want to retire my dad. And, I can't live with him. He'll have to be in the house on his own. And that's the reason why I bought land.
I mean, you know what kind of quality of life you got if you ain't got no ID?
Yeah. Shitty.
I mean,
You ain't
there's
going
just
to the
so much
liquor
shit
store
you
and getting your
can't
40,
do.
getting your bottle of night train. That's for damn
There's a
sure.
lot of shit you can't do. In some clubs, you can't even get into a club if you trying to go down and dance. You can't even get in
I
the
mean,
club.
that's one of
without
the
it.
first lessons I teach my boys. I teach my boys, you don't leave this house without your keys and your fucking ID.
Mm-hmm.
I taught my boys, 14 years old, he knows this. And at 14 years old, you go right down to the DMV here in North Carolina, he gets a free ID.
Yep.
Look. I shit you not. I was on BMT's panel about 7-8 months ago, arguing with Bomb Cherry and
Why would you argue with her? Oh my god,
dude! Her and some other fucking strag up there that claimed to be in the military, trying to sit and say that they were literally sitting there. They were pushing that black people can't get an ID narrative.
Yeah,
they
they're
were
retarded.
And I'm like, are you stupid?
Yeah.
I mean, you tell me. I mean, it was so bad that they were even. Oh, I see you, Trey. Sorry. It was so bad that they were trying to say that. What was it? That their argument, because I said, well, how the hell do they get? How the hell did they get a bank account? How the hell do they go and cash their paycheck? How do they go buy beer? How do they do anything? How do they operate? How do they get a library card? How do they fucking turn their utilities on? How did they do any of these things that modern people do? I already went and checked it out. AC, I was looking at it on my phone. But
man, he knows I've told you a billion times, bro. Ninjas lie. That's
Mhm.
all they do is lie.
Yes. Like you don't have experience functioning in the world. Like I'm gonna believe this foolishness.
They dude, it was crazy. It was so bad that that was the first time that I rage quit because I couldn't deal with the ignorance.
They don't tell me they make you rage quit, bro.
Trey, you remember that, don't you?
Jeez,
Bro,
don't
I
tell
know
nobody
they're
that.
I know they're retarded over there. I treat them as if they're retarded.
We know what Dre does, boy.
But don't let them make you
Hey, dude,
rage quit though.
I threatened to sick the whole gulag on BMT last night with last night's stream he did. That shit was dumb.
Oh, we cut him off, bro. Yeah, he's done, man.
Hey, what's his name? What was his real
What
Big
did he
Mike?
do for you guys to cut him off?
What?
Well, never mind. I'll talk to you in
Yeah,
Telegram.
no.
about that.
I'll tell you. Yeah, he restreamed Grandmaster Troll Docs and Mad Bus Driver.
Oh,
what?
Yeah, and seemed to think there was nothing wrong with what he was doing.
That's
That's some dirty shit.
Yeah.
That's like what he did to me a year ago.
And then he made a video, the whole video, like, what did I do wrong? Oh my God, sounding like a strag, and it's like, nah, dude, you cut off, man. Like, we done with you.
The gulag does not acknowledge you no more. You are not a battle bro.
Yeah, he was never one to begin with, man. He just, a fellow vet, man. I just thought, BMT, maybe had an IED or something wrong in his head. And, that's the way I just treated him, man. He just makes no sense, argue from the position of a woman and all that stuff. But it was just all comedy, it's just pure comedy. But you don't put nobody's personal business out there like that.
no.
Never.
Well, if you recall, that's what he did to me. He had people trying to call the FBI and shit on me.
Damn. BMT?
Yeah. Am I lying, Trey?
Bro, like I said, man, they lie, bro. And that's why you can't deal with them, man.
Can't trust
With just the whole it's kind of, what do you call it? Like being smug and the oh my godness, like, oh, how dare you? When nah.
Man, that's crazy.
Being smug is an awfully white response there, Trey.
Yeah.
Are you wearing your Klan robes today?
Bro, I don't.
Well,
You
the
know
word
I'm
in the
like
black
the
community would be audacity, you know.
yeah. You know I'm like a brother that was on the panel earlier. I don't play the Crayola Crown game. I don't play the whole white and black stuff. Yeah, that's all comedy to me.
Yeah, I know. I get it. Let's finish. Let's watch the next segment of this, man. That way we can finish tearing into it. That way it don't take all night.
Yeah.
All right. Now let's move on to culture. According to the Census Bureau in 1960, the number of African American children who lived in single-parent homes was around 22%. Today, that number has risen to a staggering 64%. What is the explanation for this phenomenon, and what effect has this extraordinarily high rate of black children being raised in single-parent homes had on the black community as a whole? And does the black community need strong, intact nuclear families to be successful? Right side, panelist one, you have 2 minutes.
Sure. I'm going to answer the last question first. Yes, the black community needs strong, intact nuclear families to be successful. Point blank, period. Because everything starts in the home.
I got to go pick up your password. And I won't be ready.
The notion that the government is a suitable substitute for a father has been disproven by the last 60 years of America's social history. In fact, I always argue that the federal government is an unfaithful husband and an absent father because it just has too many households to support of every color. So the explanation is a number of things. It's complex, like most social phenomena are. Some of them have to do with economics. Some of it has to do with policy. If you create incentives for single women to be able to, in effect, marry the government, then what you do is incentivize single parenthood. Some of it has to do with culture. When I say culture, I'm talking about norms, beliefs, behaviors. And when these things start to roll downhill, you don't have to keep pushing it. After a certain point, they repeat themselves under their own power. So when you see now 7 out of 10 black children born to parents that are unmarried, it's not because of the invisible hand of government that's pushing it. That's just become a norm. We don't shame people, specifically in the black community. We don't shame men for having children that they don't take care of. We don't. We shame men for having political views that we don't agree with. But if a guy like Future or whoever else, rapper or regular guy, has 7 kids by 6 different women, nobody bats an eyelash. So one of the big problems about this particular phenomenon is that the left and its professors and preachers and politicians refuse to talk about the importance of marriage and family. The last person who did it was President Obama. He was consistently criticized by his left flank, including hosts on MSNBC and college professors.
Left side, panelist one, you have 2 minutes.
Glad you brought up President Obama. He's one of the people I was going to mention. Why? Because the single family home has created some of the most iconic people of the 21st century. Your President Obama was one of them. Your President Bill Clinton was also another one. What does that mean? That means that you can take a woman who has a village and allow her to then build and create an incredible human being. That doesn't mean that every person coming out of a 2-parent household is this wonderful on-track, on-par person. I mean, have you seen the Bush children? I mean, there's so many examples of children
You
who
see
are
how
raising
they want to
2-parent
defend
family
the
homes
fucking
who have gone up inside
foolishness?
schools and shot them up. The point I'm making is that it's about community and building and making sure that there's someone surrounding that mother and surrounding those parents, whether it's a single father or single mother, so that they can have the resources and tools that they need. It's not individual to one person. If a home is filled with abuse and neglect, you're still going to get a broken person. So to put that on and say, well, yes, clearly there could be some things that we rebuild in the black community, and love and family and relationships are one of those, but that's one of the psychological chains of slavery. That's the vestige of slavery. What needs to happen is that if we rebuild the family, rebuild the black person, pay reparations, I'm sure many people can get the therapy that they need to have healthy relationships and healthy homes. But what we've not done is we've not put the freedmen, the people who in 1856 were supposed to receive something from the government to help them engage as American citizens and give them the step forward to take them from slavery to citizenship. That has not been paid. And so you have a group of people who have still not been put in position of equality in this country. And until that's done, you're going to have to continue looking at, hey, why is it that their community's not catching up to us? They were never repatriated.
Thank you.
Please pause it.
Go ahead. I knew it was coming.
Please, that bullshit she just said. She keeps quoting General Sherman's field orders. That wasn't a legislation. That was a field order that quickly got rescinded. So it never happened. It's not even worth mentioning anymore. The 40 acres and the mule. Geez, lady, please stop. Also, she keeps going back to blame slavery. Okay, 1950, black people got married at a rate of 80%. 80% of black people were married in 1950.
Over 80%. It was more than 86.
Hell, at one point it was almost 90. But I'm being generous by giving you 80. What the hell is she talking about? The ramifications of slavery. Again, that 100-year period after slavery didn't happen. It didn't happen. And black women need a village. There is no village. They destroyed the village. Us, now, those of us who are Generation X, we remember it because we were the last generation to see it. These millennials have never seen that village.
I'll take it a step further from that. As a Gen Xer, there was no village. You know, to them, they think there is. These are these millennials and young Zs or whatever the hell they are. The thing they're missing is it was just a bunch of base men back then who raised their families and were just around another bunch of base men. And the stories they hear, I don't know, they just don't understand that is community. That's all that is. It ain't no village. It ain't no whole bunch of daggone.
Well, that's what they're calling a village, is the community. Yeah. But we don't have it no more.
Yeah, what they're thinking, though, is that back in the 80s and 70s, there was a whole bunch of single moms running around getting taken care of. No, them folks lived in the projects, and we clowned them. We made fun of them. We laughed at them. Yeah.
But even the ones that lived in the so-called projects, they had extended families living in those projects. It wasn't single black women living in the projects.
Yeah, and you didn't deal with those people. They knew they were the scourge, and all they was trying to do was get up out the projects and move to the hood, and therefore causing us in the hood to get up to move to the suburbs. Right. It was like it wasn't just white flight; it was black flight too.
Listen, like, I'm a millennial, all right? Y'all gonna quit getting off our early millennial. I only made it about 1 year, so but. The thing about it is I mean, like you said, you were the last generation. Like I seen it. I used to live down the street from the literally the hood, and we used to call it the PO Dubs, pussy on welfare.
Where you from again?
I'm from Oklahoma.
Okay.
So we used to call it pussy on welfare. That was a PO Dub. That's where all the ratchet single moms and that don't want to raise their kids.
What part of Oklahoma, man? Because I heard that when I was stationed in Lawton.
That's where I'm from. That's where I'm from. PO Dubs, man.
Yeah, I was stationed at Seal. I was like, man, that's what they called it out there.
Yeah, that's where I'm from.
From you all. You ever heard of Wichita Falls, Texas?
Yeah, Wichita Falls.
Yeah, man. Kelly Air Force Base.
Yes,
not
sir.
Kelly, that other. Yeah, Shepherd. Yeah.
Right no, but we used to call it. I used to live down the street from there, and I was like, "Look at these ratchets." Why didn't we say ratchet? We said ghetto motherfuckers back then, but then it became ratchet over a while. But you see that, like my mom and dad lived. My dad was in the military.
Pause a minute. AC. These men wanted to sit and comment on what she said, so I was letting them. They will get to hear what she says. Let what she says be what she says, and let that be on its own. Because what she does say is pretty freaking awesome, and it's amazing. Yeah. So why taint it with the bullshit that came before it?
What you mean, so man?
What is he saying?
No, I'm not one prejudiced. But the chick in the pink, she's the reason why. She is the reason why black women these days, right now, are raising these degenerate ass children that don't have any respect for anything, not even including themselves. And if you really want to look at it, the reason why these kids are the way they are right now is because of the black woman and their fake ass community and this so-called community that they want to put on, because it did no good for no one. That's why all these kids out here killing everybody, shooting each other for no goddamn reason, because these women cannot raise men. They can barely raise female child, because I do believe it takes a man to raise both child. That's why. in the black community and the white community, that father was there and present to put the little girl in her place as well when she got out of line. And when you take that away, you take away everything.
Well, look,
Well, that's why
not only did they
statistics
put
show-
did the father put her in place, but the father being in the home also teaches a young girl that it's okay to love a man. And,
Well, yeah,
and what it's like to
it puts her in her
the
place
love
too
from a father and a man.
The statistics show single fathers do a better job across the board than single mothers.
Yeah, we don't. Single fathers don't need no help. I don't know what you're talking about. Ain't no single father out there getting no help.
We don't beg for help. They don't beg for help. They don't ask the government for help. They don't do none of that shit. Women, oh, we need help from everybody.
Well, I think the young lady made it plain. She said when a woman can't take care of her children, she get a check from the state. Right. If a man can't take care of his children, he go to jail. And the truth of the matter is, I can understand, why women, they can need more help. I get that, but my issue with it is that there are good women on this planet. I mean, there are really, really good women on this planet, and there are women that have done phenomenal jobs with women, with raising children. And on the flip side of that, there's women that have done absolutely horrible jobs, and there's men that have done the same. And we cannot deny the effects of feminism and what it's had on the black families, or any family for that matter, and how the entitlement or the empowerment of women, I call it excessive empowerment of women, has just kind of marginalized the man and put the man in the position of whatever the woman says goes, and we all know it should be the other way around. And it's like the man should be the head of his house. That is being in order. And Shamika spoke it. We're in trouble because we're out of order. And I don't see not many people in the black community actually trying to reaffirm that order, that men should be at the helm of their homes and we should have their responsibility of that. I totally agree with that.
Well, there's no more hope of that. As long as there's any concept of a black community, it'll never happen. Because the people that believe in that social construct, 90% of the women in it don't believe in God, man, woman, child. They believe in 50-50 abortions on demand, boys in dresses. You will never build a society with people that are 1 foot out of Sodom and Gomorrah. And therefore, I advise any brother, remove the label of black. As long as you pigeonhole yourself in black, they'll try to pull you in to that silliness. And therefore, you call yourself a good brother, man. I'm gonna do this, man. I'm gonna support my community in black. What, you gonna support a bunch of freaking single mamas and freaking little baby mama terrorists, children, demon spawn?
I definitely agree with you. That goes, that's a fact. Like we talked about it earlier before you jumped on. If you were to give reparations, who you gonna give them to, and what they gonna do with it? You know what I'm saying? It's the exact same concept.
Straight to the beauty supply store.
BMW running around with rims in the hood.
Well, it's not even only that. It's like the point that I've made out before to a lot of these folks. Who's paying that reparations? It's coming from tax dollars. Are you really going to be okay? You're okay with the government paying you reparations with your own tax dollars. So you're in essence paying yourself back the money that you think is owed to you. Yeah, that's a win.
And then you're going to turn around and give it back to the system and let them recycle it.
At an inflated rate.
At an inflated rate. And so it's a never-ending cycle. Shut up, get off your ass, go get an education, start a business, do something. Okay?
But she pointed out, she says Obama was raised by a single mother. That's not true. Obama was
raised by his grandparents.
Yeah, well, we know she's a liar. Hey, look, I know y'all have seen this. Is Shorty like the mumbo jumbo queen or what?
I understand. She's the word salad queen out there, and then you got Brother Lurch standing right next to her.
And let's call it a day.
Let's keep it real.
Obama ain't black. The only thing freaking black about Obama is the man he's married to. That's it.
I need my sound effects, because I will give you an air horn for that one. I swear.
Obama is an African American. He ain't an African American in the truest sense. And then she also pointed out, in 1960, quote unquote, African Americans. That's not true, because the term African American didn't even exist in 1960.
Man, that shit came out in the 80s with Jesse Jackson and that Rainbow Coalition that Trump funded. that Trump funded that damn bullshit organization. Man, ain't nobody black African around this piece, man. I mean, if you got people from the continent, cool. But I ain't got nobody from no continent, man. My grandmother freaking laugh at that shit. Be like, what?
Yeah,
Roll over
they
in
keep
their
talking
grave.
about it. They keep talking about it. Give the reparations to the people, to the freed men. Like, so where they at?
Yeah.
Like, where
Again,
where
that was a General
where they at,
Sherman
man?
order or some shit.
Where are they? Where are the freed men? Every single person that's in this country right now was born free.
Yeah.
You want to know what your reparation was? It was making sure that slavery didn't have a foothold. And like that young lady said, when she wake up, she can do whatever she want to do. Go get coffee from where she want to go get it from. She can go get her breakfast. She can go take a run. She can go hit the crack pipe. She can go whore. She can do whatever she want to do, and so can you. So that's your reparations to Black America. That is your reparation. You can do whatever you want to do in this country with your life whenever you feel like doing.
Yep, the only thing oppressing you is yourself.
And you know you know me, man. Y'all know you got me up here, Snowman. I'll just say
Greg
this.
knows what you're about too. It ain't like he didn't. He was telling you to get up
Hold
here
on.
too, bro.
Hey, let me go back in time and give some AR-15s to the guys with stars and bars, so the right side will win. we in all this bullshit because the daggone lizards and the damn wrong side, the globalists won back then.
Trey,
Yes.
they don't understand that both sides were offering freedom. Both sides did it, and they complain about, oh, you don't need to carry that rebel flag. I'm like, look, I don't carry it, but I know a lot of people do, and if they do, I don't give a shit. It don't define me.
Yeah, don't do nothing to me.
Defines me. Just a goddamn flag. Let this shit right off my goddamn eyeballs. I don't care about that. They care about the wrong shit.
It's my state, VA. I mean, here's the thing. My state stole that from freaking the Chickamauga Indians. But oh shit, let me get out of the rabbit hole.
Get out of there. Because they held on to
Hold on,
slavery.
you touching
They held on to
VA, bro.
slavery after Emancipation Proclamation. I just want to let you know that. Just let you throw that out there.
Look here, I'm a VA boy, and I'm gonna tell you right now, I spent a lot of time in Oklahoma, spent a lot of time in Carolina. Listen, some of the realest dudes I've ever seen was flying that flag. I'm just keeping it 100 with you. I mean, some of the realest cats I've ever met in my life were some rebel flag flying rednecks, and I ain't got no beef with them. You know what I'm saying?
why?
They ain't got no beef with me either.
You know why? Because rednecks and niggas is on the same goddamn playing field. They don't
Say it
care
again.
about that. They don't care
Say it
about
again.
that shit.
They don't care nothing about none of that.
Hey,
As long as you got their bill, they getting some ass and they going to work. That's all they care about. They getting their money.
I listen. I know I'm not in control of the stream tonight, but I got a problem with y'all gonna be up here till 4 o'clock in the morning at this rate.
It's
The
looking
hell
like
y'all
it, ain't
doing?
it? Be glad you
Yeah, I
ain't
mean,
running it, dude.
this chick keeps spitting all this bullshit. I mean, we can't help but
At
address
least you're getting the watch hours out of it, bro. Be happy.
Yeah, but do you remember I told you we probably would have to chop this one up because there's so many rabbit holes to go down because
Right.
this chick and these people, they talking so much nonsense.
Dude,
But you gotta address it.
Dude, and I've tried to keep it streamlined, but we're up here with a bunch of ninjas, and it ain't happening.
You the only ninja up here. That's the sad part.
And look, I can't let y'all do my brother like that. All right?
Snowman is the dude that's playing the dude that's disguised as another dude.
Disguised as the other dude. You know what I'm saying? That other
Hey, you
dude.
know what? And if we were on my StreamYard, I got that clip saved back too.
Man.
Yeah,
It's like
this
when
is
Snowman,
heavy.
when Snowman found us, he was like, "Oh my God, you guys are really white. I'm not."
I did too. I straight up said, "Holy shit, I'm more oppressed than you guys are."
All right, look, I got to get back out of here, man. Peace and love. Y'all keep doing your thing. But y'all remember, y'all can't bash women too hard. My mother watching. Y'all better stop.
Hey, your
Man,
mama
you better
black.
tell mama to come up on this panel with me.
You better stop.
Your mama
She
black.
was she's a single black woman, and she raised 2 great children. I'm one of them.
Hey, no one said that there wasn't a single black woman that raised good kids. I was gonna let
Trey.
you know it was a detriment to the black community.
Before Greg goes, though, ask Greg what he thought about me playing him that "I Need a Black Guy" song for him today at the end of my stream.
I'm out, y'all. I'm not entertaining this buffoonery. I'm not. I'm good.
But here's the difference because but my brothers are just my half brothers. They were till my dad came along. My mom was a single mom. But the difference is that
those are different women.
Yeah, those women
Yep.
were raised by silent generation and greatest generation men and women.
Yeah. Oh
So
yeah,
they conducting themselves differently.
differently. Yeah, because half of these women can't stomach the woman my mother is. I promise
Hey,
you, they can't stomach her, bro.
my mama actually
She's so
picked
raw,
cotton.
it's gone. But listen, I got to get out of here. I'm on the clock. I'll be back later.
All right, brother.
All
He
right.
ain't
We're
on
holding
the
it
clock.
down.
He said he worked from home. We know he ain't on the clock.
Tommy ain't got no job.
No, Bobo got a job. I'm Bobo. I'm Bobo.
Listen to all. It's been real, man. I gotta hit the bed about 11, almost 11:30. I gotta get up for work tomorrow myself, man. But
He ain't got no job either.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna
Man, they
lie.
calling
I sit in the-
everybody out tonight. Nobody's
Listen,
safe.
I sit in the office,
they
bro.
ain't even
I ain't gonna
halfway
lie to
through
you.
this
I sit in
thing.
the
Through
office,
this debate.
and I may work for an hour tomorrow. I don't know how long I'm gonna work. It'll probably be an hour, and I go home.
I gotta work for 10
No,
hours.
it's only
Before
Trey
you take
and
off, brother Leon,
Snowman
DC
is
wants
only
you to do
5
this
people.
next
Hey,
piece.
I hit you up with the subscribe there, my guy.
Hey man, good stream. You guys keep doing it up, man. We'll continue to listen, man. But
Yeah, Trey up there now.
peace and love, brothers. Good to be on the stream with you all.
Hey, it was nice having you, brother. You know you're always welcome.
All right, brother.
I went up there just to let them know you can't be bashing women, because you know he's from the manosphere and all they do is bash black women over there.
Who's
So
from
I
the
ain't gonna let them
manosphere?
know. My mama watching. Stop. You can't be
Who's from the
bashing women up
manosphere?
here. Like
I'm
that.
not from the
You
manosphere.
said you from the.
Number
Greg
one,
said
she
you
gonna
from the
check you.
manosphere.
And,
Now you
number
insulted
two, she
Greg.
gonna check you. So don't do that. Don't do it.
Oh, I'm not from the manosphere.
I don't think he knew he had his mic on.
I'm
No.
not from the manosphere at all. I love pussy. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
not from I'm not
I'm a
from the
lesbian,
manosphere,
so-
but that's somehow I managed to get sucked into there for a minute.
I mean, they had some good talking points. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, there's a lot of stuff I agree with over there. There's a lot of stuff
Dude,
I don't.
honestly, listening to this debate right here is almost like listening to Fight Club.
Yeah, I want
you know
nothing
I
to
be
do
on
with.
Fight Club.
Yeah, I want nothing to do with the black manosphere. That's not even real. The black stuff. Yeah, I mean the manosphere at large. You know, yeah, I completely rock with that. I'm a big subscriber to that, but I don't. You know, I just support it. I mean, it is what it is. It's just the battle between feminism and men's rights. It's the greater manosphere, but the whole Negro manosphere shit. That's some old, I don't know, slave talk, freaking jive turkey like crap going on.
You don't listen to Angry Man? You don't listen to Angry Man?
I do every now and again.
Angry Man the homie, but you know, we just cool. You know, we both from, you know, VA, but you know, I don't get down with that stuff.
Yeah.
Shit, dude,
I
Angry
can only listen
Man's
to it
even
for a
got
little
me
bit before I had
modded
to go.
in his chats.
Was that?
I said Angry Man's got me modded in his chats.
Oh, well, hey, I'm over there sometimes. I go down and donate and I walk out, you know.
Yeah.
I just go over there to piss off some of the brothers that are, you know, manosphere pro blackity blacks that go over there.
Yeah, I don't do that. You know, my wife white, so I don't do that pro blackity black shit.
Yeah, that stuff means nothing to me, man, because you know, because you know I'm half Jamaican, they oh, you can't play with us 2 years ago. Okay. So now I just clown y'all whenever I come around.
Dude, that you know, and that's what's interesting is like that's kind of like who was it? Was it it was freaking SKC and what was it? Free Zone in them? And I think even you were there mentioned or something where they were sitting and saying that you can't have a discussion about black community because you aren't married
Jamaican.
to a black person.
Oh, no, they'll never say that shit to me. I'm like, well, okay.
But the simple fact that they have black kids that's completely overlooked and irrelevant.
No, I have white kids and black kids. They got the best of both worlds.
I got American kids. My kids know nothing of black.
There you go.
Me
they
and you,
do. They
we
still
think
know
so
what it
much
is, dude.
alike.
Yeah,
my kids don't.
damn well
That's
your
it.
your baby mama made sure that they knew about black.
No, bro, my kids. My son worked in my son got a job in Austin in the semi hood. He stayed there for 2 weeks. He was like, "Oh hell no, I'm out."
Yeah. Yo, man, my son's in Japan right. My middle son's in Japan. My oldest one is about to join the Navy again. So I don't know.
Yeah, my son, he's up in Seattle. Well, we're both up there. One's at JBLM with her husband. And man, my mom's so funny. Like my grandson, he's like white as can be. He's like a little white version of me. You know, she's dark. He's little, you know, light as can be with red hair. and they just came out with a little white baby, and my
So he
mom's
looks
like,
like me.
no, thank God. But my mom's like, my mom won't stop talking about that little white baby. I'm like, Mom, stop.
Like, how you get a little white baby out of there? I was surprised my mom started liking my wife. I mean, because I know when I first got married, my mom was one of those black moms for real. You took my baby away from me.
Hey, my mom.
I was like,
my
oh,
wife at
Lord
first
Jesus.
either, man.
If you don't shut your old ass up, man, with that bullshit. I said, I am
My
a
mom's
grown
still
ass
mad.
man.
My mom
My
didn't
mom's
like my
still
wife
mad.
either, and I straight looked at her. I said, I didn't know that I needed your permission to have a woman.
Shit.
And that's just how moms are, man. My mom still give me
that's a
hell
mom
because I didn't marry a rich white girl coming out of college.
Well, you should have.
Hey, but my dad, he blew the lid off this whole racism, color shit. You know, my dad, 87. Jim Crow never affected him. He was in the army from 54 to 81. He was like, so what? There was segregation. It only lasted a couple of years. No, he's 1 year. He was in the army, and then Truman freaking integrated everything, and it didn't really matter.
Yeah.
And then he really hit me with something. He's like, hey, because I was like having issues with the pro-black shit in college because they were giving me hell because I was dating a Jewish chick. And he said, let me tell you something. He's like, my first girlfriend when I was 14 was a white girl. My dad is from Rankin County, Mississippi, born 1935. I did the math. I was like, what? He's like, yeah. I said, so that was 1949. And my dad just smiled and said, don't believe everything they tell you in the media.
Exactly.
There was no issue with it.
Yeah. And that's how I look at things. I mean, there was, look, the slave master been fucking black men all day. What the fuck you talking about? We act like they don't know that exists.
Hey, which one? Anthony, William, or freaking Antoine?
What are y'all talking about? And we ain't gonna talk about their wives. We know they wives like black dick. Stop playing.
Oh,
All right, we're getting sidetracked now, man. Let's get back to the debate.
Hey, I'm talking about the brothers, man. The founder of it all, Anthony. Over in the Gulag, man, we worship Anthony. Anthony Johnson. He's our.
He was one of the worst presidents ever.
No. I'm talking about Anthony Johnson, the first legal slave owner in the U.S.
Yeah. The one
he's talking about.
The tobacco owner. Yeah.
We over there, man, we pull out. Like, because over in the Black Manosphere, cats like to come over there and harass us. So we pull out history on them. We pull out the original books and we hit them with like, okay, y'all want to defend the Queen so bad? All right, cool. Let's talk about the Klan. One of the missions of the Klan was to come protect black women when their black husbands was beating them too bad.
Yeah.
So the Klan would come and take the man out the house.
Yeah.
All Keisha had to do was call up the boys in the hoods.
Jesus.
See, I find this interesting, and it seems to me y'all experience with the Black Manosphere is more an experience with like a Pan-Africanist version of it that I haven't experienced.
I hate Pan-African motherfuckers. They get on my goddamn nerves.
I haven't experienced that, but that's what it seems like y'all describing to me.
No, they hate me, man, over there because I come across as a white guy to them. No, man, you got more props than I do over there because they're not used to a brother who can, who sounds like a pure white supremacist and has no balls and leans completely into it, which I do.
Well, no, dude. The thing is I don't think that I get more props. I think that some of the things that I say, they already expect to come out of my mouth. Is what it is, to be quite honest with you. Although I will say, a lot of those 304s over there, man, for some reason, you get Trey and David up on a panel, and them or any of the other brothers from the Gulag, and they're talking about the truth and this, that, and the third about what's going on and the reality of things. They'll lose their noodle on them, but I'll hop up there and say the exact same thing, only the white guy version of it. And they're like, oh, what's your name? I like you. I agree with what you said.
What are you talking about, man? They flirt with us, man. We don't argue with, we don't argue with women in the Black Manosphere. That's a rule, man. You don't argue with them.
No, I didn't say you argued with them.
They flirt with us, man. Because as soon as they come up there, we just start flirting with them. Because here's another problem with the Black Manosphere dudes and why they don't like me and David.
Dude, you know damn well there was that one day that you guys were all up there talking about how what the problem was with kids. the single parent
So-
homes. Huh?
No, I'm saying when women come up there, you don't argue with them, bro.
Nah, at all.
No,
I don't even
no.
argue with my wife, bro. That's
Ac-
crazy. Why would you
actually,
argue
dude,
with?
that's something that I learned from the guys in the gulag. Is I used to argue with them. I don't
Yeah.
anymore.
Crazy,
I don't
bro.
even. I generally won't even get on a panel if there's a woman on it because I don't want to argue.
Yeah. Hey, tell me more, girl, and give me your OnlyFans while you at it.
Oh,
Well,
let
you
me
know
see how
me,
real you are with
man.
it.
You know,
We're gonna get back to the content now.
I air them chicks out, man. So they run from me.
Let's play this real quick.
Hey, Israel, I hit you up with the subscribe, brother.
So yes, I
Appreciate
think that
it.
the black community does actually need strong nuclear families, but not because we're black, but because that's the natural order.
Amen.
And so I think it would be safe to say that Reese may not be a Christian because when God looked at man, he said it's not good for man to be alone. He gave him a woman. He didn't give him a village. He didn't give him the community. He said, be fruitful and multiply to this man and this woman. So it's supposed to be God, husband, wife, child. And that's the natural order. And that's why I think we can see
No,
some of the
that's not
foolishness
true,
that we
actually.
see in the black community because we are out of order. And we can make up all of this stuff that sounds good. I'm from a single parent home and I'm not somewhere cracked out in the street selling my body. However, that is not ideal. It would have been better for me to be in God's order to have a mother and a father to raise me. And that's just what it is. You know, the effect that it's had, we've had women for generations now saying that they don't need a man, and we have boys that don't want to be one.
Oh man, Shamika dropping bombs.
They keep misquoting divine order. Divine order is God, Christ, man, woman. Children aren't included in that order.
It depends on which it depends on which one you get, which
Yeah.
Bible you get.
Yeah,
They do.
I
it,
just-
it depends on
In
the
the King
denomination.
James
how
version, I'm not talking about these rewritten Bibles that was just written in the last.
Well, the
50
problem with the Bible is it is written by man.
Yeah.
and
that's why-
rewritten and rewritten and rewritten, and you know now you got 30 different versions of the same thing.
Well,
And
most of
that's
them
why I
30
had the
different versions
conversation
came
about the
out in the
dinosaur.
last 70 years.
And
So
that's
for-
why I
for-
don't. I was gonna say I just don't get into the Bible, regardless of my spiritual beliefs or anybody else's. That's why when I'm talking to men, I just keep it to just man, whatever power you believe in, work your way down.
I disagree though, Trey, because I still think it's important for people to understand what's going on, and what's going on is literally it's all spiritual and ideological warfare going on right now.
But here's the thing: I can't spit red pill knowledge to a Buddhist dude and sit up here be talking about
read
Jesus.
the room. You gotta read the room.
Yeah.
You
So
can't
if
do
I got
what
a
now?
bunch
Say
of
that again.
I can't preach red pill help to a Buddhist guy who's going through hell with his ling ling while talking about Jesus Christ. I got to just talk to him as a man. That's why I just leave religion out because I don't know what anybody believes.
Well, I'm not talking
I
about
might-
religion because religion and the Bible is two different things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just leave it out, and I just, as a man, I just look at whoever or
See,
I look at a. Hold on, real quick,
that's where I
Snowman.
differ though, because
Hold
even
on, real
as a
quick,
man-
Snowman.
Well, no, hold on, Trey, because as a man, you should still be able to be confident enough to talk about God and the reality of what's going on, and stand firm in that, regardless of what the room reads.
I'm talking about speaking to an individual man, bro. I'm not gonna, if I got men from all around the world in there, I'm not gonna get up there and start preaching from the pulpit. I'm gonna preach from the pulpit of a man. And I'll just say, our creator. I leave it like that. That covers everybody in there. Our creator put us up here as men to lead, our families.
Well, I can dig that.
Yeah. I'm not gonna,
Well, I mean,
I'm
to
not
me,
gonna,
that's what the Bible says. And what,
I mean,
what
of course
I'm
you would
saying
dig that.
is-
He's a black man. Jeez.
Shut up.
I'm fucking with you, bro.
I know
My
you are.
point
You're
was
trolling
they
me.
always misquoting the Bible is my point.
Yeah.
And the scripture is
why-
very clear. Is God, Christ, man, woman. That's what it says.
Well,
I
that's
mean-
the other thing that we got to realize too, is that's why the Bible also says that women aren't supposed to teach men.
It does say that.
And I focus on that order because, a lot of, if I'm dealing with Muslim cats, you'd only see, I got a lot of Muslim homeboys. They only see, Christ as a prophet, I just boom. And they're, focused on their kids. I just, that's why I simplify it for them. Just like, hey, man.
Well, again, they're trying to have the argument with religion. I'm talking about what the scripture actually says. So even with the Muslims, what did Christ himself say? Did he say he was only a prophet? But that's another conversation. I mean,
that's why I just leave it out.
Call Muhammad a prophet, but Muhammad never made a prophecy. But that's another conversation.
Well, I do want to point out though that I think that it was actually pretty freaking awesome and amazing to hear a black woman get up there and say the things that woman said. There needs to be more of them.
How is she black, bro? Okay, Snowman, how is she black?
That's what I want to know, dude.
How is she black, bro? Now here's. No, let me tell you. As soon as you label Shamika,
what do you want me to say, Trey?
As soon as you label Shamika Michelle as black, the other side wins. The left side wins.
Okay, what do you want me to say? If I'm
That
just saying,
woman.
if I don't know her name and I'm referring to a woman, what is the okay? That woman.
That American woman.
That woman.
The woman in the woman in the red dress.
That American woman. American woman.
Because that is how the left wins, bro. As soon as you identify her as a black woman, that other side is speaking all that crazy nonsense, they win.
I understand what you're saying, but look, all I'm saying is it's hard to break habits that have been basically part of our culture forever.
And that's racism, bro.
Shut up. Shut up. God, I want to stab you.
You asked me.
God,
fucking Snowman's oppressing us.
Dude, I'm gonna find me a cracker cracking the whip bean somewhere.
You want to drop the hard R on me. You want to drop the hard R on me.
I so do, man. I really.
But it
do.
doesn't faze me.
Let's do it.
And it has no power over me. Remember, hey, Greg's mom is watching. Don't you do it?
Just
I'm not.
do it.
Let's finish watching this though.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go figure.
Okay. Left side, panelist 2, you have 1 minute.
I'll hop on this one. It's interesting to me that, one, this should not be a partisan issue because, again, I'm from Georgia, so I think I bump into one of Herschel Walker's kids every time I leave the house.
Damn.
Or Donald Trump got 5 kids by 3 different women, and that's fine. So it's not a partisan issue. On this conceptualization of the nuclear family being ideal, I was raised in a very Christian household where that was presented to me. But at the same time, Abraham didn't live that life. Moses didn't live that life. Many of the patriarchs in the Bible did not live that life. So when we talk about it taking a village, it's about making sure more so that as a governmental entity in this country, we provide for every citizen to ensure they have the access to education, the access to housing, access to safe food and safe water, access to clothing. I'm less worried about who is and who is not transgender than I am by making sure that we can determine that every single individual has the constitutional rights guaranteed to them and can share in the fruits of this nation.
Time.
On the dot.
All right. Right side.
They messing with me now. What'd you do, Greg? What'd you do to these people?
Man. Well, and you see what I said, Snowman? As soon as you play the identity politics game, now you got to daggone let the trannies in your house.
What?
You heard what he said? It's like, fuck black. It's about the trannies in Georgia now.
Oh, shit. I forgot where the timestamp was. Damn, it don't want to play now.
Yeah, if you're on Chrome, you know how Chrome is, man. You gotta switch over to Edge.
No, I'm not using Chrome. I'm using Bing.
Oh.
I don't use Chrome at all.
Well,
I don't trust Chrome.
Y'all should be able to play that Modern Warfare 2 campaign. Just throwing that out there.
Oh, nice. What's it on Xbox or what's the?
Well, I'm playing mine on PC.
Oh, speaking of PC, Greg, I'm still waiting for you to send me that Command and Conquer.
Dang, dude, this is how the universe works, man. I was looking up, getting another copy of Command and Conquer 0 Hours today.
Dude, he was telling me that they got one for PC that's just like the old one.
Yeah, I need 0 Hour. Is it a download or
I don't
Please
know.
don't give this guy no more shit to put on his computer.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Dude, I ain't even touched the surface all the crap I got on OBS.
Yeah, I need me some Command and Conquer to play my son more, man. My son, he would play as a Chinese infantry general.
Oh my god,
man, I could not beat him, man.
No, dude, Greg did say that the one that he's got, it's like the old school one where you had to build the army up and go and attack other.
Yeah.
That like the OG Command and Conquer.
Numbers
Only
be
this
more
one you can
army.
go online with and attack other people.
Yeah, man, that's what, because, a lot of people like Tiberian Sun, Red Alert, and Red Alert 2. Nah, I'm a general, 0 Hour.
Have y'all played Squad or what's the other one? Hell Let Loose?
Nah, I never heard of those.
No,
Those are modern day war games.
Who is?
I really don't game much, so for me to pick up a video game, honestly, it's got to be something I really, 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 really like.
Yeah, man, I used to turn down 304s for Command and Conquer back in the day.
Oh, straight up, dude. Command
That
and
game
Conquer
was so
was
damn
the
old.
game. Dude, it's basically like playing Risk on your PC.
Oh, I know.
Or
listen, I was born. Y'all ain't that much older than me.
let's see what they got going.
Reminder again, using your time, you can engage and ask questions to the other side if you want. All right, so let's move on to the topic of education. What is critical race?
You gotta be kidding me.
Well, they're going to talk about CRT. I actually saw this part when David played it, and they get their little CRT back and forth. And you know me in the rabbit hole. Snowman, it's anything past 100 years old. Like, I don't believe that shit. It's all made up. Resets.
Schools today. Right side.
Just like
panel, 1
dinosaurs.
2 minutes.
Yeah,
Critical race
1842.
theory, I think it's actually the entire discussion of critical race theory is a distraction when we're talking about our education system. It's become popular.
I think the education system needs to be reformed. Period.
I think the education system needs to be given back to the states, and the federal government needs to get their hands out of it. There's no reason for a Department of Education at all on a federal level.
Well, they got to get those tax dollars out of the house, out of your
What made it become
mortgage.
popular was that pamphlet that the Smithsonian, the National Museum of African American History, I probably got it wrong, when they released that pamphlet talking about assumptions of white culture. What were those assumptions of white culture? White people, not black people, white people were timely. White people respected authority. Donald Trump responded to that. He started criticizing that. That wasn't actually critical race theory. That was a version of what we call anti-racist training. Anti-racist.
They are killing me, man. I may have no choice but to finish this tomorrow.
Man,
Well, yeah, I was about to hop off anyway. I'm getting Chinese over here. It's time.
Oh, man.
You bitch, pussy.
Hey, man, listen. I told you I'm
This
running
is
off
my-
of
this
4
is my
hours of
second
sleep.
training in our education system is the issue. If you look at charter schools, like I can't think of the Pickett Charter School in North Philly. They have an anti-racist training model where they're teaching their kids in order to frame discussions, whether it's literature or otherwise, to put themselves in the shoes of someone of color. Do our kids need that type of education? I say no. On the subject of critical race theory, I studied critical race theory in college. It wasn't in law school. I studied it in undergraduate school. I think it is one of many theories that are out there, such as post-structuralism, feminist theory. All of these things have their place in an academic setting. I don't believe that critical race theory, for the most part, is being taught in schools, but the anti-racist training, which means that a 5-year-old kid, these are things that are happening that I'm not making up, that kids have to sign anti-racist pledges. 7-year-old families have to sign anti-racist pledges. That is the issue. And I think that unfortunately, critical race theory has become kind of the boogeyman, but it's not the real issue. That anti-racist training, which is a subset of diversity, equity, and inclusion training, the facilitators of those type of programs are the problem, not necessarily the theory itself.
Thank you.
That's so stupid.
Left side, panelist one, you have 2 minutes.
I'll hop on, then I'll reserve some time if needed. So to Malik's point, no, critical race theory is not taught in any school, K through 12 school in the
They're
United States
so
of America. It's a
lying.
complete fantasy made up by right-wing media when they found something that sounded scary to white folks. A few years ago, the question was Common Core is going to kill everybody. Then before that, we have to have prayer in school back in the 90s. And then before that, it was should we spank kids or not? There's always a new culture war issue that they develop, so they don't have to address the actual structural issues when it comes to education and the problems thereof in this country. I wish the right would pay as much attention to the school bus driver shortage in America as they do to critical race theory. I wish they would pay attention to the lack of academic facilities in many places in this country as they do to critical race theory. I wish, quite frankly, they would pay attention to the digital divide, which affects rural white communities more so than anyone else. Lack of access to high-speed internet, which is crippling portions of our country when it comes to education.
But
then
white people do it too.
By critical race theory. So let's look at what happens when districts and states decide they're going to fight back, quote unquote, against critical race theory. Ron DeSantis and his anti-woke agenda in the state of Florida. 2019, when he entered office, Florida was top 10 in the nation when it comes to education. Since he has launched his anti-woke agenda, quote unquote, banning 54 math books because they contain what he calls critical race theory, Glade County, Florida's math test scores have dropped by 24 points. If you look at Jefferson County, Florida, reading scores have dropped 17 points in that period of time. Florida has gone from a top 10 state to a far lower, I think they're 25 right now when it comes to educational metrics. So I want people to start concentrating not so much on what is the scary boogeyman subject this time that we need to run down to the school board for, start concentrating on which of these books teach kids math the best. Which of these books teaches kids how to read the best? Is there any actual information on the record, or any study done that says that teaching critical race theory or anti-racist training drops test scores? Or is there anything that says that the inclusion of diversity and equity inclusion in curriculums actually negatively impacts the children? Until I see that, then this is all just a facade.
Hey, you see what I mean? You see what I mean,
Right
Snowman?
side, panelist two, you have 1 minute.
How niggas lie, bro. He just lied for 2 straight minutes, bro. Nigga, these little boys can't read.
I know he lied.
They can't read, bro. You know, yeah, they're teaching critical race theory, man. Anti-racism is critical race theory. That's why I said both of these sides up here full of shit. That first dude up there talking about, oh, critical race theory needs to be taught in college. No, the fuck it doesn't, because you end up with a whole.
It needs to be taught in college. I think he
Yeah,
said
he
it
did.
is taught.
He did. He said it's something that should be taught at a college level. No, the fuck it shouldn't. All you're doing is getting a bunch of whole.
He was saying it should be taught as opposed to the K through 12. He wasn't saying make it mandatory curriculum for college. He was saying if we're going to do it, let it be on a college level, not on a K through 12 level. That's the way I think.
Yeah, but the thing is, it is being taught at a K through 12 level. They're sprinkling in, you know, Johnny had 5 apples. Susie took away 4. How many black people were harmed? Well, freaking, she took away the apples. You know, that's how they.
On top of it, while they're adding in, you know, that
Well,
Johnny
I
really,
think the bigger
Johnny
problem
really
in
identifies as Susie, and Susie.
I think the bigger problem in K through 12 is the lack of masculinity throughout the whole K through 12 system. That's why our boys can't read, white or black.
They don't have fathers, man. Like when you get a kid with a father,
I'm not.
they
So
can
I'm
read.
talking about forget fathers what they got at home. I'm talking about what they experience in school.
Right. He's
A
talking
lot
about the
of these
experience
kids don't even. They don't even see a man until they get to high school.
Well,
But here's
you know,
the thing.
to push to add to what Israel's saying, I understand it, because look, they're being robbed of a fundamental developmental point, and that's learning your place in the social pecking order of life. And part of that entails, you know, it's being taken away with this anti-bullying thing that they got going on, where, you know, part of bullying is growing up as a boy.
Bullying, we need bullies.
Yeah, make bullying great again. But I'm like this:
make bullying
homeschool.
great again, man.
Move to an area where, you know what? If it's women teachers, they're all married. They have husbands at home. Move to an area where they have a homeschool co-op. Marry a woman who you feel confident to can homeschool your kids. If the schools are woke, pull your kids out.
Well,
like
no,
what?
let's do
Hey,
this.
Uncle Tom.
Let's
Hold on a second, Uncle
stop.
Tom. I want you to make that shirt, because my slogan's catching on now. Make bullying great again. I want to make bullying
Let's
great
stop
again shirt.
using.
Dude, I already had a shirt that said that.
Let's stop making our tax dollars subsidize this heavily feminist curriculum at least divert some of those tax dollars to bring some masculine energy back into the classroom.
Well, how many of you guys got kids in school right now?
I do.
So do you know that they've actually are you aware that they've cut down the amount of time that young boys get, well, kids in general, but more so young boys get to spend out on recess burning off energy?
Yeah, more reason to, homeschool.
Because I know, like, when we were in school, we got at least 3 recesses. You were outside for at least an hour out of the 6 hours you were at school.
Not right now. I'm not doing anything.
I don't know if homeschooling is the answer because we got a bunch of dumbass people out in this world.
That's what I've been saying.
We want to entrust them with educating their kids when they can't.
Yes,
they can't.
yes. No. Here's the deal, and I say this as men. You start with your choice in woman. If you choose a dumbass woman,
y'all figure that shit out. That's why I say shit.
No, I was just saying. You said y'all arguing.
Who's in the back?
Yeah, what's going on?
What's going on over there, Uncle Tom?
Oh no, I'm talking to my oldest son.
Oh. Yeah, but it all goes back to choice. It's like if you, as a man, if you pick a garbage woman, hey, there you go. You're sealing you're setting your kid's fate right there, and the blocks just go a stumbling from there. But if you, as a man, choose a woman who you feel confident can take care of house, raise your kids to be healthy, and can homeschool them, following your guidance, you're straight.
Yeah, he's absolutely right.
If you're an idiot that's made all kinds of mistakes, and now you're at home raising and schooling your kids yourself, all you're doing is influencing more idiocy to breed more idiocy.
Did you hear what I said, Snowman? You have to choose the right woman to do that.
I'm not talking about me.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about as a man.
Trey, I'm talking about the folks that have already made these decisions. I don't want their decisions affecting my life and my kids now. And
what do you mean? If they're at home, how are they affecting your kids in your life? They're nowhere in that school environment.
Eventually every feral kid ends up leaving home.
And they got to go outside.
They got to go to school. Okay, you get. Here's the deal. If I'm a knucklehead dude. I fucked up, but you know what? I went and started listening to Rollo Tomasi and freaking Rich Cooper, and I'm like, man, let me get myself together. Let me get right. You know what? Let me not marry this trailer park girl. Let me go out here and get this farm girl who I can entrust, my kids around, who I can trust to help me in my business. I may only freaking made it to 10th grade, but now I know better that, okay, with these skills, life skills, not this whole memorizing some bullshit history that they lied to us about, freaking how to balance, you know what I'm saying? How to freaking work your credit right. How to freaking make sure your finances are right. How to build a house.
Ideal, but it's very anecdotal, and you can't apply that across the board to everybody. Make better decisions. Come on. That's essentially what you're saying.
But you got to put it out there. If you put it out there, that's the whole point of
the average person. And my undergrad is in education, so this is something I know about very well. My master's is in business, but my undergrad is in English education. Some of these parents are stupid as hell, and they were stupid as kids. Okay, let's just be real about it.
Okay, but here's the deal. I'm not talking parents.
Teaching their kids anything.
I am talking about men. I am talking about men. I'm trying to use my language.
Stupid ass men out there.
But see, that's that nihilistic way of thinking. Okay, so you know what? All right, they're stupid. You know what? All right, y'all stupid folks, stay over there. Me, I'm like this. All right, the men that want to daggone build, the men that want a better life, the men that want to daggone be something. All right, here, you have to choose better before you procreate. Those idiot folks, let them die out. Let them starve. Let them go into a world of idiocracy.
To another area. So instead of hiring a contractor to build your house, go ahead and build your own house.
No, a hired contractor that knows what he's doing is properly vetted.
Exactly.
Yeah, that contractor doesn't need to go to freaking that and what schooling does that contractor need? That contractor needs trade skills, not formal education.
That's true.
My point is,
that's not true because you know.
Yes, it is. I know a lot of people that don't even have a high school education that can build the shit out of a house. And they build houses since they were like 14.
He may not have a high school education, but he took some level of schooling to understand.
They know what
the guys dropped out in the 8th grade.
But they know what they're doing is what he said.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
and
do.
that's trade
So you
education,
can't
not
assume
this.
that the average parent, man or woman, knows what they're doing when it comes to educating their children.
What education are you referring to? Okay, you teach your kids how to read. That's easy. You teach your kids how to
Dude,
do
most
math.
It's not easy. That's why boys are
most
reading at a
parents.
fourth grade level.
I
They're
was going
reading
to
at a
say,
fourth grade level
Trey,
because they don't have no father. That's why.
I was going to say most parents aren't even taking the initiative to teach their kids how to fucking read
Stop
before they're
saying
in.
parents. It's fathers, bro. They don't have fathers. If a dude is in the house, more than likely that kid's gonna be able to read.
Trey, I'm going to tell you like this. I know some ain't shit fathers out there that ain't done shit for their kids. So it ain't just
Bro, Snowman, but you're talking to the outliers, bro. If a man is in the house, more than likely, if there's a nuclear family, regardless of how crappy that nuclear family is, that kid more than likely is gonna know how to read.
Well, but the problem in our community is we don't have nuclear families anymore.
No, you guys don't have a community.
There is no our community. There is no our community.
There is no community. I mean, for the quote unquote community,
Hey, they need to go extinct, bro. They need to go the way of the dodo bird.
God damn it! You know what? I hate to bounce.
I don't have a problem with that either.
I know you
I
do.
hate to bounce
because they're talking your language, Uncle Tom.
Man, I'm gonna tell you like this: fuck these motherfuckers. Separate from these hoe ass motherfuckers. Let them niggas die out. Like you said, like the damn dodo bird, the fake ass dinosaur, and every damn thing else these white people choose to say that they existed. The CRT.
What's a white person, dude?
You.
Hey, you know what? It is what it is, man. Like the Mexicans, Central Americans, Uruguayan, indigenous folks, they
should
realize
be it should be 100-year ban on immigration, so we stop it, so they can stop procreating with us, and just keep it Americans as Americans. Stop ban immigration period for at least 100 years.
Well, no, I mean I want immigration. Let it, but let the women come in. Let the women come in.
No, let them motherfuckers get off their back and motherfucking build this goddamn nation like they're supposed to.
Why, bro? Keisha needs to die
because
out.
Eventually, there won't be no more Keishas.
If Keisha, no, yes, they will. Because if we can't get no immigrant women across this border, all these idiot dudes are gonna do is keep procreating with Keisha.
Well, Keisha can only have one baby every 9 months.
Man,
he's putting out twins lately now.
Hey, but listen, no, actually, no, you can't say that because our death rate here in America is way underneath the birth rate. So these hoes ain't even popping out kids.
Man,
so we're
across.
heading in the right direction.
Let Maria come across, brothers. You know,
let Maria. Fuck that! I want Jessica to come across. Jennifer.
Hey, let her come across from Ukraine. Let all the women come over. And let's rebuild with new women. It is what it is.
You said we need new stock out there.
There it is. Women that want to be moms, women that want to be wives.
Dude, the thing is if you do that, you can't let them be around any woman from that's part of American culture.
Yeah, Eddie Murphy told us that in the 80s, right?
Good. Well, then as a man, you got to be like, nope, stay away from them 304s.
I want to talk to you. Mr.
I'm gonna tell you like I tell my wife, you gonna get the foil treatment. You start acting like these niggas, man. You start acting like these niggas, you're gonna get the foil treatment.
I'll try to make sure that these guys don't burn the place down while you're at work, but I can't.
I warn you. I warn you, Snowman. Are you sure you want me up here?
Suck my dick, Eddie.
Dude, it's kind of like when I had to stream the other night, man, and at the end of it, I'm sitting here streaming. What did I cover? It was the Candace Owens thing, and then after it was over, Chris Mitchell comes up and turns it into a MGTOW stream.
Oh, fuck MGTOW, man. Well, you know me, I'm anti-MGTOW. Well, I'm not. I'm like, they're okay, but I just, whatever your philosophy is, MGTOW. I just, I'm not MGTOW. I'm like, okay, y'all are cool.
Trey, you got your own channel?
Yeah.
This dude, you would shit if you saw how many subs he's got.
Yeah, I'm shadow banned. Like, I think I'm like one of the most shadow banned guys on YouTube.
No, you're not. I promise.
Hey, can y'all throw in the back chat so I can follow y'all?
Yeah, it's no bad.
I got most of y'all's.
Yeah, let me get it. I'll pull it up real quick.
Yeah, big. I coined a new term, man. White supremacists of color.
Somebody
called me that.
I'll pull it up and put it in the back chat, but you need to start hitting that Cash App every now and again.
I always hit Cash App. What are you talking about?
I'm talking to Trey.
Oh.
What Cash App, man? I'm
Mine.
broke, man.
Mine.
Man, I am broke, man.
So am I.
Shit, the white man got his Derek Chauvin knee on my neck, bro.
Damn.
I've been poor, man. I make my own clothes from Walmart, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Shit, I go back to work Monday, Snowman. Then I'll be able to hit your cash app. I finally go back to work, man.
Oh yeah, I forgot you've been off, ain't you?
Yeah, man. You know, running a business. You know, being a broke business owner.
Yeah, that ain't no
angry.
fun.
Yeah, angry conservative just dropped my channel. But
Very good, thank you.
Yeah, y'all. I go down the rabbit hole, man. I'm protesting YouTube, man. I make all kinds of crazy videos in protest of YouTube shadow ban. So yeah, you come over to my channel, you're likely to. I go deep down in the rabbit hole.
Oh, dude,
It's fine. I like going that way too.
Some of your best deep dives have been when I've been up there on the panel, and me and you just get into it.
Yeah, or like I've pissed like some of my best like homies off going so
with
far
the
in the
night
rabbit
me and
hole.
you pissed Clue off with the flat Earth thing.
Oh god damn, man, Clue is red.
Oh,
Clue
I'm
didn't
bringing
talk to me
that.
for
I'm
like
bringing
4
that up,
weeks.
bro. I was about to have a damn whole fucking show about that on tomorrow.
Man, my homie wouldn't talk to me for 4 weeks, man.
Dude, and it's only because we started hitting him with a little bit of logic that he couldn't figure out with his engineering degree, and it made him mad.
Yeah,
Man,
I just
the whole thing,
look, and this has always been my stance on it. I've told people, I don't believe that it's one way or the other because there's been no proof to substantiate one way or the other. Until someone gives me substantial proof.
Well, the Bible does promote a firmament above us in the sky, so
the waters above the waters.
I get that, but the Bible doesn't specifically say whether the Earth is a flat plane or
no,
whether
it doesn't. But it substantiates what they've been
If
saying.
you want
though.
definitive proof, just go flush your toilet. If the Earth was flat, it wouldn't
dude.
spin.
They've already proven that whole water spin thing has nothing to do with what
is
side
it,
of the planet
Job?
you're on.
What is it, Job 27:627? God made it in the seal underneath the earth is a stamp underneath the seal. One of these Job Bible verse. I got it. Like saved on my
You can
phone.
literally make water drain down a drain whatever direction you want, depending on how you make the
Yeah,
water fall.
let's not go down that battle, man. Because here, this
Well, no,
is
what
my
I'm saying,
simple
if
way
it
of
was
it.
flat, it wouldn't spin either way.
Conservative. That's funny. Hey, man, it's been nice. It's been real. It's been authentic.
Absolutely. Hey,
I
man,
like it.
Here,
I will be coming to check y'all's channels out even more. What's
I'm
that?
going to have to because here before long, me and Greg's going to be digging into the transhumanism thing.
Oh, God.
Oh, that's cool. Hey, just hit me up. You know, I do mine I try to go live every day, but I've been grinding too much lately, and my eyeballs hurt literally.
Dude, it does that blue light, man. It kills your eyes.
It's not even blue. It's purple, bro.
Yeah,
I'm
man,
talking about
my
the blue light
main
off your monitor.
Yeah, my main rabbit hole though, bro, if you come over, is this whole BS transatlantic slave trade.
I'm with you on it. I'm with you on it.
Dude, I've started going down that.
Hey, the
rabbit hole, and I
sub-Saharan
found
one
some
was
things
worse
out
than
that don't-
transatlantic.
Dude, I found some things out that don't make no sense about that.
Yeah, like when you run your own genealogy and then you start keep on going and going and going. Yeah, this whole slave stuff is all made up.
Well, the biggest thing is if you look into without going too deep into it, you look into the insurance records and what's the oldest insurance company in the world? I forget what the name. I forget what the name of it is. Anyhow, I was watching a podcast where the dude was saying that the oldest insurance company in the world that people still use is still in business over in England and is the same one that the actual trade ships.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. The East India Company.
Yeah, they used to use that insurance company still has all the records from when the East India Company was sailing and had to have their goods insured. And for some reason, they have no records at all of any slave ship ever.
Because, bro, and this is the thing, and this is where a fun thing, a fun thing about the shape of the Earth, like when you go horizontal and level, transatlantic slave trade is completely impossible. Like
Well,
the
if you
coast
look
of
at like me and you talked one day, if you look at how they said that they transport them as cargo, that would have never, that wouldn't have been feasible. People would have died. Everybody would have died in the bottom of the ship.
And that's what happened. But the funny thing is this, and this is where, I started digging in the old, like, original manuscript books. They start describing the Trans-Pacific slave trade when they brought, like, red Asian people and stuff and South Asian people to Mexico, the Chinos. when you look at their history, the Chinos in like Mexico, it's the exact same literature as the transatlantic slave trade, like word for word. All they did was like change out like the people and the origin.
I'm
like,
I have to
come
get up
on.
with you guys, man. But hey, it's been real, guys. Y'all have a good night, man.
All right, peace.
Later,
But when they do that, man, and this is my thing, Snowman, when they do that, I'm like, okay, that cancels one story out. So you know what? None of it's true in my book. It's all fun and games.
Well, see, and that's why I was saying earlier. I can't remember if it was this stream or the stream that I did on my channel where I was saying I know it was this one where we don't even know how much of the history that we think we know is actually true. That's been told. I mean, how much of what they're saying about the whole slave issue in general in America is over exaggerated and pushed so far to the extreme that it's made just to separate people.
All of it, bro. And and
I think I'm not trying to be insensitive to people. I'm just saying that's something with all the things that we've been given as of late, that we just the last 2 years alone, all the things, all the lies, all the bullshit, all the this, all the that, all the people being silenced that are trying to be honest about shit. How could you not question everything that you've been taught?
Yeah. And bro, so much stuff, man. Just got it. I start getting into it, man. We'll be up here till 4 o'clock in the morning, man. Because
it already looks like it's going to be like one of them nights.
you start dropping jewels on folks, man. They want to get mad. They want to catch a flight. And I'll be asking dudes like, man, why you want to be a slave so bad? Run your genealogy and you find out you're not. Why do you, bro? You ain't never get no reparations check. It's going to be the forever carrot on a stick because it's Glenn Beck. Okay, you know why Glenn Beck
Cut the check,
really
Johnson. Cut the check.
You know why Glenn Beck got kicked off TV? Y'all know?
Yeah,
Why?
he got kicked off of TV for telling the truth about what was going on.
You know which truth he told, right?
The Obama truth.
No, that ain't what kicked him off. Glenn Beck told black people that, y'all ain't African. Y'all were always here.
Oh.
Yeah, anytime you start getting into that truth, because that was the same thing that happened to Nick Cannon.
Yep.
Kira Mayo, dude, you watch him and you'll find out all kinds of new things about America.
Same thing that happened to Arsenio Hall in the 90s.
Yep. That's what got Glenn Beck kicked.
Same reason why Dave Chappelle came back with a body double.
Oh man, now you want to get into transhumanism like Cardi B glitching the other day.
Dude, I'm just saying.
And I told y'all,
transhumanism
hey,
thing
I
is
told you
real.
before, man. Fucking Dick Cheney is a clone, man. I told you that shit. I don't care what y'all say, man. He's a fucking
Look,
clones
man,
and bats,
I know
bro.
Trey. I know you've heard of Nicholson, 1968.
Nicholson 19. Which one is that?
That's the guy that's been on social media. He's had his YouTube channel for like about 10 or so years now, but he started out doing a blog on what was it, on Yahoo back in the fucking late 80s, early 90s about transhumanism.
Oh, I've probably heard of, man, and the different circles I follow.
He's linked with Days of Noah and Richie from Boston.
Okay, yeah, because I follow, mainly I like start off and like the Flat Earth Circle crew, and I just branch out from there, to a whole different, I follow Archaics. He's a dude who got out of prison, was like a Southern Baptist preacher, and then he saw the light and realized they were lying to him about everything, and now he's like the white version of Kurameo.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
dude. I mean, he's blown my mind with some of the shit that he's brought up. Like what started me on him was when he did that series about how the Exodus and the actual Garden of Eden is in the United States.
Oh, Utah. Yeah.
Yeah. And he used Google Map and everything, and he plotted on Google Earth and Google Maps all the same landmarks that are in that are in Egypt are in Utah too, but the only difference is the ones in Utah actually actually match the description in the Bible.
Deuteronomy, yeah.
Rather than unlike the ones in Egypt that don't match the description in the Bible.
Bro, it's like, man, the rabbit hole goes so deep, man. You know me, I start talking about Nephilim giants and stuff like that, man. And
I'm just
bro,
saying, I'm at the stage of life now where that's why I've actually started getting back into my faith, because that makes more sense than anything that man's been teaching me.
bro, it's so much fun, man. I just, after Erection Day, that's because I always got into this stuff, but after Erection Day, that just sealed it for me.
Dude, I'm with you. After the 2016 RNC, that's what sealed it for me. Watching all the fake staged.
Was that with Clint Eastwood with the chair?
What?
Erection?
No, that was 2012.
No,
Yeah,
2016 was when they had the Republican National Convention in Cleveland, and they nominated Trump.
Yeah, I was thinking about the Mitt Romney with Clint Eastwood went fucking ape shit.
No, you know,
Yeah,
because
the
if you
chair
recall,
was hilarious.
If
Chair,
you recall,
yeah.
prior to the 2016 RNC, the media kept saying that it was going to be a bloodbath because all the protests and people getting injured at Trump rallies, this, that, and the other, and Ohio being an open carry state, yada yada yada. And I know you heard about I've told you this. I know you guys heard about the militia on the news that was there walking around. That was me. So I watched.
So that
shit
was you out
happen.
there oppressing voters? That's what you were doing?
No, we weren't out there oppressing voters at all.
No,
Man.
you. I ain't say we. I say you.
Yo, the craziest thing.
What I was doing. No, what we were doing is what we were demonstrating was all this shit that was going on everywhere else in the country, where people were getting assaulted for their political opinions, wasn't going to happen in Ohio, because the police have orders they got to stand by. We don't.
So you keep saying we. I'm talking about your personal secret agenda.
He said, man, you went out there as a white supremacist, bro.
Yeah, that I know. That's when I first met Patrice Cullors.
Bro, I tell you though, man. Speaking of Patrice Cullors, that Erection Day, none of these motherfuckers in the freaking Negro manosphere believe me and shit. They want to call me a liar, tell me I didn't see what I saw with my own eyes.
Hey, bro.
January 5th and January 6th, 2021, whatever year fucking was, there were freaking 4 times as many Strags out there as brothers supporting Trump, marching on the Capitol. There were so many black chicks out there, it will blow your freaking mind.
And the thing is you ain't the only person that's told me that. I know so many people that was in DC for J6 that have told me the same thing. They said that the only difference is the media cameras only focused on that main group of white people right up front.
Yeah, like freaking, bro, there was so many Chinese people carrying anti-CCP signs. They had their own shit.
Right. And I believe it, because I'd been to 2A rallies where a lot of the speakers and some of the guests were like people from China, people from North Korea, people from former communist Russia, where that's what they were doing, was talking about, the real censorship going on in other places.
Yeah. It was, man, it's a great.
Wait a minute, none of you guys the Manosphere is coming to Charlotte next year. None of you guys are coming?
Oh my God, the freaking which meetup, man? Who's meetup?
Who's
Obsidian.
Little Big Nate or
Obsidians?
Obsidian.
Yeah.
Hey, Obsidians, which one's got strippers?
I don't know.
I don't know if Obsidian could handle them. I
Oh
don't know
my
if
God.
Little Big Nate could either.
Oh my God, Little Big Nate. He's cutting women's bellies open now, man.
But no, dude, actually, that whole Michigan thing, and that even solidified it more for me. And that was even mentioned in this debate, man. That's what kills me. All these people that sit and mention things about, situations that happen, and they have absolutely no idea or no clue what really went down, because they weren't involved in it and they never took part in nothing.
Yeah, bro, it's
Well,
like,
I'm
you know
going
what?
to the Manosphere event. I'm going to support the brother, man. I want to.
Hey,
I don't want the information to get reported to me. I want to be there firsthand.
Whose event you going to? I don't.
That's going to be Obsidians. That's the Black
Okay.
Manosphere,
Well, see, we've been talking about
3.0, I think.
Oh, okay,
We've
yeah.
been talking about having a gulag meetup.
Yeah, it's just gonna be a bunch of midget strippers.
I mean, you could bring your white
beer.
ass down
No,
here,
not
man. We
midget,
can
dude,
hang out.
midget strippers, and I want to do midget tossing.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I can't I don't know, Nate's event, man, when he said, I was thinking about it,
We're
maybe
really off
driving
topic
by
now.
when Nate was like, the only people who be white people can come, but the only people allowed to speak and run things are the black man. I was like, no, bro, I'm good, man.
Dude,
Y'all had the
I ain't
FBI
gonna lie.
kicking in
When
y'all
is that
doors.
event?
Look, I ain't gonna lie. I thought about going to one of those just to be a troll in real life.
Yeah.
Mm.
I can't, man.
Well, dude, for me, I hate that shit when you can't come because you're white. Dude, don't piss off, dude. Who are you to tell me what I can and can't do, and you want to tell me that you can do whatever the fuck you want? Are you serious?
Yeah, I just come to troll Obsidian. I'd love to go to Obsidian's event and challenge him because, me and Obsidian, we've had our battles. And the one day I checked him, I called out his grift. He was talking about the black family, and I'm on the panel. It was twice. No, first time was this. Pablo Frescobar, his wife's Dominican, but she's highly melanated. My wife is Dominican, but my wife is damn near white. So Obsidian tells me that Pablo's wife is invited to the cookout, but mine ain't. I was like, what? I'm
Is he
like,
trying to start a fucking race war with your wife?
Wait a minute. Your wife would get invited to the cookout. She just couldn't make the potato salad. That's all.
We don't put raisins in potato salad. I'm here to tell you.
But yo, I'm like,
he's a white Dominican. We don't know what the fuck she's gonna put in the potato salad.
Well, after that comment, I wouldn't be surprised if she put
no, it was like we were both listening and we were cracking up laughing.
In it.
Nah, she don't care, man. She just like whatever. Like, and it's funny because her family ranges from Snow White to pitch black, and they're all just Dominican.
And see, that's the thing is I've listened to people and what was said earlier. America is the only place where they focus on the color of people's skin. Everywhere else, you're what you are. You're German or Italian or Cuban or Mexican or whatever. Here it's black or white, and it's only here because even the white folks that I know that left here, they said once you leave America, again, you realize that you're just an American everywhere else.
21 countries, man. All
I mean, we should be talking about something that's really fucking important. Rick Grimes is coming back to Walking Dead. I mean, let's talk about the important shit.
I don't know, man. I stopped. On the halfway through the Whisperer season, I stopped. I was like, okay, I'm done. This is just getting too effeminate. I can't do it anymore.
I stopped watching at the end, the beginning of season 7. The last season I watched was when it ended with Glenn getting slothed by Negan.
Oh, Negan. And Negan starts grooming the little girl from the prison cell. I was like, where's this shit?
Fucking villain, man. You gotta love Negan.
Oh, we're so off topic.
But my favorite episode, the most based episode of The Walking Dead, was when they met the pastor and Rick bit the dude's neck to get free.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
That was the most base shit ever. And that's what these dudes...
that was all the way in season 1 or 2, wasn't it?
When Negan introduced us to Lucille, man, that was the
yeah,
creep.
that was some straight, because like I said, when he slothed Glenn right there when he was down on his knees, look, you had all three. It was Glenn and who else? It was Glenn.
Everybody was on
the redheaded guy.
Oh yeah, all of them. And then he had Carl standing up by him because he was going to chop Carl's hand off.
But I'm just saying though, I look at it as this, and I know a lot of dudes. Most dudes ain't never served.
All I know is when he said "eeny, meeny, miny, mo," and then he caught Glenn right upside the head, and he looked literally like a sloth when he was done because one eyeball was hanging out. I was like, "Oh my god!"
But what I'm talking about is this: what a man will go to protect his family, is what Rick did. And most men have these new guys don't have no concept of that. They wouldn't know how to fight like that. You know what I'm saying? Fight for your life.
Right.
Like in a combat situation of, motherfuckers come kicking your door. They don't understand what you got to do as a man.
See, now you're making me fucking feel some type of way about how I reacted to 6 people breaking in my house, dude. And catch me
dude,
off guard.
you're a pussy, bro. So it's
I'll
different.
Stab you, dude. I swear.
Okay, now different though. Now, Snowman, if you had the strap, the AK by the bed, how many of them dudes would have walked out of there alive?
No, at least maybe 1 or 2 would have got out.
You gotta leave one alive to tell the tale, man.
Honestly, one or 2 might have got out, but I would have tried to cap every fucking one of them. Seriously,
Yo.
if I look, dude, if I wouldn't have been caught asleep, that's how they got me. I was sleeping.
Yeah. You gonna get caught slipping again?
No, I don't sleep at night anymore.
There you go, bro. That's the difference. I made the mistake, man, when dude broke up in the crib and held my wife at gunpoint. That motherfucker lucky I wasn't holding
Dude,
that day.
man, I swear to God, I wish it would have only been one dude. Because if it would have been only one dude, it would have went different. It was 6 dudes. You know.
Yeah, bro. Man, that dude is lucky. Man, he is so lucky. But man, my wife looked at me completely different after that day. When honestly, I would have killed that motherfucker. All I had was a freaking what is it called? A freaking meat tenderizer on my hand. And if my wife hadn't yelled out, "He's got a gun," he leaned back like a millimeter, and that shit missed his head. If she hadn't said shit, I would have cracked that motherfucker's skull.
Now see that, but now that's why I like I said, I don't sleep at night. If I do sleep, it's during the day when everybody's up and around, because nobody's going to break into your house during the day for some reason.
You ain't never been in Charlotte before.
And not only that, I do have a perimeter. I have cameras all the way around my house.
Yeah, get you a perimeter, get you a warning system, get you some German Shepherds that'll make noise, put those sensors up, and just keep the strap right there next to the bed. I ain't talking about no handguns. I'm talking about get you an AR-10.
No, I got an AR-15, dude, and I got a 12 gauge, and I got a 30-30, and I'm wanting to get a 308. I got a little 22. I got a 9mm, a 45, a 40.
Bet your wife know how to use them?
Yes.
And
dude, I even also got a couple of crossbows. I got bow and arrows, so I can sit and snipe you out in silence too.
But did you hear the argument that me and brother Xavier got into that night about when is enough?
What?
Yeah, brother Xavier, we had an argument about when to stop shooting, because some pooks got clapped and got mag dumped, and he said, if somebody break into your crib, when are you gonna stop shooting? When they stop moving. I said when they stop moving.
When I run out of bullets. I mean,
yeah,
that's the same thing.
Yeah, and he's like, "Oh man, what about your wife?" I said, I told her the same thing. I said, if that motherfucker moves, reload.
I'm not shooting you to injure you or wound you. I'm shooting you to make sure you don't breathe ever again. If I pull the trigger, I'm trying to make sure you stop breathing and existing. Period.
And that's what dads are for, bro. My dad told me, like when I was little with guns,
dude,
the minute you do not put your finger on that trigger until you're ready to kill a man.
Yeah, unless you're going to actually pull the trigger. You don't flag a man with a gun. You don't do any of that shit unless you're actually intending on shooting him. Period.
And that's why I said not even shooting, bro. I said killing.
Yeah.
Ain't no shooting, killing.
Yeah, you're right, kill him.
If it's not a training situation, you better.
That's what I don't get about these people. A lot of these people out here that why did they expect someone who's got a home invasion going on, or they're being assaulted or attacked by someone else, if they got a gun, that they're supposed to just injure them, maim them? Are you serious? No.
He could have shot.
No.
He could have shot him in the leg.
No. How about you could have just not messed with me and my family?
Yeah,
that's a better scenario.
But see, the structural racism is why we didn't have nothing, and therefore they was just hungry, so they had to.
Well, learn how to restructure this lead that just went through you then.
He could have been an astronaut.
Yeah.
Damn. That's funny.
But he's not.
Yo. Man, I just see.
I don't understand those arguments at all. Because it's that right there that keeps perpetuating all this nonsense on both sides. Either side, either culture, either color, it doesn't matter. It's that kind of bullshit that's allowing this nonsense to keep going and for it to keep breeding and being relevant and shit. People making excuses for ignorance. That's why there's so many. Dude, why do you think that they're the freaking Congress and state legislatures get away with writing so many overextended laws that are now starting to be intrusive into just our lives?
Yeah, man. But see, fuck, goddamn, I got bills to pay. Shit, my bad. But I knew I had something else to do today. But this is, one of the reasons, bro. When I go up on Black Manosphere panels, Man, they get so mad.
They
Man, they be
drive me
giving this. They get disclaimers, bro. Man, you get a pass because you're white.
No, I
Man,
don't really get a pass anymore, Trey.
man, you,
I get
bro.
Trey. I'm telling you, a lot of these motherfuckers treat.
Why are you?
Dude, have
You're
you
not
seen how-
melanated, bro. You
Dude,
have
have
the
you-
excuse. You have
Dude,
the
no,
skin
I'm just
color
saying,
excuse.
Have you not been around lately and seen how these fools try to run me right up off of any panel I'm on?
Why are you even in Black Manosphere panels?
Because I
Why?
like going over there and telling them the truth. They need to
Why
wake the
tell
fuck
them the
up.
truth? You see what I do? I go over there to troll them. I go over there and antagonize them.
That's fun too.
Fuck the truth, man. They don't care about the truth, bro. That's
Yeah,
why
but
it's so
I
much
mean,
fun.
I
to
would
lean in.
consider
in my
myself
mind, if I tell them,
part
at
of the
least if I
Black
tell them the
Manosphere. I
truth,
don't have a problem with what you're saying.
well,
Oh,
look,
bro.
at least if I tell them the truth, I can't. They can't use that fucking I didn't know fucking bullshit with me because I'm
See?
over it. Look, you know just as well as I do that when I first got on YouTube, I tried too much to be that nice white guy that said all the right shit, and all it, dude, it didn't get me nowhere with anybody.
That's why I say, even if you're telling them the truth, you come off sounding like Ragnarok, bro.
No, I don't sound like Ragnarok at all whatsoever. That's why Ragnarok, dude. You know just as well as I do. I get a hell of a lot more respect than Ragnarok does.
Bro, they have more fun with Ragnarok, man, than you, man, because you're trying to tell it. You know, Ragnarok's truth is funner than yours.
I mean, I'm trying to understand what problem y'all are having. I mean, I don't have a problem. So.
I don't have problems, man. Now they just whenever they see the dog come up, the disclaimer. Oh shit. It's like that dude in The Wire. What was that dude character in The Wire? Always carrying
Omar.
a shotgun. Yeah, when he
Omar,
came
yeah.
around, they're like, oh, everybody went to running. Man, they see that dog, click the link, and niggas is like, oh shit.
Well,
Here
that's how
comes
they treat me. I get treated like that, you know.
Yeah, that's pretty much how all of us are
Yeah.
treated. You know, they see us.
God damn it, Snowman. Stop trying to be black, man. You not. Neither am
I
I,
know.
but I got
And
the
I
melanin.
could sit there quietly the whole time, right?
Yeah.
And as soon as I start speaking, they go, "Oh, you're cutting people off." Like I ain't said shit in 10 minutes. What are you talking about? Like,
And what I'm trying to get you to understand, Snowman, is they give you a special privilege because of your white skin. They worship you, bro.
No, they don't. I am not the white guy they worship. They have replaced me with
I
some
just
other
get
white
sick
guy
of
to
these
worship.
guys arguing with these fucking women. I'm like, why the fuck are you talking to them, man?
Yeah, I go, man. They get mad at me because I go this like Peso Man. You know who that idiot Peso Man is?
No.
No.
Oh well, he's like this anti-passport dude or whatever. I don't know. He's got all these crazy charges, but he likes to go ham on the passport guys. So I was like, okay, let me go over to this channel one day. He got all these divestors, you know, and strags over there that just hate men. So I went over there, man. By the time the show was over, I had his females on the panel agreeing with me. I'm flirting. We're all laughing and joking, kikiing it up.
I mean, to me, like these guys that are doing the passport, it's such a small percentage of them. Who gives a shit?
Look,
They
that's
care,
where
man.
I'm at
They-
with
they-
it, you know. And what's funny is I heard what was it, Miss Sunkissed and Creative one night was sitting there clowning
Why?
and acting like there was something wrong with me supporting brothers who
Bro, why are
want
you-
to be happy.
Why are you even talking or
Dude,
associating
I
or
wasn't.
going anywhere near
dude,
Sunkiss?
dude, quit! I wasn't even talking to him. I was just listening to see what kind of.
Why are you
bullshit
even
he was-
listening, bro?
Why? Because I like hearing the nonsense. I like seeing just how freaking how nonsensical and stupid people are. They don't know I'm listening. I'm just listening to
I
see just how retarded and just how stupid the rhetoric is that you put out.
Man, it's worse with Strags. I don't go to Strag channels because my money goes down, bro. When I start listening to Strags, my money goes down. Especially, I can't listen to a Sunkiss. Sunkiss is a whole new level of freaking retarded. Like, even listening to a Shez Sade and that Jamaican chick that's faking femininity. I go over there, my money.
Simone.
Yeah, my money starts going down, man. Shit. You know, my mom would hear her and be like, oh, yeah, don't believe blah, 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 blah. My mom would go ham on that chick. Call her out for that fake bullshit. But
no, I'm just saying. For me, dude, I've always been fascinated by the psychosis behind some people. And, you know,
there is no psychosis, bro.
Dude, this is mental damage. What we're
Bro, it's
seeing.
not, bro. There are different species, man. How many times have you heard me say that?
Dude,
They
I don't
are
care
a
what you
different
say.
species.
That is there's something wrong with their brain. It wasn't
They
wired
are
correctly.
because they're not the same species, bro. They're just not. Like those group of people that were trying to go in on Free Zone that day that SKC, I don't know, he got him out the cave. Sunkiss brought him out the cave or whatever mud hut they came from. You know, those people were like 1,000 years behind the rest of, the community. It was like the black version of freaking what's that movie? The Hills Have Eyes.
Damn.
No, dude, it's weird, man. To be like I said, that's like I was over there that you watched that stream, didn't you, Israel? Where I was doing that. I was reviewing that debate between the guys talking about white cultural appropriation. Did you catch that one?
On your channel?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I did watch that.
Where the one dude was sitting there saying that we are the culture, we're the cultural seasoning on this messed up planet we call Earth.
The whole giant slave ship.
Yeah, the whole planet's a slave ship, man.
Well, I look at it like, you know why? Another reason why I take advantage in the black manosphere is because of my melanin. I could say the most white supremacist shit and get away with it.
I know you can. I've heard you do it.
And I eat it up because I don't subscribe to black, but I'm like, shit, I got this skin tone. Let me eat it up. I'm like those freaking like Bangladeshi dudes that cut their hair off and pretend to be black just so they can get a minority scholarship.
Well, hell, if you're a white boy going to a HBCU, you get a minority scholarship.
Oh, no. There's been Indian dudes, Bangladeshi, Sri Lankan, all these dudes that when they cut their hair off or, do the whole Sean King thing with their hair, they take advantage of scholarships that are just meant for black folks. Yeah, so it's bad. It's
I'm telling you what, if they ever pass a reparations bill, I'm gonna do everything I can to make sure I get it.
Dude, that shit is 50 years away, man. That shit'll never happen.
It ain't happening, bro. Here's the thing, bro. How could it happen how are they gonna give reparations for an event that never took place? How are they gonna say, okay?
Let's say it took place. Let's all of that's a given. If we started right now, you got to get the House and the Senate and the fucking president to sign off on that shit. It's never
that, but you got to be
going to happen.
Well, they got to be able to lay down. How are they going to pick and choose who gets what? I mean, because what do they go? Like I said, I brought up, a situation where what are you going to do if you legit have mixed people that pretty much look as white as I am, but they are actually descendants of quote unquote.
Hey, you mean like my cousin Trina?
So what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do when you're related to one of those? Somebody got the echo.
Oh, that might be me. Let me pull out. Hold on.
But that brings up really is going to bring up an interesting conflict. And are the people that are going to be, the recipients of that, are they going to be able to handle it properly and
fuck handle it
correctly?
No, they won't. But here's the deal. Go back to the determination. 10,000. There were 10,000 minimum black slave owners in the census in 1830. What happens when you're related to one of them? If you could even run your genealogy back that far.
What if you're a descendant of a black slave owner and a descendant of a slave?
Listen,
that's what I'm saying.
I mean, what kind of category does that put you in?
The definition of what is black has been so fucking diluted in today's world.
Black?
Exactly, that's my point.
Yeah, you'll have all these African grifters coming like, yo, what's up, man? What up, homie? Yo, where my check at?
Yeah, talking about their blackness and this, that, and the what? Why? You can't even tell me what your blackness is. How am I supposed to respect it?
And that's where ADOS is supposed to come from. And they're even changing the definition of that. So ADOS used to be American descendants of slavery. Now they're trying to say African descendants.
But it's like what? So
but they're
now
not.
Elon Musk is going to be in line for his reparations.
Dude, Elon's the only real African I've ever seen.
Shit, Charlize
And what's
Theron.
the
Let's
girl
not
in?
forget about
What's the Ashley Judd and what's the other one?
Charlize Theron.
Charlize, yeah. For her sexy ass.
You know what I'm saying? Real Africans.
I just don't get it. You know, the whole thing to me. I mean, I don't understand. It just don't. None of it. Look, dude. The more I find out, the less it makes sense.
Your brain is gonna explode, man. Stay off of fucking panels with Sunkiss, man. You help your brain.
Dude, I don't get on panels with her at all, but I do listen to the shit that they say just to try and under. Dude, I can't help
You
it.
fucking with your money, bro. You fucking with your money, man. The more you listen to freaking niggas, man, the more you fuck with your money, man. You know me, I'm a money guy, bro. That's why you don't see me on the panels no more. You don't see, I like my most racist, subscriber, Stormfront P. Samantha had to check me. She was like, "The fuck is wrong with you? Stop getting on the damn panels. That's why you're fucking losing money." And I was like, you know what, you're right. I listened to Samantha, I stayed up, listened to freaking wifey, stayed off the panels, and the money has just been coming back to me since I said, okay. Bro, I went 25 years of not being around niggas. And I get around hanging in the black manosphere and shit, and all of a sudden my finances start acting funny. Oh, hell no.
Yeah, I just like I said, for me, it's interesting.
You're like you're a Negro anthropologist.
Yeah, kinda. You know, I without sounding like a complete and total racist white guy, I feel like I'm at a theme park, gazing into windows and seeing shit that I ain't supposed to see.
Why don't you be like Ragnarok, man? Go out and get you a wife straight from the continent, bro.
Because
be the number two.
Because first off, I don't believe he has 3 wives at all, and secondly,
I do.
I don't believe anything.
Why would he lie to us?
What, dude? I don't believe shit he says.
Why? Give him credit, man. If he does, why don't you go get you one?
You want to know why I don't believe him? Because he expects people to fucking prove their accountability to him, but he can't prove it to no one else. So fuck him. That's what
I'm saying, though. Let's give Ragnarok the benefit of the doubt, bro. Go get you a Nubian queen straight from the continent.
One woman and a daughter is enough to deal with. I don't want.
Who the fuck wants 3 wives?
You can't alpha your way through it, Snowman.
Dude, no, dude, that's not for me at all.
You can't get it off the strength, homie.
Dude, it's not.
Listen, I got to go to a fucking funeral Saturday.
I don't have no desire to be with 2, 3, 4 different women. Fuck that.
I got to go to a funeral Saturday, and I'm just like, oh God, all of the women in my family gonna be in one fucking place. Oh my God. And they're gonna be fucking emotional. Do I really want to deal with this shit?
I don't know, man. I'm on a whole different energy plane, man, and folks, man. It's why I just can't, I try to, and a lot of the brothers I do rock with is they've heard my content and they've come to me and be like, man, I didn't even know there was another brother out there that thought like me. Like, where have you been at, And it's even worse for the females, man. Like, to find a female who thinks like Candace Owens, they'll like stumble upon my channel and they're like, oh my God, thank you. Because man, they get it 100 times worse. Because as a dude, when you think like me and look like me, you could just be like, nigga, fuck you. What the fuck you gonna do? What? And it's like, okay, my bad, bro.
Well,
all right,
look, I'll be honest with you. I ain't worried about what I say. I mean, people get mad. Whoop-de-doo. So what? Big deal.
You're white, man. You could easily just throw on a Klan hood and you'd be good. I forgot they wouldn't let you in the Klan anyway. So.
That's probably about the only white privilege I'm ever going to witness.
Man, I got more of a chance of getting in the Klan than
white
you do,
privilege in our face.
Man, how's it feel to get rejected from the Klan, bro?
Well, dude, it was an eye opener, man. I never thought that day I would see that, And what's crazy is my uncle was the one that was running it.
Man, they're like, you be hanging around with too many black people online.
Yeah, I get told that all the time. I do.
Shit, I tell you that. Oh man, they're gonna clip this stream and be like your joke, that stream where you were reading the jokes.
Yeah, dude, that came to light again already. It rebirthed.
Oh man, fuck them. But they're gonna clip this stream and be like, "Oh yeah, he was up there."
Well, your buddy Fetty, man, he decided that he wanted to try and use it against me.
Who?
No, it's gonna get so fucking bad. Snowman's gonna have to use us for references and shit. We're gonna go
I
have to
already
come
do have to
testify to
use
his.
I already do, man. You guys are alibis and don't even know it.
Man, don't use me, bro. You know what happens if you use me.
Dude, I have a hard time even. Sometimes I wonder if I should even mention I know you, Trey.
Yeah, I am.
Because there's been times that I say Trey, and they're like, "What Trey? What's his name? Is it that dumbass black dog?"
Hey,
nope, it ain't that one. That's a different one, man.
Hey, say it, man. You gotta lean into it, man. But it's crazy, man. It's funny. None of the females kick me off their panels. The females love having me up there.
How many people we got watching?
4.
Oh,
okay.
Who's still here?
It's been slowly winding down the views. That's why I've just kind of been waiting to wind
Whoever's
down.
in the chat, man, let us know you're still here.
Right.
Yeah. I know we got one hate watcher. You know.
Oh no,
one female
is
is
watchers. I guarantee you, there's 2 of them.
They're waiting for us to fuck up.
Yeah, there's one female that's turned on. There's some dude in the Black Manosphere, Hotep dude, that's waiting for Snowman to drop the hard R.
Yep. I've been waiting for that all night. I guarantee you. It's
Man, I'm
probably
gonna
the
give me
same
a
one that
voice
comes over to
changer.
my channel and trolls.
Yeah, I'm gonna give me a voice changer, and just every time I come on your stream, R.
Oh man. Anybody say anything in the comments?
Cyber's still here.
What? Cyber's still here. Yeah. You said.
Or did we put him to sleep?
What did you say about the hard R?
I'm not, man. I ain't gonna get you in trouble. BMT might not let you in his chat if I keep doing that.
I'm not worried about BMT.
Oh man, man, I tell you, it's nice though not having to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, you know, for like 3 straight days. But now I get to go. Well, I'm not even gonna cross into Canada, man. I'm going to Detroit. I'm not gonna cross. My guy's gonna go to Canada. I'm not crossing that damn border. I'm not going to that commie country. Damn, I might pass by you, Snowman. Probably. I gotta go through Fort Wayne, so yeah. Yeah, but I got this driver with me, man. I got to bring him up there. Maybe we meet at the truck stop. So I got to get his ass up
no,
there.
Man, just come by the house. I live out in the country anyhow.
Man, I'm not bringing this dude over there, man. He's a white dude too. Y'all might bond and want to like get a rope and shit. Hey, y'all might think look at his melanin.
How lucky do you feel?
What?
I'm just saying. How lucky do you feel?
Lucky.
I mean, try your luck. See what happens.
Oh my god, man! You guys be like, white lives matter.
Get his Kanye shirt.
Yeah,
get his Yeezy shirt.
I need one of those.
Shirt. Oh shit!
But, man, that's the crazy part, though, man. Is that brothers scream all day long that if you listen to the Black Manosphere talking points, all they want is a Candace Owens, but they hate Candace Owens.
Dude, that reminds me of what you just reminded me. What I was wanting after watching that, doing that stream yesterday where we were reviewing Candace Owens' new documentary that she put out. Dude, I'll be honest with you. You know how I used to have issues with Candace.
She killed it.
Dude, I'm gonna tell you what, I really do have a whole new outlook on her, and because she kept shit real and kept it 100 the whole time.
Yeah, she's
look, dude, you've heard me say that I think she's a lot like Tatum and them, that she's a Republican grifter, a right wing grifter trying to make money. I don't believe that anymore. I think that she's out there really trying to do the right thing.
Nah, I don't. Man, Tatum's not even a grifter, man. Tatum came out the mud, man. Tatum came from O'Shea's channel.
Tatum's a grifter.
He's not a grifter, man. He just a religious dude, man. He just ultra religious.
He ain't religious.
Man, leave that man alone. Tatum is ultra religious. He got him a big booty white woman.
So what? Because he puts Jesus loves you on a coffee mug, that makes him religious?
Bro, it's in his mind. If that's what he believes, that's what he believes. He got a big booty white woman.
No, dude. The reason why the problem I
You
have
just
with
don't
him
like him because he's a cop, bro. You don't like the police.
No, I don't like him because he's a cop and he puts out false information.
because you don't like the police. That's why.
No, I don't have a problem with police. That
You don't like Tatum because he was a cop.
I don't have a problem with police that actually do the job that police are supposed to do. I have a problem with corrupt ass police that go out and just generate revenue like some goddamn road pirates.
I like those cops, man. I want to take all those cops and put them in
that's
Chicago.
where that's where me and you have issues, and you know it.
I like, man. You give me 100 Derek Chauvins and send them to Chicago.
You like that until them
clean
Derek
up.
Chauvins are kneeling on your fucking
Oh
neck.
my God, really? Snowman, did you just say I'm gonna have my nigga moment? See, I told you, bro. You belong in the Black Menace Rado. A freaking white guy just told me I'm gonna have my nigga moment. Somebody clip that. Cyber, please tell me you clipped that.
No, I'm just saying, dude. Even I've had my ninja moment. I've dealt with the fucking cops like that.
Snowman,
I've dealt with shitty cops that do shit and
Snowman.
actually lie and shit on people just because they don't care and all they care about is how much revenue they can generate for the station.
Snowman.
I'm tired of the shit.
I've been locked up, bro. Every single run-in I've had with the police, man, has been on me. Every single one.
I can't say the same.
Yeah, it was on you, bro. You put yourself in a position.
You're right. I put myself in the car. That's all I did.
Yeah.
Put myself in the car I was in.
You chose to drive down that street.
I didn't drive. I wasn't driving.
You chose to
I was
get in the
catching-
car.
You're
with-
right. I chose to get in the ride because I was catching a ride from a show because I was drunk and it was raining out.
Yeah, okay. You chose to drink the alcohol. You chose to go to that show that night versus just stay your ass home with your kids. You chose to do those things.
Dude, I caught a fucking possession charge for not and didn't even have anything on me.
But it don't
Wasn't
matter.
caught
You
with nothing. All I was
you
doing
still
was
put
riding in the
yourself.
vehicle.
You
And
still put yourself in that vibrational pattern, bro.
Trey,
Hey,
you can't continue going around. What you're doing with that right there and saying that what somebody catching a bullshit charge is no different, and making excuses for the shit is no different than the shit that you argue about when people make
you
excuses.
might as well. Yeah, bro, it is. You might as well have used a fake $20 bill, bro.
You're fucking stupid.
Yo,
You're
and that's why I
literally up here
told you,
trying to
bro.
compare, dude. You're up here trying to compare apples with fucking motor engines.
Yeah, I told you, bro. White supremacists of color, bro. Yeah, I told you, man. You belong in the Black manosphere, not me. I am 100% personal accountability.
No, dude. The thing is I am 100% true blue constitutionalist. I'm tired of people, politicians, cops, officials, everybody violating our constitutional rights. The way this country runs is not the way it's supposed to be ran.
And
know
what you
it and
gonna
I
do
know
about
it.
it, man? Here's the deal, man. It is what it is, man. The lizards are bought and paid for, man. If they're not lizards, the lizards buy them off, man. So you got to
What am I
take
gonna do
advantage
about it? I'm
of
gonna
it.
keep doing what I've been doing about it. I'm gonna keep streaming about the shit. I'm gonna keep talking about it until hopefully someday people wake up and say they've had enough of it.
But here's the deal. You still, in your past, put yourself in the position to have those freaking intersections with the lizards
Yep,
or
I
the
put-
people that work for the lizards.
You're right. You're right. You're right. I am. But you know what? The truth of the matter is I did not break no laws, so therefore I shouldn't have had to deal with any kind of punishment for not breaking.
Why
the law.
shouldn't you? Why shouldn't you? You put yourself in a place
I
to
didn't
deal with the
break no
collateral
laws.
damage. So what? You still put yourself in that situation where them dudes was in your life.
We put ourselves in a situation every day we decide to get up and walk
There-
out the door.
There you go. Now,
So
whether
what?
you
Now,
chose,
now you're going to
Yeah.
are you going to tell me that you're
Here's the
okay with
deal.
being violated because you got up and went to work? You put
Here's the
yourself in
deal.
a situation because you got in the car and drove to
okay,
work. So now you
and
got to
you
deal with
mitigate.
it.
You mitigate, bro. Like here's the deal. You could take First Street, Second Street, or Third Street. You take First Street and you get in an accident. Boom. You could have took Second Street or Third Street that day. It would have been the same time, same difference, but you chose to go down First Street. You put yourself in the vibrational pattern and run into that accident. It's what it is, man. You got to accept
Dude,
it.
you're literally sitting here trying to act as if people can predict the future of what's going to happen down what
Not
road they
predict,
go.
bro. Not predict. It's all about choices, man. The choices you make determine your outcomes. And
I never said that.
but
you know what?
here's
Mitigation.
mitigation.
But no, listen. Because yes, the choices you make determine the outcomes, but you also have the choices that person that you're running into made also affect
You can't
those.
control them, bro. You can't
No,
control
you
their
can't
vibration.
control them.
It's
You're
all in the
absolutely
ether,
right.
bro.
You can't control them.
It's
But
all
you
in
know
the
what?
ether.
But even with some of the choices you make, you can't control what happens after you make that decision, especially
But
something as trivial as
you
turning down
made
a
the
road.
decision.
It's
Okay,
something as
now
trivial as turning down a road, Trey.
yeah. Here's the deal.
You can't sit and control or dictate what the outcome of. Okay, I went down this road when I could have went down this road. If I would have went down the other road, I would have just hit a red light. But this one, I went down this road and there was
You hit a
fucking
deer.
checkpoint, and I got pulled over by the cops and got arrested for nothing at all. You can't, dude.
Boom.
You can't,
There you go. Guess
dude,
what? You
can't
could have
sit and
done.
mitigate. You can't mitigate something
Hey,
that you don't
Snowman.
already. No, you can't.
Did
You're
you
wrong.
have to do the show? Did you have to drink that night?
Dude, oh my God, dude, you're sitting here arguing. You're trying to argue semantics with me now.
Not arguing semantics, bro.
Yeah,
It's
that's
about
exactly
the
what
choices
you're
you
doing.
make.
You're sitting here trying to argue
Nah,
stupid,
bro.
dumbass, trivial semantics because you're trying to get me in my feelings and trigger me, and it's not
I'm
working.
not.
Dude. I know
I
what
think
you're,
bro.
I know
I
what you're
think he's
doing.
already triggered you, man.
I promised you, bro. After the whole freaking red pill conversation we had that day when you rage quit on me, that I would never do that again.
Jesus fucking, you're right. I did. I just walked right into that one, man. God damn it.
I'm telling you, I'm not, bro. I'm not. I'm telling you that. Fucked up.
You know what,
Fucked
Israel?
up.
I opened the door wide up to let him do that shit.
You know me, man. That I'm 100% personal accountability, and you know
No,
that.
Trey, I understand that there's personal accountability, but you can't. There's certain things that are beyond your control.
Bro,
that personal accountability can't. That the personal accountability isn't the answer. That
It
they're
all
literally
leads
beyond
back
your
to
control.
you, bro. No, it all leads back to you.
No, it doesn't always all lead back to you.
How doesn't it?
Some things are
How
beyond
does
your
it?
control, dude.
Did you have to drink that night, Snowman? Did you have to do that show?
You're fucking stupid.
Yeah, see what I mean?
You're fucking stupid, Trey. You're sitting here trying to sit and make something that has nothing to do
I'm
with
not,
nothing.
bro. Answer
Yeah,
the
you are.
question, man.
You're trying to tie, dude.
Answer the question, bro. Could you have stayed at home that night?
Whatever.
You see what I mean, man? It's bro. It's
Dude,
like a
and I can say
Nancy
that-
Drew
look, dude, I
novel.
can say the same shit about a lot of the shit you done.
Yes, I will tell you because you've heard me say it myself. You've
I'm
heard me
sorry,
say
but
it myself.
Even still, that does not mean that we need to have a bunch of
I
fucking
coulda-
Rambo
I
ass fucking
coulda-
cops running around like they're God. No.
How
that
many
is not
how
what
many
this-
Rambo cops? How many Rambo cops are running around, bro? Like
Dude,
what?
have
Two?
you ever done any research on the Elkhart Police Department in Indiana?
So
They're one of the-
what? They don't have no effect on me. And guess what? If their crime is low in Elkhart, Indiana, and there's no pooks running around, I'm cool with it.
I'm just saying that isn't the way shit's supposed to be ran. Cops aren't supposed to be out generating revenue. There's a specific way that our law is supposed to be ran in this country, and the shit's wrong, and we all know it's wrong. And I'm tired of people sitting back and trying to mitigate excuses for why things are the way. It's okay for things to be the way they are. It's not okay,
like
bro.
I
said,
It-
it's good. There's
you
going to
can't
come a
help
point,
it, bro.
Trey, look, Trey, regardless of what you say, there's going to come a point where the shit even starts getting so bad that it invades your own private life, and all you did was go out and go to fucking work.
Bro, I will never have my nigga moment, bro. Unless I put myself in a position to have a nigga
See,
moment.
dude, now you're just trying to make it something stupid, and you're
No. Now you sound like you sound like a mago. You're sounding like a mago, Snowman.
No, I'm not.
You are.
No, I'm
You
not,
gonna
dude.
have your nigga moment. You gonna have your
that
nigga
isn't what
moment,
I'm-
Trey.
Dude, that is not what I'm fucking saying, and you know it.
That's exactly what you're saying, bro.
No, it's not, dude. There comes a point when, dude, it's like this. How many gun
Snowman,
laws are they going to fucking write
Snowman,
before
it's
the
not
gun
gonna
laws
affect
start
me, bro.
actually?
And here's the deal, bro. Look here, man.
Jesus
As
Christ. You just
if it,
refuse to fucking listen sometimes.
bro, if it happens to me, I put myself in the position for it
You
to
put
happen
yourself
to
in
me.
the position because you were exercising your constitutionally protected right, so you thought.
Oh, okay, Snowman. Guess what? What did I put myself in the situation to get caught up in that whole January 6th mess? Yes, the fuck I did.
Yep,
All the
you sure did.
decisions.
And all you were doing was what you were constitutional. You were exercising a constitutionally protected right. You were doing a peaceful
Okay.
protest.
Could
and
I have
you
stayed
were
at home?
redressing your grievance with your government.
Could I have stayed at home and just watch Nick and Greg stream
But does
of the event?
Yes,
boom,
you could
there
have,
you
but
go.
does that
That's
that
it, bro.
still
That's
negate
it.
the fact that what's going
That's
on
where
is
it stops.
wrong? Does
That's
it
where it
still
stops,
negate,
bro.
Dude, no, it
I'm
isn't.
talking about personal choice.
Does it-
Personal choice
So
is
you're sitting
that
and
I
saying
put
that just
myself
because
in
of
that
personal
situation.
choice, just because you have personal choice, that the people that are fucking doing all this shit that's wrong don't have no personal choice.
You're talking about the group, bro. I'm talking about me. I'm talking about personal accountability, bro. It starts with the individual.
You know what, Trey? What you're doing is basically what everyone else does. If it doesn't affect me, fuck it. I don't care. That's what you're
that's
doing.
not what I'm doing. I'm
That's
saying I
exactly
put
what
myself.
that is, because you
I
know
put
what?
myself
truth
in
of
the
matter
best
is-
position.
No. Wrong.
I live in a great.
Let me play devil's advocate, Trey. So, is there any situation where you put yourself in the best position and it doesn't work out? Like you get your nigga wake up call, even though you
Nah.
put yourself in the best position.
Nah, there'll be no nigga wake up call, but it could be a wake up call as a man. I've had wake up calls as a man. I've been Me Too.
I don't know why you're sitting here calling it a ninja wake-up call, because that's not what I'm saying.
I got Me Too, bro. I put myself in a fucked up situation with a 19-year-old stripper and got Me Too. That
Well,
was
that was
100%.
definitely accountability. I mean,
That was
goddamn.
100% on me.
Yeah, that's you all day.
I'm not sitting here trying to argue.
And I did
stupid-ass
nothing
decisions that
wrong.
people
You
make.
definitely did that.
Here's the thing. Legally, I did nothing wrong.
Yeah,
Nothing.
whatever.
Absolutely zero wrong
Yeah.
legally.
Yeah,
Morally,
Green
that's
Mountain had your ass fucked up from the beginning. Whatever
Yeah.
her fucking name was.
You know what I'm saying? But here's the deal. Well, you know what? All that, her doing all that Molly, Coke, and us being both high and drunk. Yo, you know what I'm saying? Just you start just replaying it back. Like, yeah, that was kind of fucked up, bro. You was asking for that shit.
Yeah, that was a fucking hangover moment. A hangover fucking 4 or some shit. You woke up with a tattoo on your face kind of shit,
Yeah, dumb shit, man. Like, run into it with another stupid chick, out there who was just
Bangkok has you,
yeah.
Let me ask you this, Trey. You're absolutely 100% okay with the way the country's running, with the way our tax dollars are being spent to fund a war we have nothing to do with. How
What
we got
war?
a fucking moron in office that isn't even
What
running
war?
the country.
What war? And the guy behind the mask? I know the deal, bro. I know there's
But let me ask
no
you a
war.
question. Let me give you the devil's advocate,
Can you
Snowman.
ever just fucking answer a question straight?
Let me answer it, Snowman. Whenever is that not the case?
Just saying.
Okay, here's the deal, Snowman. I know what's going on in this country. There's a fake war going on. There's a money laundering operation. There's a man behind a mask and a skin suit. So, boom. Therefore, I got to put myself in the best situation to protect my family and take advantage of it. I'm not going to sit up here and go, but oh my God, the sky is falling. We're all coming to
See,
end. Nuclear
my
war.
point, my
oh.
premise, Snowman, is that you're operating on the premise that the government is not functioning correctly. I'm operating on the premise that it's functioning the way it was designed. Think about it like that. It ain't broke. It's doing what it was designed to do.
Yeah, possibly.
Hello?
I said, yeah, possibly.
The
Think about
lizards,
it.
man. The lizards are
And
in
then
charge, man.
that changes your stress level. Because you're trying to change something that is operating it's working the way it was designed to work.
I just think
It's
there's more
always a
important-
war
me personally,
somewhere.
I just think
It's
there's more
always a
impor-
fucking
I
idiot
think
in the
there's
office.
There's more important things in life than to be chasing after fucking paper. That means absolutely nothing.
What do you mean? What paper?
You know what I mean when I say
No,
chasing
I didn't know. I was waiting for you to answer too.
money.
You talking about money?
Oh man, I'm chasing the money, man. I'm chasing the paper, bro. I'm gonna eat.
There's
I'm gonna
more
eat
important
good.
more important things in life.
Not to me. To me, the more money I got, hey, guess what? All these people that are getting oppressed by those fucking lizards, the more of them I can help out.
I don't sit and claim to be oppressed.
Yeah, but you hear, I'm
But
not
there's
talking
more
about
impor-
you.
There's more important things in life than spending your entire life doing nothing but chasing after money and an idea that doesn't even exist.
Okay, here's the deal, man. That's your belief. My belief is this, and this is why I'd take the reparations check and I'd invested to hire like a bunch of conservatives, like white people, to like put them on if they did some stupid ass reparation stuff. And I said it earlier,
Never gonna happen.
Yeah.
Cut the check, Johnson. Cut
that
the check.
check,
Ooh,
nigga.
that nigga get on my nerves.
It's like this, man. The more I can make, the more I can build, the more freaking people who are like-minded like me, who have the same ideology as me, I can help out. The more I can prepare my grandson to deal with this bullshit that's coming down the pipe. That's how I look at money. I don't look at it as
what are you going to do when the time comes that there just is no dealing with it anymore? When you was out,
I'm not nihilistic, bro.
When you was out chasing money, and now
I'm not nihilistic, bro. I'm going to chase the money. I'm going to build as much as possible. I will build the fight.
I didn't hear his point. So what are you
go
saying,
ahead.
Snowman? Finish that point.
You get to the point to where everything's gone. There's nothing left. The kids are fucked up. The world's fucked up. Everybody's just doing whatever. It's a fuck. I mean,
we're talking about like a
my point is how long do you just keep turning a blind eye to all the bullshit going on around you and not stand for something?
Did you hear what I said? I'm not taking a blind eye. I will keep building and being able to help other men and put other men on, basically to fight back in their own way. And that is through, okay, if I show 10 guys how to be six-figure earners and how to use that money to build in order to protect their family.
Well, and what does that do you when all that money that you made becomes absolutely fucking worthless, Trey?
Well, what am I going to do? Sit around and wait for the end to come? Say, oh my God, the sky's falling.
What are we talking about? A post-apocalyptic world?
What am I sitting around waiting for Mad Max to take place? Sit up here and tuck my head between my legs and cry? Put my thumb in my mouth?
A Mad Max world would be cool.
Put my thumb in my mouth and go, oh my God, this guy is falling down the end. But bro, you're saying, yes. You're saying, what
I said.
Yeah, bro, I'm not sitting up here waiting for that to happen. I'm not, bro. I'm out front. And guess what? Yeah, money. You can do a whole lot of things with money, man. You can prepare a whole lot of people with money. Guess what? Making money isn't bad. Snowman, as I've told you, you think more like a nigga, bro. No, you think like a nigga, bro.
Because that's not my natural place. I'm normally the chaotic guy. Like, I like to instigate, and I find I'm like the voice of reason between y'all assholes right now. What the fuck? Why y'all put me in this place?
Bro, it's like, I tell you, one day we're on a panel, and I don't know, some maggle's up there describing, hey, Snowman, you've got this privilege, and you've got that privilege, and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, nigga, you describing my life. You ain't describing Snowman. What the fuck is wrong with you?
So, Snowman, what do you? Let's go the other way. What are you suggesting he do? Take a stand for what?
I'm not suggesting anything for him.
No, you are. Let's have this conversation. Take a stand for what?
Because I'm going to use. I'm gonna have the same response that he has. You can't have a conversation with someone about something that they don't want to conversate about.
But I want to have a conversation. I've been neutral. I've been in Switzerland.
No, I'm not going to sit here and continue on down the road of letting Trey just fucking troll me. That's not what I'm doing.
I'm not trolling, bro.
I don't think he's trolling you. That's the funny thing.
And see, that's the thing. This is what happens when I go around the Black Manosphere. I'll just talk like my normal self. Man, you trolling.
No, Trey, you act like I ain't sat in me and you just said, you act like I don't know you.
But that's okay, bro. If I wanted to troll you, I will troll.
That's exactly
and I'll let
what
you
you're
know I'm
fucking
trolling.
doing. You're literally sitting here trying to get me pissed off. I know what you're doing.
I'm not, bro. I'm speaking realistically. If I'm saying like the day when I trolled you, made you rage quit, I said I was trolling you, but I was trolling you with the truth.
I'm from the Black Manosphere, and nothing you're saying is fucking with me.
Because you're open-minded, man. I'm telling you. If we
now you're saying I'm closed-minded.
No, wow. Snowman, you are closed-minded to a couple things. I told you, bro, you think more like a nigga than I could ever imagine. I've never thought that way because my mother has never lived the whole block experience, and raised by my dad. My dad, he unfortunately, or fortunately did not live that black experience either. So I know nothing of it.
So what? Because
I guess I would embody the black experience.
Yeah, I cosplayed it. Yeah, I got every hood card you could imagine. I got checked off, bro. Every hood card, I got it checked off.
I don't know. And I hear what you're saying. I mean, I just don't think I would attribute it to the Black Manosphere. I mean, I think it's more the Pan Africanists. That's the ones, the Hoteps and all of them, the Kemetic scientists and going back to the 90s, the poor righteous teachers and the
Oh yeah.
Asiatics and whatever they're calling themselves in this version of the Matrix we're in,
Yeah. Well, here's one of the trigger points is that I have no love for Quiche. None. Like 91% of B dubs are just trash, in my opinion. And I don't hesitate to say it. And I can bring proof. And then I'll bring logic to them and they get mad. And then kind of like one thing, like why troll Bernard Riley, where Bernard Riley was, made a short about that dating app, the Right Stuff dating app. And I'm like, okay, cool, man. Bernard's making a video about this, man. Hood did a video about this. Let me give him a like, and let me check it out. And he says at the end, oh man, the only kind of black women are gonna be up there are the Candace Owens types. What about the dating options for us? I'm like, what?
What did he
this
mean by
us?
that? Yeah.
He meant like, a lot of brothers that think that way believe that, black men and black women need to come back together to form these, magical communities.
See, I'm of the. We don't need them. Fuck them. I'm with y'all. Like, let them die out. Genetically, we don't need black women to make to continue the black population because the black man carries the seed. I can make black babies with anybody. So fuck them. That's the way I look at it.
And that's why I'm pro Maria, pro Ling Ling, pro Anya immigration. Turn the military age men away. Women all day. And I'm like this. I believe in Christopher Columbus game. This is why I support the Passport Bros. I tell them go do it based. Yeah, y'all go over there just because your money is bigger and those women submit to your money. Damn right.
My thing is, if you have that capability to do the Passport Bro thing, then cool. I have no problem with it. I'm not personally going to do that. But if that's what you do and you have the capability, so be it. My problem is these guys that are telling the average guy, oh yeah, you can do it. No, the fuck you can't. You're making fucking $35,000 a year. You're working paycheck to paycheck. You're not going no fucking where, nigga. Like, let's be real.
Because they don't tell them how they can do it. They're not.
That's the problem.
They're not real with them. It's like, dude, and that's where I come in the middle. And Snowman doesn't like me because when I'm about the money. But I will tell those guys working in a call center who are making $35 a year, look, man, you want to live a different life? Okay, these are the moves you're gonna have to make. If not, you can be going 50-50 with a fat strag and just mad at the world. Man, we lose Snowman.
What?
I think you lost me. Can you hear me?
No, I'm here. I had to go to the bathroom.
Are you in tears, man, over there? You go,
No,
man.
I'm not.
You go wake your wife up and be like, Trey's picking with me again.
No,
Can
but
y'all
I tell
still
you
hear
what,
me?
you keep talking shit. I'm gonna kick you off this panel.
Can you
You
hear
go
me?
grab your wife's phone,
I
like,
can
hey,
hear
baby,
you.
give me your phone. Give me your phone, woman. Let me check.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, I thought I lost y'all.
No, I went and got me some cookies and milk and took a piss.
That's one thing I can agree with y'all, Snowman. We gotta lose weight, bro. Because I know you're like a fat ass like I am right now.
Yeah. I've lost a little bit of weight. I ain't as big as I was.
My dad called me fat today. I sent him a picture, me, because I got my CDL back. Sent him a picture, me and my license, and he's like, man, you're fat.
You got a big fat ass head, that's for damn sure.
Oh, man.
No, man, I'm like I said, it's all good, man. I'm mad. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I get frustrated when I try to explain how I feel about the country and how it should be, and how I just don't. I get frustrated about it.
But
Yeah.
the thing is, I don't think we disagree with you. But I think what I'm saying anyway is, first of all, fuck your feelings. First of all, I'm gonna say that, and second of all, it ain't gonna change shit. So don't devote so much energy and passion to this thing that's working the way it was designed to fucking work. Because then they keep you distracted from the more important things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, big facts.
I get it. Trust me, I know.
Learn how to, like, it's like what they say, let the water roll off a duck's back. You know what I mean? Sometimes you just gotta let that, chew the meat, spit out the bones. Any of them kind of sayings,
Yeah, because I love Americans, man. All Americans, cool. And then the minute you start talking anti-American stuff, that's when I'm like, okay, all right, man. That's how they get us, man. They get us through division. So I know this.
And that's the first conversation me and Snowman ever had. I said that same shit to him. That's what it's been, and it's the plutocrats.
Talking about is that everybody they're using people to push dissension and division.
It's the plutocrats who are sitting back behind the scenes, stirring up little fires everywhere to keep people divided, and all you're doing is running around like a fucking fireman putting out fires while they're racking in the fucking dough.
Yeah, because a lot of people that you think were lizards from his story weren't lizards. They just figured out the game, and they just I say somebody like a Tyler Perry. Tyler Perry figured out the game. Who knows if he's been cloned by now or not? But he figured it
They
out.
ain't cloned him yet.
Okay.
Morgan Freeman's been cloned.
Oh, that's Jimi Hendrix.
Dick Cheney's been cloned.
Hey, Morgan Freeman, that's Jimi Hendrix, bro.
And fucking fucking Sam Jackson's been cloned.
Yeah.
What is he, like 200 years old now?
Yeah,
He was 150 years old and fucking coming to America. He looks fucking identical.
Keanu Reeves.
Yeah, he's getting younger. Like, what the fuck? He's got Benjamin Buttons.
Yeah, he definitely. Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson's on the island.
Destroyed by everything and everybody from the inside out. It really is.
Hey, Maria, Anya, and Ling Ling, yes. Military age males, no. I'm like this, man. I think maybe if we round up, I know this is extreme harsh, y'all. Okay, these are not the views of these channel I'm about to spit. Maybe if we go get and this is just a hypothesis, y'all. Nobody get mad at me or clip this. If we take all these single mom strags and all these ratchets, that want to listen to City Girls and Cardi B, and we round them up and send them to Venezuela, North Korea, Uganda, and just send them on their way. And then we bring in Maria, Ling Ling, and Anya to replace them.
Well, it's already happening organically.
Yeah, I just speed up the process.
Hell, in our lifetime, we're going to see that shit happen. And I saw a fucking video today. The chick was 61 years old, and she sounded like she was 20.
Oh, that had to be a Ling Ling.
No, black girl. She's talking like she's 20 years old, like she still got fucking options and shit.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Like, bitch, Are you serious?
Yeah, because I saw a video of these two Asian women where that one was like 57 and the other one was like 48, and they didn't look a day over 20.
No, this chick was 61 and she looked 61. But she's talking like she's 20 years old with the same options as a 20-year-old.
Hey, you never know. She might know something.
Options. She don't know shit.
She might know something, bro. She might know something.
She don't know shit. That's why she was on fucking TikTok or whatever it was complaining.
Yo, it's like the one that went on Kevin Samuels, 76 years old, trying to say she's working on herself now.
Yeah, that's the same kind of shit. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? And like, are you playing me? Like, is this a joke?
Right?
What's that?
What?
I was talking to Greg. I said, you see what they've done to the stream, right?
I already see what it is. I see what's going on, man. We can't. I mean, but you know what? I mess with Trey. I
I
being
do too.
Israel, I'm feeling them. You know, they just hard on the sisters, brother. I mean, hard on the sisters, hardcore. You know what
No,
I'm
man.
saying?
No,
Yeah,
I'm
y'all
worse
hard on
on
the
the
sisters.
brothers. I'm worse on the brothers. Ask Snowman.
Same here.
I mean,
Yo,
I
I
don't
get on
disagree with
panels with
that.
brothers, and then I be having these dudes about to
Yeah,
cry.
I mean, I've literally been called everything but a white dude tonight by Trey.
Trey,
you told me I was gonna have my nigga moment, Snowman.
I did
Yeah, you gonna get
not.
your nigga wake up call.
Yeah.
oh my God, I know we not. I know we not doing this. Y'all gonna get me back. And you know what? The last time I showed up on Trey's stream, something happened. He's like, "Bro, you got me a strike," and I'm like, "What I do?" Like I
You and
didn't do
Alice.
nothing.
You was up there cupcaking the Alice and got me a strike.
I wouldn't do it.
But no,
I
I'm
wouldn't. I
hard
would.
on the brothers because I expect brothers to be in their fucking masculine. Like, I can't blame the sisters if this dude is like on some punk shit, man. You
Yeah.
know?
So did y'all make
th-
it through the whole debate, man?
No, it
no.
started lagging for Snowman. He got that,
I
Brokeback Mountain
told him to.
Wireless
I
up in
told
there.
him to download the damn. He should have just left it on my side and just drove the car, man. Why'd you switch it and put it on the internet? I have it actually on my
Dude,
hard
I
drive.
can't drive that. Dude, I can't operate the video from your side like that.
You
I have
should
to.
be because I'm only sharing it through a window.
Yeah,
He
but
got
I
that
don't have
Oppression
access through
Wireless
that
over there.
window.
Oh yeah, that's right. You don't have access to that window, right? Okay, listen. Next time you get on that, go Google Clip Grab. You got to have it, man.
Dude, I tried getting that clip grab, and it was I got like 80 different things, so I didn't.
Okay,
Showed up.
I'll get it and send a link to you. You got to have Clip Grab because I'm telling you, the internet starts tripping once you start showing certain things, and I've seen it happen over and over again, over and
Yeah,
over.
dude, I got about
again.
halfway through, and it kept wanting to fucking buffer, and there was nothing to buffer. I'm literally, I even did a speed test, and I'm literally sitting here running at 950 megs.
So
StreamYards don't like this stuff, bro.
the next idea for a stream y'all should do is the Hafiz interview with Pearly or whatever.
Oh, I did that today.
You did that?
I covered that today.
That fucking asshole.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, we're gonna definitely do some really interesting things here, like what he did, what Snowman did today about Fauci and Bill Gates working on these new variants. They're actually doing gain of function research again now in America, and it's out in the open, and we can't get one piece of mainstream media to report on it. Maybe we know why. And it's stuff like that, man, to keep people in the loop because when they start dropping these new variants, somebody's gonna be able to say, I heard that before. So, but they're creating this stuff, man. They Frankenstein's all over the place. So we're gonna be dropping some of that. And I got a few tricks up my sleeve here coming up here real soon. And Conservative Bear is about to jump back in the game and network with us. And I'm gonna be doing a lot of pre-recorded videos because I just keep getting. I got more strikes now that I'm at war with. I don't even know how I still got this channel running. I don't know how this channel's still up, bro.
Odyssey, Rumble, BitChute, YouTube.
Yeah, I'm on. Yeah, I'm on Odyssey. I'm on Odyssey. I'm on Rumble. And I'm about to get on some others, but I just don't know how this channel is still up, bro. I got 17 strikes, bro, and I
How
beat them
many
all.
viewers
but
we
one.
got right now?
6.
Yeah.
Bro, you know me, man. I was up to 10,000. Right when I got to 10,000 subs is when they hit me. I was on that roll. And now
Yeah.
I'm still floating around 74. But man, nobody gets notifications. My wife will sit right next to me. I'll go live and she won't get a notification.
Yeah, same thing here.
Yeah, my wife
I know
don't get
plenty of people.
notifications for me.
Yep, don't nobody get no notifications. I know I'm shadow banned. I ain't been doing this for 2 years, and I know I was shadow banned within the first 6 months.
Well, look,
literally.
dude, I asked you the other day. You're sub to me, and I asked you if you got a notification. You said
I didn't
nope.
get it. I didn't get it.
Yeah. That's why I go extreme with the topics, man. I'm like, you know what? I'll go extreme to the point where I know they won't cut my monetization.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't broke 500 subs as of yet. However, I'm still digging because
I'm almost at 400 now.
I know I'm gonna break through the ceiling, man. I'm gonna break through the ceiling.
Hey, but
sooner or later.
What's crazy is I got a community tab, and I have under 400 subs right now, and he doesn't.
White privilege, man.
Yeah, right.
Damn. I
Oh,
knew
so that's
something
where
was
my
up with
white
this
privilege
shit.
actually starts paying dividends.
Your
Yeah.
white moment happened. You got your white moment.
Oh, that's sweet. Sweet.
Yeah.
And it was
But
it was a community fucking tab on YouTube. Yay.
so you see that that was that look what AC did over there, man, on
Yeah, that was dope, dude.
bro. He doing the thing. And I didn't even ask him to do that. He said he was already working on that. I didn't
Yeah,
even
that
know
was
it.
dope. Dude, that caught me off guard. I was kind of taken
What's
back
that?
by it. He made me and Greg a web page for the podcast.
Oh, nice.
It kind of
Yeah,
messed
that's
me
what.
up a little bit.
Yeah. We're working on one of those. Yeah, more in the background. We're just keeping it hidden. What we
Actually, if
working
you
on?
want, I'll pull it up. That way we can show it to him. Or is that what you're doing?
Oh, I
No,
can't see it right now.
Well,
Yeah, I'm on the phone. It's very small, and I don't have my
there's
glasses.
other people watching. We got 6 people plus
Oh, I
one
thought
other
you said
person
show
on
it
the
to
panel
me.
other than you.
Yeah, go for it, man. Yeah, I'm not special
I know you're not special. You're just another
because
ninja.
my nigga moment's coming.
Yeah, it is.
Y'all
I
are
hope I'm there to see
unbelievable,
it.
man. Y'all are unbelievable. That's all I can say, bro.
Hey, Greg, you never had me and Snowman on at the same time, man.
No, I don't think I'm gonna ever do it again.
Hey, listen, they got me as the fucking voice of reason. I'm like, are you shitting me?
It's like you and Alice will never be on my
Dude,
channel
look,
alone again. Did
it's
Alice
like,
pull the
look,
cleavage out that
it's like
night? Is that
it's
what
like
happened?
It's like he's my evil black twin brother that goes. He's the
No,
Joker to my
I'm not.
Batman.
No, I'm not no evil twin brother to you, bro. You're way more, man. You got too much nigga in you for me, man.
Damn.
Y'all are terrible. That's all I can say.
Yeah, and he's got that fucking clan hood on too tight.
Hey, yo, but just
Hey.
for the record, Trey, I've never laid eyes on Alice before. So
Oh,
I
y'all
mean,
never. Oh, yeah. You never seen the Golden Grill?
no, I've seen a picture, but I've never seen
Oh,
her. You know what I'm saying? Like one on one, like I never seen her face.
oh,
Yeah.
Alice be thirst trapping, man. You know, Alice be thirst trapping with the conservative tatas.
Yeah, she does.
I was like, I don't understand, Trey, why these guys are watching me. Well, I could think of 2 reasons.
Yeah. I mean, if it's like that, then
That's why, dude. That's why a lot of this. Yeah, that's why I don't get on a lot of panels anymore.
Why? Well, if you're good over here, man, you know, away from the commuter time, but you go over to commuter time, man, you know.
Now, see that's the thing, man. Is you're even different on that than me. I don't like even. I move different, and I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Man, I'll tell you, bro, if you was single, man, you'd be clean, you'd be racking up, man.
But I'm not, and I'm okay with that.
You be having like flying strags out, man.
But I'm not, and I'm okay with that.
He ain't flying them out. He gonna greyhound them out.
I wouldn't even do that. I'd put them on a train if I ever did.
Man, ain't no trains coming through there. Stop it, man. You'd have to go
What
to
are you
Chicago.
talking about? Amtrak comes right through Fort Wayne.
Oh, it does? Oh, that's right. It does. Yeah, I forgot. It does dip down.
See, there you go, thinking you know some shit, you big dummy.
I might need to go take a little vacation up there then.
I'm standing far away from Fort Wayne, Indiana. I'm letting y'all know that if I do come, I'm gonna be wearing my white face.
There's nothing wrong. Why? What's wrong with Fort Wayne?
What's the whitest side of town? Well, I know where the whitest side of town. I always go
It's
through
where
there.
we live is the whitest side of town.
Man, Indianapolis, man, I just fuck that. I go to like way out there in like Indiana, in those little suburbs.
Dude, Indianapolis ain't even that bad.
It's enough, bro.
Damn, my damn phone keeps.
Hell, I take the kids down there for 4th of July and shit.
There's enough, man. Well, I follow Obsidian's rule on that. What do you say? When there's more than 3, you won't see me.
See?
Look, it would be the night that I'm trying to stream and work at the same time that I just got to do all this work. Normally, bro, I'm just sitting here doing, writing scripts or doing my homework in school. You know what I'm saying? And now I'm like, I'm a multitask. I'm telling you, I've been busier tonight than I've been in the last 3 weeks. Straight up. This is just magically just now busy.
Hey,
But
you caught me on a off night, man. When I'm not, I ain't got to drive tomorrow. I ain't got to work till Monday.
Yeah, he
But I've
came
been
up here
getting up.
just to troll me.
No, I told you, Snowman. I warned you in the chat. I said,
Yeah, you
Snowman,
did.
do you
I'll
really
give you
want
that.
me up there?
I didn't realize that you was on your troll game tonight.
I'm not trolling.
He trolls harder than I do. You know.
I know. So trust me, I understand.
Because nobody's safe around him when it comes to trolling.
Hey, look,
Hey,
let me
Snowman.
I think he would troll his own mama.
What have I said that's been a troll, Snowman?
Everything. Your whole
Name one
whole
thing.
presence. Your whole presence is a troll.
Name one thing I've said that's been a troll.
White.
Okay, I can't go with that right there. We throw the color wheel around like a frisbee, so we can't do that one.
Yeah.
But anyway, hey, look, last time I went over there to check Red Pill out. She was doing the stream, and she saw my face, bro. She saw my name up there. She blocked me.
Who?
Because you associate with me, man.
She blocked me immediately. I said, Trey, what you do, man?
Oh
Nothing.
yeah, she's got me blocked
That's
now
exactly
too.
what I said. I said, Trey, listen,
Who
when
y'all
I said
talking about?
Nothing.
Red Pill.
Yeah,
When I
nothing,
say
man.
blocked now too.
she
Trey.
saw my face, Trey, I don't believe nothing you saying. That we can use nothing in
Nothing,
that
bro.
sense. I don't believe nothing you saying, dog.
Nothing.
There's no way. She blocked me immediately.
We
Dude,
had
I
a
was Greg, I was one of her wrenches, and then after that whole ordeal that just popped off a month or two ago, I got blocked.
We just had a disagreement of content creators, man. I mean, I ain't gonna, I kind of stood her up, like once, but we just had a disagreement.
But you didn't do nothing though. Oh.
Yeah, I kind of sort of, I'm playing the role of Snowman, and I'm not taking accountability right now.
Oh.
This motherfucker.
But no, man, it was nothing more serious than that, man. I had a lot of things going on, man. I
Be
left her
honest,
hanging with some
Trey.
stuff. It is. I had a lot of things going on in life, and I left her hanging on some stuff. And yeah, she's 100% right to be mad at me.
Okay, mad at you. I'm talking about me.
Yo, y'all just got caught collateral damage.
I ain't even done nothing to the shorty. You know what I'm saying? I was going over there to show her some support, show her some love, send her a cash app, and she blocked me as soon as she saw my name. Bloop. Blocked just like that.
Yeah, that's collateral damage, man. You should have
And I'm
picked
like-
Team Rage, man, not Team Trey.
I was like, damn. I mean, it's not that it bothered me. I just knew it didn't have nothing to do with me. And the first thing I said was, Trey, what you do, man? But you did something. That's all I can think about.
But Snowman though, man, when freaking Little Big Nate brought her up on the freaking stream to talk about me, and I'm sitting up there, like, what the fuck? I got motherfuckers writing me like, man, I got wifey standing over me. I tried to turn the stream. My wife was like, no, turn that shit back on. I want to hear what the fuck she gonna say.
Oh my God.
I was like, nothing. I said, she's good. I said, and Rage confirmed what Rage said is exactly what I told wifey. And wifey was like, oh, okay, you already told me that. And she was like, okay, cool.
I think they're voting this primary red. Be honest with you. I don't think it's going to be just next. I think that they're going to use them this primary election. I think that's why they haven't been pandering to the race narrative like they usually do.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Snowman. Good one, Snowman. Thanks for the save, man.
And
I gotta
do what
go,
I can
y'all.
every
I'm
now and
busy
again,
as hell.
I do what I can every now and again, even though I'm a snowpook.
Yeah. Look, I'm out. I'm grinding. But anyway, man, y'all have fun.
Hey,
Hang
Greg,
out
you
all
trying?
night.
Hey, Greg, man, you trying to get me
I'm
in
probably
trouble,
gonna-
man?
I'm probably. I don't know. I might shut it down here before long because I got to go out and work on the car.
Oh, so who goes to work on a car at 1:30 in the morning?
Somebody that doesn't sleep.
Hey,
That's a good answer. All right, just kick me out if y'all dip off, man.
All right.
I'm glad y'all having a ball. All
Hey,
right,
Red,
glad
hop
y'all
up
having
here.
a ball.
all right, Snowman, I'm out, man. I gotta
Oh, you're-
get up and I'm out, man. Snowman, I'm gonna stop. You think I'm trolling you, man?
No, I'm just fucking with you. You kind of got me in my feelings for a minute, but I'm good.
Yeah. And now freaking Greg comes up here and got me tap dancing and shit.
Yeah, now you know how it feels. Yeah.
Man, I tell you, man, freaking Nate, man, I gotta punch Nate in the face for that shit, man. Like literally, it was all fun and games till he did that shit.
No, I think it's funny and absolutely fucking hilarious now. You know, I do. You're the one that made the decisions to put you in that position there, buddy.
I sure did. I sure did, but I stand by it that, I owned it. And when I went over to my own stream, after wifey was sitting there ready to punch me in the face, waiting, I went over to my own stream and I took accountability. I said, yeah, I was in the wrong. Shit, yeah. What she said happened. The fuck, I'm gonna go up there and lie?
I wonder how mad Greg would get if I played that song again.
No, but the one thing that it did do, because, hey, bro, man, I don't know if you know, but Nate was saying all this, I hate black women, and all this. And Rage basically is black, she looks like a black chick. So, and that's all black people care about. And so the whole thing was that I hate black women. And, for the most part, Rage said, yeah, Trey's a nice guy. Trey was this. Trey was nice this. He treated me and my other black homegirl cool. But, yeah, he fucked up right here and pissed me the fuck off and did this shit and left me hanging. And I was like, yeah, that is true. But the other shit it made, it was like, damn, so he don't hate black women?
I don't know what his deal is.
He bet on black, bro. That's what he did. He bet on black, and now he's pot committed to black.
Passenger 57.
Hey, but man, I'm out, man. Wifey's gonna be like, yo, you got to get up.
Yeah, I'm about to get off too. I'm gonna watch me some Pirates of the Caribbean, man, and take it down.
All right, y'all. Peace.
Yep, later.
One.
Here it is. Found it. Check this out. I'm gonna share this real quick. This is what me and Greg were talking about that AC did. There it is. Nope, wrong one. That one. Made us a web page. You see that? I thought I heard music for a minute. You still there? Oh, it's just me. And I got 8 people watching and nothing to say. But there we go. Yeah, shout out to AC, man, for building this. That was pretty dope of you, man. Appreciate it. This is pretty cool, man. It's got our webpage, and then you go up in here. Well, and it's got links to both me and his channel, and I'm assuming eventually the podcast channel. It's got the first 4 episodes. This one being 5 will be on there. Eventually we'll have I'm assuming some merch that will probably sell through it. It's a link to his page with some of his videos, which I'm going to have to give AC links to my videos that I got privated on my main channel. That way he can put on here. Because there's nothing for me right now. Just generic tabs. But yeah, that's pretty dope, man. I appreciate it, bro. Can't say as I've ever had a web page before. But yeah, man, I appreciate everybody for coming through. Even you, Trey, you bastard. I appreciate everybody came through tonight. Watched the show. What they would allow me to get into. I wasn't expecting to be on here for no 6 hours. That's crazy, especially since I was already on for like 3 hours on my channel. But I think that I'm going to call it a night myself. I gotta go out and finish working on my car, get it running. But hey Greg, you got 5 minutes? Yeah, let me call him real quick. Just once. Yeah, you got to see me get put under stress tonight, Odds. Hey, you got 5 minutes? Yeah, hop on here for 5 minutes because I'm about to end it out. But, yeah, you got to see me get put under stress tonight, man. I don't handle stress sometimes that well, especially by Trey. He knows how to push my buttons. You know, especially, I guess I'm just one where I'm actually really, really overly passionate about the country and the way it's going and the way of the future and what kind of situation we're going to leave our kids in, my kids. And, you know, I feel like that if people love this country, that you know, everybody should want to do more, I guess. I don't know. That people should want to, people should recognize that some things just shouldn't be happening. You know? I don't know, maybe it's just me. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. I know that, well, I'll say this. I know that when I was a kid growing up, you know, dreaming for the day that I was going to be a man out on my own, that I never envisioned that this was where life was going to take me. I've never been one to, well, I can't say never. I mean, now I am now and have been for quite a while. I haven't been one to sit and push blame on other people for things, so to speak. You know, I've always taken accountability for my own actions on things, but I still think that there's things that do happen that are beyond everyone's control, that affect people, even though you do have personal accountability and you do have control over the vast majority of your life. You know, so and to think otherwise, I think, is disingenuous. I didn't even know you was there, brother.
Yeah, I crept in. Yep. I crept on in, brother.
Yeah. You know, I know that I've done a lot of messed up things in life, you know, as a lot of people have. And, you know, I've taken accountability for it. That's a lot of the reason why I think that I've been given the opportunity to be going down the path I am. I mean, I've talked to you about it before, you know, that it was a major epiphany I had years ago that opened up the door that never seemed to ever want to open.
Yeah.
You know, but, and I hate saying but you know, with that being said, like, I still honestly, I don't see anything wrong with, you know, wanting to be a voice for the voiceless.
No, I mean, that's what I'm here for.
And try and at least try and do your part to, for lack of better words, make a change, if there's any change that can be made. You know, because like I told you the one day, the last thing I want is when it's my time to check out, you know, my kids look at me and say, you know, we're left with this mess. What did you do during your life to try and make a difference?
Yeah.
And the world's really, You know, and the world's really messed up right now, man. It really is. It's really, really, really messed up. Everybody, I think a lot of people are thinking about the wrong shit all the time. You know?
Yeah, things that don't really matter. Um, you know, like what's your pronouns? You know, that's really sad that people put all that energy into that. But like, what about what you're going to do with your future? What are you going to do tomorrow when, you know, all of these fads have passed away? Like, where are you going to be left at when all the games have been played? And, you know, there's no more social media clout. There's no more, you know, getting, virtue signaling to a certain people group, and you left with yourself and yourself alone. And you get to look at what it is that you have accomplished and what it is that you want to accomplish. Like, where are you then? You know, and that's important. What you going to do with the rest of your life? Some people just ride the wave, man. And, but, you know, the winds are going to stop blowing. The turbulence is going to slow down. And then you're going to have you. What you going to do then?
Well, and, you know, I understand that even with the whole money aspect, I understand we need money to survive and make the world go round. But even with that, I think too many people focus solely on that and make that their first priority in life.
Mhm.
You know, because there comes a point where, what are you going to do when money doesn't matter no more? What did you accomplish? What kind of foundations did you build? What kind of relationships did you solidify with people? I mean, because once the money's gone and it doesn't matter anymore and it's meaningless, all it is a piece of paper laying on the ground. What have you really accomplished?
Well, you bought you some new shoes, some new clothes, and you probably look fresh, but you can look good all you want to. If your insides and your heart and spirit isn't at peace, then like you said, what have you really done? What have you really gained? It's all a facade. And you can't live life, you know, wearing a mask. The real you comes through.
Well, and look, dude, I don't believe that we were created by our maker, by our creator to just spend our whole life doing nothing but working to provide a product for someone else to sell and make money. I don't think that's why we were. I don't believe in any instance that's why we were put here, to chase after man's idea of what's important.
Right. I agree with you. There's so much more to life than making money and having things. You know, the life of the Lord proved it. You know, his greatest contribution was himself. He gave himself the things that money can't buy. And I mean, my desire really is to be a selfless person that's driven for to see the, good outcomes for, the people around me, my friends and family. And if the Lord so empowers me to reach somebody or reach people on a national level or international level, my idea is the same, man. I want to see the world change for the better. And that means people have to change for the better. And I just think I'm one of those tools. You're one of those tools. The brother that was on this panel, the people in this chat are one of the tools, the many tools that God can use to change the lives of people for the better. And if any money happens to come, as a result of that action, it's a blessing. And I believe in blessing people, man, whether it's with things or with my counsel, my experience, encouraging words. I believe in blessing people.
Right. I do as well. Man, the world's so different, man. It's so night and day different than what it used to be.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, this is what I'm going to do. Since you drove the majority of the way, I'm going to let you take it on home. I got stuff coming down the barrel 100 miles an hour over here. But let me tell you guys in the chat, let me tell y'all something, man. I have enjoyed your presence here tonight. And I'm so glad that you decided to spend 5 hours with us. We don't normally do 5-hour streams. We're working on 6 hours. Here we go. 6 hours. Thank you guys for spending this time with us and, and taking in this information. I'm gonna finish this tomorrow. I'm gonna get with Snowman and probably tell me where things started going hanky and Wah and Wonka Wonka. And we're gonna finish this out. And more is coming from Real Cold Facts. We thank everybody that supports this channel, everybody that is encouraging us to continue to go forward. Your presence being here tonight is an encouragement. It really is. So I'm gonna sign off. This is Real Greg Kelly for Real Cold Facts with my co-host. Y'all riding with a real one over here with the Snowman. Love y'all, man. Peace. Snowman, we're gonna chop it up tomorrow. And I appreciate you being up here with me tonight, man, to make this an excellent night, man. And then the panel, though they're nuts, still get great guests.
You know it.
All right, brother, I'm out of here.
Till the wheels fall off, bro.
Yeah, then we're gonna find some spares.
Yep. Hey, have a
All
good
right,
night,
y'all.
man.
All right, brother. I'm not gonna end the cast this time. I'm just gonna move my stuff out the way. All right, brother. Peace out.
Later. All right, guys. Yeah, I really do appreciate all you guys that came through tonight too, man, and hung out with us for this whole almost 6.5 hours. It's been a crazy one. It's been a wild one, you know. And like he said, you know, I appreciate, you know, all you guys that are out here encouraging us to continue to do this and do these podcasts, do these streams, share this information, you know, and have these intimate moments with you. It means the world to all of us, you know. At least we know that we're not doing it for nothing at all. But I'm gonna get off here. It's been a long day, a long night. I still got some chores I got to do myself before my mother-in-law gets here tomorrow. Thanks for coming through and rocking out. Love all of you. Take it easy. Peace out. And as I always say, if you do what you've always done, you'll be what you've always been. Don't just talk about it, be about it. I'm out.